FaceTime checks of asking her. Yeah,
we do them. That's part of our procedure.
Yeah, she didn't. So she's probably out for the rest of the tournament because I think they said 6 to 12 days or something.
Really, that bad?
Yeah.
I actually thought that because she didn't catch it, her like hands took some of the blow. You know, like this. I thought it could have. If she'd caught it, it would have been even worse.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably the whipping. The whipping. So yeah, let's have an awesome day. We'll set you up with a score. Everyone works slightly differently, but I'm going to give you a couple of resources which are very useful.
Cool. Just get the Wi-Fi first.
Yeah, so it's go to 001 production, and then it should be like the @ symbol, and then ECN all capitals, and then 2024. So what I'm really going to send you is this, basically this.
Yeah.
Some people like to have that like snap to the left half of their screen.
Yeah.
Or like a tablet, which if you're with me, if you can just steal off that. But like I'm not here, there are times like you do it by yourself or whatever.
Yeah.
You know. So basically what you do is click on the number down the bottom.
So I need to go to Palantir.
Yeah, that's to get the live score. So because our scores are delayed on the website, if you look at the website, you're always looking at like 2 balls behind.
Right, yeah.
Pain in the ass. But there's other limits to it. You probably know that there's a way you can like snap things to the left half.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do that with my notes.
Which you'll end up using less and less because you'll end up just going on what you remember.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then the 3 things probably that are useful to you, especially when you'll end up doing whatever you want, is like that. Then you've got the live score, which will give you now. And the other thing is like the live chat, which you don't even just use on your phone. You watch it on YouTube and then you pause it. Like what I do on my phone sometimes is I go like YouTube and then I'll go to the broadcast, like that. And if you just pause it and then you can even like go like that.
Okay, cool. I'm sure
it's easier to like why don't you put a good morning everyone and then I can give you a spanner, which means
right, let me see it. Because I signed up for YouTube Premium randomly.
That's good though.
Yeah.
I watched it on YouTube though, like at night or whatever.
Yeah, I've never got on that. Like,
but I just think, you can go down random threads of like, even then you can look up, like I'm looking up old like cricket in the 70s videos. I'm watching it.
Yeah.
There's just so much shit on there.
Maybe that's why I don't do it, because I know I'll just like disappear down a hole.
May as well look like 10 months.
Yeah, morning.
Morning.
Again.
What can I do for you?
Stupid question. Well, there is, because you've said it like 100 times and I forgot again. So we start with Bumper, your intro, and then a Dale. Where else?
Dale.
Yeah.
Dale. I can do that. Awesome. Yeah, ring them up. Oh, I'm off
Okay,
tomorrow.
then-
I'm off tomorrow.
then,
Ring up.
Thursday.
Rico and Tina will be here.
On Thursday maybe, or he's gonna be here for finals.
Okay. Oh yeah, we'll bring him up. I want to see him.
Okay. He's
that's-
ready. They're flying out at 7 tonight, so they're gonna be here till 11.
Lovely. I'm happy for you.
So that's why I'm sticking it in here.
Fair.
We're gonna go.
Yeah, that's good for you. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
Right. Let's roll with this. So, with your Palantir.
I was trying to work it
I
out.
think it's the best. I can't. You have to. I'm kind of used to managing resource costs in systems, but they really emphasize this vision of like,
Super AI kind of got everything in
Yeah.
the situation.
like for example, something's meant to be so secure. Most of my program places log in as me, so I can do it. You know, so like, cause especially if you're new. So here's what you do here. This is actually pretty simple, I will say. Okay, so you go. This is a weird thing. So I'm just going to reset. Maybe that's. Maybe it's on
Yeah, you can sort of I mean, I've set it up.
Okay, we need to get to maybe go manage spaces. Or maybe it's on applications. Okay, so go to see what I mean? Like, so it's not. Okay, go to applications. It's gonna seem so stupid. Oh yeah. Christina's part here. See what I mean? Like, what is? I've had 2 years of this. You don't have one. Okay. Maybe. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Tina's current here. Okay, cool. Oh, getting somewhere. So now, okay. And normally, when you go recent, that should be in your recents now. Okay. So it should be. Is that all you got? Alright. Okay, hold on. Because there should be one that says like ECM private venue content. They've not asked 3 people to do it. It's not there. So don't worry. So now let's try it. Now how do we even get back to where we were a second ago? No, like, try mine. Vinny's Palantir. See, look, this is what I don't understand. So if it's so secure, how can you just log into
Yeah,
mine?
I hacked into your mainframe.
Okay, who cares? So now, private venue content. Yeah, what's fucking system?
So I can get
Like,
two matches.
you see, like, you get the nuclear codes or something. Okay, so you go to private venue content. Which is top left. Press match center. Now these are your matches. So you go match.
Like that, so you just get straight back to
The problem is every day it won't work unless you go through to that screen. But you could just type in that Vinny's Palantir. That's the one to try and get to. Alright? Okay. Now that's that, and now it just means every game at the end. So it's live. So if you, I'd probably snap that right, I'd snap that left. And every game just go out and it's so funny though. You can do all this stuff like I gave it a really simple plan. Like you can run all sorts of numbers. You can do military. They're doing. I'm like, can it tell me the run rate? And they're like,
Can I open a tab?
we can tell you runs per event, like as in like we have 1.2 runs per ball, right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, do wides count as balls? And they're like, oh yeah. And I'm like, well, what's like?
Yeah. So it's like
kinda,
it's supposed to be super intuitive, but it's
I'm like,
pointless.
it still can't tell me the run rate. We work it out. Which, by the way, I've got systems to do that. So all the numbers you get, they don't come
Okay.
across.
Excellent.
And cool, that's it. So you can see what's going on. There's only one thing that's a bit different today. So what happens normally? Whoever's presenting, they will do a bit of an introduction. They don't do any of that yet.
Yeah.
They'll throw to you, and then before the day starts, there's normally a little bit of a recap of yesterday. So normally I do that for you because it's the first day, so we can see how the start of the day works.
Yep.
Tomorrow, Ricky will do that, and you will do the recap, and then probably do the start.
Yeah.
And then we have this kind of illusion of like, even though we're through with all that stuff,
So you're all coming up to the...
come up and then like, oh. And so like, for example, if you brought back on, you won't talk until like.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado. It's been a really great start to the Premier Division, and Golden Ball fever hit the Cartmore Oval last night. We have 4 more matches today as the teams jostle for position as finals is only 3 days away. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECC-W Premier Division and it starts right now. Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's day number 3 of this European cricket series and what a couple of days we've had so far, including the first golden ball of ECC-W 24, a real thriller last night between Scotland 11 and Italy, and Scotland 11 getting over the line in the end in the decider, and it was their first win in ECC-W cricket. And Scotland 11, they are here first up this morning as well. They're taking on England 11. It's going to be a really tough game, I'm sure about that. There's a lot of work on the ground, as you can see right now, a lot happening. But I can tell you at the other end, we have Ian Ramage and the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match 9.
Scotland, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. England is the away team, you'll call.
Dream 11.
It's been called Dream 11. It's come down Dream 11, you won the toss.
We'll have a bat first.
Okay, toss from England, who will bat first?
There you go, Carrot Green. Well, quick draw Ramage was quick to get out the bat signal as well, hearing loud and clear that England want to have a bat. And I've got to say, I was really impressed yesterday with Tilly Kestevan. Really struck the ball cleanly. And a 28-run last over saw England to an insurmountable score over the Irish. But I will say that when these 2 teams met earlier in the tournament, remember it was match number 4, that Scotland 11 actually kept the English to 77, but unfortunately weren't able to chase it down in the end. And for Scotland, of course, they had that dramatic last ball finish last night. Well, golden ball finish actually. Golden ball 68 separates Scotland and Italy, with Scotland getting their first win of the ECC-W 24 and the first ECC-W win of their ECN life. Let's have a look with Scotland 11 taking on England 11 here, and Ellen Watson was the golden ball hero last night, listed to open the batting. I like that move. Like what I've seen from Neve Muir, even though she hasn't really hit a big score yet. Catherine Fraser's led the side well, and Molly Parker still, she's listed at 8. I just think she's got to bat higher than that. Her bowling's been incredible though. Masira's got a clever change of pace. Look, Scotland 11, they certainly had a much better day yesterday. England 11 though, 3-0. They are undefeated. Just a bit of team news there with the unfortunate news, Ria Fackrell isn't back in the side. She took a head knock yesterday in the warm-up, was a late exclusion from their game. So I think that's more of a precaution than anything else to keep her out. But let's see what the supercomputer's thinking this morning. We'll see that in a second. But first, let's have a look at the matches yesterday. Ireland 11. We're only able to post 85 against Italy, and Amelia Bartram with some clean hitting, 43 off 13, got them over the line. In fact, did it with over 3 overs to spare, which meant that Italy took all 4 points out of that. It was real kind of crash back to earth for Ireland, despite the efforts of Annabelle Squires with 34 and Louise Little with 21. McGee bowled a good over, but yeah, it was a tough start to the day for the Irish. The Dutch then held on against the Scots, who were much improved compared to opening day. Catherine Fraser top scoring for Scotland with 24. Netherlands 11 actually led by their captain, 22 not out. Caroline de Lange playing as a bat. Dekling 21 not out. Karana with 20. It's kind of utilitarian effort. Pien Oost was the star though for the Netherlands with 3 wickets in her first ever match, and Hannah Landia was kind of icy at the end. She was cool as a cucumber, defending 8 to get the Dutch over the line by just 4 runs. England and Ireland doing battle in match number 7. I just mentioned Kestevan, 71 not out of 29. It was a real masterclass in hitting. She's the only left-hander in this English squad, so she's got a bit of a responsibility there. She certainly did a good job. McMahon with 2 for 10 for Ireland. When it was the Irish team's turn to bat, Squires once again was handy with 30. But no one else able to get more than the 16 that McMahon scored. 15 for Little was not enough to get Ireland over the line. Although they did battle bravely, they ended up going down by 19 runs. And then, well, this turned out to be match of the day. Italy bowled out with 7 balls left on the table for 71. Bartram once again top scoring, 25 for her. Darcy Carton with 3 for 13. Messiera 2 for 11 and Molly Parker 2 wickets. In Scotland, well, they were all over them early. Watson with 35 before she was out, but then she was kind of brought back from the dead for the golden ball. It was tied at 71. She knocked it into a gap, ran 2, and that was Scotland's first win in ECC-W cricket. So we look at the table, and it's actually pretty close after the second day's play, although Scotland have played one more game than all the other teams. But imagine if they hadn't won that golden ball. It would have been a very, very different story. But England undefeated at the top. They're top versus bottom, but like I said, when these two teams last met on Monday, Scotland certainly seemed in the game, didn't they? So it's just a matter of Scotland trying to pick up those early wickets and to try and restrict England, I think, to double digits. That's a bit of a key. Good to see Snehal and Meeta on field for match number 9 as we hear the famous ECC anthem composed specifically for the Euros of cricket. Conditions today in Karthama, currently 8 degrees and a little bit fresh, but it's a typical morning really. I think we'll have a bit of sunshine, expecting 16 degrees. The players know what to expect by now. Scottish fans certainly, I think, buoyed by the efforts of the team yesterday. And there's the English openers ready to go out there and do the job. And I'm not surprised they are going with Tilly Casterman again, providing that left-hand, right-hand combination. Amelia Lamb to open up for England as well. Quick good morning to everyone on the chat as well. You might have heard from me already this morning, apparently, based on what I heard in there. But yeah, Croom's in there, Johnny Heesum's there, Scotty is there from the ECN Supporters Club Australia as well. And yeah, good morning to Wayne and everybody else. Bet you're excited as we are for a really exciting day's cricket. 4 matches on the way. There's Tilly. Really impressed me yesterday. Another person that impressed me yesterday is about to join me, actually, as we have a quick look at the win predictor. England 11, 83% to 17. Oh, Scotland X. That sounds cool. Probably just missed a letter there, but someone that didn't miss a beat yesterday was Christina Goff. And Tina, you're with me all day today. Welcome to the broadcast.
Yeah, what an honour to be here all day. I could say it could be a bit warmer. I'm kind of glad I'm not out there at the moment. It's a bit chilly. Nice, bright, early start. I'm hoping for a bit of sun later. But yeah, looking forward to a long and fun day.
Yeah. Well, it's not as long as some days, luckily. 4 games today. Anyway, it is going to be Parker. It's going to be a good contest. First up, first ball of the day. Get through for a single. Oh,
ooh, hello.
It's the bat. Oh, shades of 2019 World Cup in the later stages. But yeah, how was your night yesterday? And I've got to say, you must have heard as well. Must have had a lot of messages saying that you did a great job on the commentary yesterday.
Yeah, I had a few messages here and there. Some of my German teammates were tuning in as well. So yeah, it was a great, fun day yesterday. Double the workload today, so you're going to have to look after me today.
Double the workload. I quite enjoyed my game off yesterday. Caught up on a few things.
I'm sure nice. Rico's got his feet up at the moment.
I bet he does.
And that's just drifting down leg, I think. But I like the move of opening with Molly Parker, left arm over. There's a few left arm over seamers in this tournament. Being a former left arm seamer myself, I do love to see it, the shape into the right hander especially.
You have an unnatural advantage. That's something that we've kind of noticed over a while now. The left arm bowlers would like to run the numbers, just any left arm. You're a bit of a different proposition.
That's a lovely shot, crunched through the covers. That'll give her a bit of confidence early up. Can't do much about that. Obviously in the power play, 2 out. You're not going to put someone out in the covers quite yet. Slightly over pitched maybe from Molly Parker, but dispatched to the boundary by Lamb.
Classical shot, little slight forward press there. It's a good step. A slight slip after the shot, but as far as the execution, it was textbook, wasn't it, from Lamb? Cara Green thought that was hilarious. Why not? Great start for England.
All smiles so far.
Yeah, so good comeback from Parker. And yeah, so Lamb getting the team off to a good start. Yep. Parker's had a bit of a knack of coming up with early wickets and big wickets in the series. Let's see if she can do it early here for Scotland.
Well, you've got the left-hand, right-hand combination for England as well, which I always like in an opening partnership. You've got the bowlers on early. They've only just got up, only just had breakfast, and suddenly they've got to adjust their line every ball. So
new ball being a bit unpredictable sometimes, the way it swings. We see it all the time. I'm a little bit surprised that maybe it's just one of those things. Yeah, like I said, out of the whole squad, Kesterman's the only left-hander in there. Last ball of the over here.
And that's just hit to covers. Won't take a run there, so that's a solid first over from Molly Parker. 6 for no wicket. England will be plodding along nicely. I think they've got firepower all the way through their lineup as well.
Yeah, they do. But let's have a quick look at the numbers after day 2 of the Premier Division. Now, this includes the Challenger Division as well, so how about that? We've got over 3,500 runs now. I've gone over it. 100 maximos. I think we went past that yesterday. But yeah, these include both divisions. So in the Premier, you can see that the run rate's a bit higher. 9.1 runs and over. So it's basically saying that 91's par. I suppose it depends on the individual teams playing, but we're also seeing that maximo rate. We're seeing a 6 on average every 2 overs or thereabouts. Gone over 100 fours and 100 wickets in the series already. That's only in 2 days.
I think we'll pass 1,500 runs today, so I love those kind of statistics. I could look at those all day. Second over, Catherine Fraser, captain, stepping up. First ball is 1 bounce through mid-wicket, so that's a good start for Lamb. First ball to the boundary. Dropped a slightly short there by Catherine Fraser. I think that the ball's going to be quite wet, so you can see she's got the towel out, drying it after every delivery.
Yeah.
That one just dropped a little short.
This is just an error in length, isn't it? And it's well put away.
Similar length there. She almost went the same way to mid-wicket, but not quite hit properly. Lamb's annoyed with herself there that she didn't get hold of that. Just trickles away to the 45 for a single. Obviously getting the left-hander on strike, so slight adjustments in the field. Everyone offside, onside, doing a bit of a Macarena, coming in, coming out.
You're a bit young to know the Macarena.
You're too kind, Vinny.
I know how old you are, so I said it knowing that.
So we've got long on, deep mid wicket out for the left-hander.
That ball short. Doesn't.
Yeah, she's throwing it in quite short at the moment. I'd like to see it floated up there. Of course, she doesn't want to get hit straight back over her head because she's got. Well, for the right-hander, she does have long on out. Obviously, as a batter, you do like hitting through the line, especially if the spinner's early on. So maybe that's why she's dropping it a little short. And that's what happens if you do overpitch it. 1 bounce to the boundary, over cover for 4. It's a lovely shot. And after Tilly kind of took the initiative yesterday, it looks like Amelia Lamb is on the move today, early up.
Yeah, and to be honest, as a bowler, I think I'd rather a batter hit me for 4 like this. Draw them forward, maybe an error, maybe doesn't come out of the middle, and it's more likely to get a miss hit, but still, it's too good from Lamb.
5th ball of the over, and it's a carbon copy. That one's gone even longer, all the way for 6. And that was a lovely shot from Lamb. It's got her into the 20s already after just a handful of balls. She hasn't had too many opportunities to bat so far in this tournament, but she's making the most of the opportunity now, and that was a lovely shot. Yeah. Slightly wide, slightly over pitch.
It's kind of away from her eye line as well, so it's a remarkable shot, really. And I think she's impressed. She got it all the way. So yeah, I think batting first is what I'd be doing.
That's a better response from Catherine Fraser. Dot ball to end the second over, so England are 22 for no loss. Good power play so far for England. Maybe I'm going to add to the ECC dictionary, but I always say about 30 in the power play.
Yeah, it's regional,
Okay.
So, we go to Barcelona where I think the average run rate there's about 16 and over, so 30's probably maybe in the first over is good.
Okay, so we're talking about the Cartama 30 then.
I think the ECC-W, I think you're happy with 30. Anything more than that's a bonus. Quick look at the table again. England can go clear at the top of the table here, and remember, same format as you'd be very familiar with from last week, with the top team straight through to the final. The second team will have to win 1 game to get to the final. Third and fourth will have to win 2. So yeah, it's really important. I think every position in the ladder.
Well, every point matters. We saw that last week, especially with a few of the washouts. That it went down to the last couple of balls for Spain against us, whether we took 2nd or 3rd place. This is Molly Parker. start of the third over, and the first one has been hit straight over long off. That was a beautiful shot. Tilly coming in on the action now. She's seen enough from the non-striker's end, wants to get in on it, and that's a beautiful shot straight over long off.
Tilly's different gravy. I got to see her from the fan zone, so I had a slightly different perspective yesterday, but she was hitting big bombs, wasn't she? And that's no exception.
Oh, it's fresh off her 71 off 29 against Ireland yesterday. She'll be full of confidence, I'm sure. Second ball from Molly Parker. Slightly fuller there. Got away with it. It's just going to be a 1 through to square leg. But we were talking about yesterday as well. A low full toss is a good delivery, I think, especially if you've just been hit over long off. Get it back on their pads a bit. And
we see that probably particularly in the men's game as well, that if you're going to miss your Yorker, missing slightly full's better than missing slightly short, because it's just an easy to step hit and a lot of them disappear out of the ground.
that's just going to... Oh, and I think some of that early morning dew has not helped the fielder there. It's kind of skipped on off the pitch, and it has gone through for 4.
Yeah, Faisal there, and I think the early call just got her thinking quite aggressive, got her thinking about the run out, and she kind of spent it before she had it, didn't she? Forgot the most important thing, which was to field it in the first place. This is turning into a very, very good start for England.
Yeah, and you can see that the ball is wet. Molly's just drying off on her hands before she runs in. 4th ball of the over. And that one has gone high. It's a chance, and it's taken at long on. So that's the end of Emma Lamb. A nice little cameo from her. 24, which is, I think, as an opener, you'd take that. Of course, you'd want to go big, but it was a solid catch at long on.
Yeah, and I think you don't want your captain to step up, don't you? So, Catherine Fraser, this is not as easy as it looks first thing in the morning, because it's what is it, 8 degrees, still 8 degrees. And also, you know the enormity of the moment, because nothing's really gone right for the Scottish 11 so far. But Fraser does a good job, and she does get Lamb. Goes for a bright 24 though, 33 for 1.
Yeah, I think you take that. She's been promoted up the order. Cleared the rope once, got a couple of 4s. She'll be happy with that. In comes number 3, which today is Amy Gordon.
Yeah, nice to see Amy out there. She's so much talent in this English lineup. I know there's a lot of eyeballs on this team as well, obviously, with the opportunities that present themselves in the modern game.
Yeah, and she's got 7 off 2 against Scotland yesterday, so she'll be looking forward to this longer opportunity today. Molly coming in. That's a good delivery. It's not a nice one for Amy first up. Bit fuller, swinging outside off stump. It's a nice dot ball, nice response. And yeah, that early wicket's definitely going to help Scotland a bit. England were threatening to get off to a bit of a flyer, so that's put the brakes on a bit. We're going into the final ball of the 3rd over. Amy Gordon on strike. And Amy Gordon has gone big. Oh, and that's brilliantly fielded there out on the boundary by Darcy Carter out there. I think she did just enough to stick out a paw. I don't think she touched the rope. Let's have a look on the replay.
Definitely looked pretty clean to me. The only thing is that last step before she slaps it. Is it inside the field of play? We'll get as good a look as we can. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a tight one. It's going to be a frame by frame one.
That might be 4 after all, because
yeah,
on the rope there, I think that's in the act of the slap.
Mid-slap.
To get kind of a bit Will Smith. But I think for me, that probably will be 4, but anyway.
We're taking a close look at it. It was a fantastic effort, so it's worth taking every moment.
If there's doubt, they'll call it as a clean stop, but yeah, just tend to think that probably was 4. We'll see what it was called in the end. We'll find out, but that will be the end of the power. They have called it 4, so I think that's the right call. So 37 for 1 at the end of 3. Great effort there, but just another thing that's gone against the Scots so far. Only one real bright spot, the wicket of Lamb in the power play.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough out there for the fielders this early in the morning. The field will still be wet. The ball is skipping along, and it's hard to grip for the bowlers. It's going to be a lot of cold hands out there. I hope they have their hand warmers in their pockets, but Darcy Carter did really well to even get a hand on that. She'll be disappointed that she just stepped over the rope at the wrong moment. But yeah, going into the 4th over now, we have Maisie Masira on for her first bowl of the day. She's going right on round. And that one is a take, and that's a brilliant catch out at mid-wicket. Picked out the fielder there. Well, I think Maisie Masiri will be slightly relieved at that. It was straying down leg side slightly, but she picked out, the batter picked out the only fielder out there.
Fielding's keeping him in it, and particularly the catching. And it's your favourite here, Kirsty McCall, who's taken it.
Merry Christmas.
'Tis the season. How about this, though? This is also a bit of a Maximo robber, I think. So you save 6 runs, and also you remove the form banner for the English 11. Kesterman got a piece of it, but not the whole thing. So Masira comes on, has an immediate impact. A small window of opportunity for Scotland 11 presents itself, 37 for 2.
And what a brilliant take that was by Kirsty McCall. If you look at the replay, she's mid-air when she takes that catch. Not only does she have to think about the trajectory of the ball, she also has the boundary rope behind her. She was a bit cool, calm and collected in her celebration. I would have been doing laps of the pitch with that take, but it was a brilliant catch.
Because she also kind of had to stick the landing, right?
Yeah.
So look how close she is, and obviously you got a little bit of the moisture still in the surface. But she kind of stuck the landing, didn't she?
Yeah,
Made sure she didn't go back towards the rope. Wesley comes in. I think she's been excellent so far with the bat and the ball.
And
She comes in at 4.
And that's the thing with this English lineup. One great batter departs and another one comes in, so it's a bit of a relentless lineup, but Jasmine Wesley on strike for her first ball now. And again, that's a great ball from Molly, and she'll be very happy with the first 2 balls she's bowled here. She wants to get a move on. She knows that the momentum is kind of hopefully shifting from her perspective towards Scotland, so she wants to keep the pressure on, get through the balls as quickly as she can. Every dot ball really counts here in this T10 format. And that one has been hit hard, firmly, but well fielded out a deep square leg. It's just the 1 run there.
So Masira's a really interesting bowler. She's got kind of a natural leg cut roll to her action. Sometimes she does it more than others, but it just comes out to be a really clever change of pace. It's kind of subtle, but it's quite effective.
Yeah, you can see she's rolling the ball in her run-up. She wants to make sure it comes out well. And that one's been hit nicely, and it's going to go all the way just past wide mid-off. So that's a lovely shot there by Amy Gordon to take her to 8 runs off 3 balls. That'll be a bit of a relief for England as well. They were just getting... Scotland were having where they were winning that one, but yeah, if you can pull out a drive like that, didn't really get her feet to it, but she can just trust her hands to smoke that one.
Yeah, trust your hands, trust your eyes. Punch that one into the gap. Masira with the comeback ball. Would love to grab another big fish here in Gordon.
And there is that slow delivery you're talking about. It seems to wobble in the air, and it'd be interesting to see how that comes out of her hand.
I love this ball because the arm action, the arm speed is the same, but this is the one she accentuates what I think is quite a natural kind of pulling down the left-hand side of the ball.
Yeah.
And one's maybe a bit more kind of side of the hand.
I mean, that one went sideways.
Halfway to the back of the hand, but yeah, and there's no discernible change. I think Masira's a very good prospect.
Yeah.
I liked her over. It does go to the boundary, but it does pick up the big wicket of Kesterman off the first ball she bowls, and after 4 overs, England 11 are 43 for 2.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for variation, changes of pace, especially in this format where batters, as soon as they get their iron, they just swing from the hip. And if you just have that subtle change of pace, I mean, that one turned sideways almost. So if you get that and a change of pace, then you're really kind of outsmarting the batters.
Yeah, it's like a side of the hand. I said it kind of rolls out the side, but it's almost a 90 degrees to the genuine back of the hand up. But yeah, Masira, I think she's got a lot to her game. I like it. Anyway, England listed 100 expected at this stage.
I think they'll take that, but they'll be wanting a bit more as well. I mean, they're only 2 wickets down. We've got Darcy Carter into the action now. She got 3 for 13 against Italy. Picked up a wicket against the Netherlands as well. Her first ball just strayed outside that wide line. Couldn't be picked up by Ellen Watson behind the stumps
good
as well.
throw. Here's trouble. Oh, had to go blindly there, did Ellen Watson. Oh, this is a lot going on here. First, she gets unnatural drift, and it kind of beats Watson all ends up, and then they took on a 2 that probably wasn't there. Watson had to just kind of blindly go at the stumps. Probably don't have time to see the whole thing, but yeah, it was a genuine chance to get rid of the dangerous Amy Gordon.
The second ball has been dispatched. So after the chaos of the first ball, second ball has been hit over deep square for 6. It's a lovely shot, just a nice swing of the bat there.
Oh, it's a harsh price to pay for the keeper missing cricket's version of pin the tail on the donkey. The next one goes over the fence, 6 runs. So England putting on a bit of a show here. Hard to believe this is the same side that were only able to score 77 against a Scotland team that were pretty much doubted out at that stage on opening night. It's a good sweep. Clears the boundary by loads.
Yeah, and Amy Gordon's got off to a flying start here, 15 off 6. She'll want to build on that. England have had a few half innings so far, so they're going to go for a big score. And there's possibly another one. Yep, that's going to go all the way over the head of Abby Aitken-Drummond out there at Cow Corner. Cow Corner's maybe a bit harsh. That was a lovely swing of the bat as well.
This is the modern cricketer. They'll play a ball on length. There's a natural swing of the bat. I think Abby did everything she could. She got right back to the rope, realised she didn't have a play on it. Maddie Ward looks thrilled about it.
Amy Gordon swung hard again there, and she's going to get the rub of the green there. Not quite where and she falls over, ends up on the deck. The ball's over the boundary. She's on the floor. Her teammates are loving it. But she's got the 4 runs, and that's what counts for her.
It's not necessarily the prettiest bit of cricket we'll see today. It was genuine bat speed. That's how it gets to the line. And let's have a look. Well, that's the aftermath. I think she might have made the cardinal rule of trying to turn from off the pitch. No one's really listened to my advice to stay on the pitch at all times.
You have said it a few times now, Vinny. That one has just broken through the hands. That was a tough chance there. She looks upset with herself, just Megan McCall, but that was a tough chance there. Sorry, Kirsty McCall out there at deep square leg.
Yeah.
Got head in her hands. I think that was a tough one.
Half chance, really. But it's not a zero chance. Kind of
be on the boundary. That's what we were told in Germany. Stay on the boundary. Yeah, she tries to go again there, does Amy Gordon. Doesn't quite. I think she might have taken a pad on the way through. Yeah. Takes her to 31.
What a start for England. They are flying right now, and Scotland just trying to grab at the crumbs, aren't they? As well as we'll get ready for last ball of the 5th.
Jasmine Wesley's been a bit starved of the strike, but she does knock that one through to deep mid-wicket. That takes her just to 2 off her 3 balls, and that takes England to 70 for 2 off 5 overs.
Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Christina Goff. Great to have you with us for your first full day. And I've just realised that our colour combination, if you put it together, we are classic bananas in pyjamas. Now, are they all around the world? I think they're an Australian.
This isn't a fairy tale of New York situation.
Okay, so we are bananas in pyjamas. Also, have you noticed that we've been blinged up a little bit? And that's thanks to Helena and Maggie, who came up, and they've given us a bit of tinsel. And it's good that it's golden, because we had our first golden ball last night. Did you see it?
I saw it.
Crazy.
I was glued to my screen. I'm glad you guys are in the box for that, because I think I would have been a bit overwhelmed with my first golden ball.
That's okay. Well, you'll get your first one, I'm sure, soon enough. Who knows? Maybe even today. Here's Rico's off, but he'll be back tomorrow. I'll be having a bit of a break tomorrow as well. But then we're gearing up, because it's hard to believe there's only 4 days left in the season, including today. And then we'll have a bit of a break before coming back fairly early in 2025. Let's go back. And Forrester Smith is going to get over number 6. Well, that one is a tight one, but they'll get it. And Wesley, once again, will have to give the strike away. But why not when you've got a player like Gordon going at 300 strike rate plus?
Well, that's what we were saying with the England lineup. You get rid of a dangerous player like Tilly Kestevan, who scored so many runs yesterday, and in comes Amy Gordon. She says, it's my day today. She's on 31 off 10. She's on strike here.
Okay. That's going to be out to mid-wicket, just a single. Yeah, so in Scotland, I suppose they'll be buoyed by the fact that their bats have been improving as well. But this is one of those games with the bottom of the table at the moment, like, really, really tight. I think only 1 point separating 3rd, 4th and 5th. That if Scotland, if they don't get the win, if they could at least get the point, I think it could be really important as well. Still very early to say, though.
That's a good response there. England will still sneak through for the single, but yeah, as we've seen last week as well, and also this week, anyone can beat anyone. So Scotland might be at the bottom of the table now, but they got that golden ball win yesterday, and hopefully they'll get a bit of confidence from that. And they've still got a few games to go, so maybe they pull off an upset here or get a win later in the day, and suddenly the table changes, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Every game having an impact on the standings.
That one is, I think that might be a variation as well. So Scotland aren't afraid to throw in the variations, which is a great move from them. You've got to keep the batters on their toes.
It's one thing to have variations, but they need to be accurate. And that's one thing I think they've done really well. Yeah, I was saying yesterday, because Italy played Ireland and Scotland. If you saw the Ireland-Scotland game on day one, Ireland absolutely thumped Scotland. But then in the end, Italy thrashed Ireland and lost to Scotland.
And that's the beauty of this game,
yeah.
isn't it? And that one's just straight down leg side. She'll have to re-bowl that one. It depends who steps up on the day. So you've had Tilly Kesterman stepping up for England yesterday. Amy Gordon is threatening to do it today, but who knows? We could see a big innings from a Scotland player. We haven't seen a huge innings from any Scottish players so far.
Well,
so
even
maybe
when they won last night, Watson scored 35 and then, of course, the golden ball. But no one else was able to crack double figures. So yeah, I think they just needed
that's what they
a few
need.
more contributors.
That one's just swiped away to deep mid-wicket. Should just be the one. Nice pick-up out there by Darcy Carter, who's a solid fielder.
Good fielding. Great arm. Yeah, the focus is real for England 11. I mean, I suppose they're favourites, maybe even quite caliente favourites for back-to-back titles here. But
Yeah.
there's 4 teams gunning for that trophy as well.
That's the last ball of the 6th over here from Forrester Smith. And that one has gone high and long and mighty. Straight over, long on for 6. That takes Amy Gordon to 39 off just 13 deliveries. And England are really flying here, aren't they, Vinny?
That was a monster, wasn't it? Just kind of released the wrist. Thanks very much. We actually saw the scorer's box. Still has a dent in it from yesterday, from the one that went up there. Funny how you got 3 supposed cricketers up there and no one even tried to catch it. It's the end of 6 overs right here, though. And right now, England in the box seat. 82 for 2.
And they'll definitely be looking at well into the hundreds at this point. They've still got 4 overs left. They've got batters in the shed. Amy Gordon is looking like she's in the mood for a big one today. So, yeah, let's see what Scotland have in response. They need to pull out a wicket or 2 from somewhere. It looks like they're turning to Molly Barber-Smith to bowl. I mean, she got a wicket or 2 last couple of games, so maybe she can do the business for Scotland.
It's a player we didn't see early in the tournament for Scotland, but yeah, I liked what she was able to provide yesterday. Here she is.
And that one has swiped over the keeper. It's going to be a tough chase, and she does brilliantly there, the fielder there at third. That's Molly Parker. She bowls left-handed, so that might have been to her stronger side, diving to her left, but nevertheless, it was an amazing effort there. And I think they might just check it, or no, they think it's...
I think it looked pretty clean to
Looks
me.
clean.
We'll have a second look at it, but yeah, Parker's a brilliant cricketer in all facets of the game.
Yeah, and that's a brilliant effort. She, doesn't get anywhere near the rope until the ball is well clear. So, yeah, it's a boundary-saving dive there from her.
Love that effort. Gordon, though, will come back and keep the strike. 39 and counting.
She goes down the pitch, so that will only be a quick 1 through to cover. Threat of overthrows.
Yeah,
It's difficult when it bounces on that Astro to get your hands down to it.
Yeah, definitely. Probably one I would have been looking for, just with Gordon so hot right now. It's you mentioned earlier that you're familiar with the Macarena.
Yeah.
Are there any other kind? And I'm not saying it's uncool, but let's just say it's
What are you saying, Vinny?
it's a bit dated.
I'll take that. I'll take
Okay.
that.
There's another question.
And that one, it's kind of stuck in the pitch. They are going to scamper through for the 1.
So is there anything else? Tell us. We want to know a little bit more about you. We want to peek behind the
Okay.
curtain, so to speak. Is there anything kind of like any guilty pleasures, or have you got any kind of like? Are you a bit nerdy in some respects?
Oh, definitely a bit
Big
nerdy.
nerd?
Big nerd. Big
Okay.
nerd. Guilty pleasures, a lot of reality TV. I spend a lot of
Oh,
time.
really?
Yeah.
All right, good.
That's
It's going to be a good day.
Love Island. Just all.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry to my parents.
Turn off now.
That one's just going to be checked for height, I imagine. It's drifted down the leg side. It's a question whether that's going to be a no ball or a wide. They're going to check it. The umpires, their hands are twitching. It looks like they want to give a no ball.
Is no. I think this is pretty clear.
Yeah. She took a step outside, but I think it's not dropping.
Actually, Seago past line. It's still waist high. So no ball will be called. Pretty good stop by Watson down the leg side. So Love Island. So even because I've been doing this now for a few years full time, I've kind of I used to love watching The Bachelor.
Okay, yeah, I've never got into that one.
As managed as it was, it's interesting just to see who gets on and who doesn't.
Yeah, it's just like
but
a...
Love Island's like that, but just a bit trashier. They have a word for it in Spanish. You know what it is?
No,
Telebasura.
that's...
This means TV trash.
Yeah, I'll take that. But I spend a lot of my time doing statistics.
Well, now you're probably famous enough. You could be on like I'm a Celebrity.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Could you?
Eating some spiders in the jungle.
Why not?
That has been absolutely smoked. The paramedics are going to have to take evasive action because that has just come right out of the screws of the
boy.
bat. Amy Gordon is on a big innings here.
Well, there's Maggie up there. She was doing our Christmas decorations a moment ago. But I want to know if the paramedics get hurt, then who helps the paramedics?
It's like a philosophical
Yeah.
question, isn't it?
Well, Maggie's there.
It's just dropped short. England
Maybe she
were
will.
Ria Fackrell there, who's not involved today, clearly wants to get involved in the action.
Barbara Smith has put the sawdust on the pitch, but I hate to break it to it. That's actually only going to make things worse. That's something you can do on a turf pitch.
Yeah, I think she's used to it. And that's been smacked hard and flat, and it's going to evade the dive of Faisal at mid-off. And that takes Amy Gordon to a very, very impressive and speedy half-century.
Yeah.
That's her 50 off just 17 balls.
Jeez, what a good innings. And she scored all around the wicket. You can see it there. 5 Maximos, 4 fours in her knock. She is class, isn't she? And get some genuine congratulations from Watson, who knows a few things about hitting a hard ball as well.
Yeah, well, I always love on the 50 graphic when there's more sixes than dot balls. You know that's a good thing.
You know it's been a good day. Yeah, basically bowling into something you'd see more on a farm than a cricket pitch actually at the moment, where a front foot's landing here, Molly.
And that's, yeah, I think she's just struggling a bit. The ball's wet and...
So
yeah.
on a turf pitch, the sawdust can go in because there's a little kind of holes and undulations. It'll basically flatten the surface. But now you're trying to put it on an artificial surface, and what's going to happen is you're going to slip more.
Yeah. So I think she's used to the...
I think sawdust is a myth in our cricket.
Yeah.
But people love to go down to the shop and we end up with mounds of the stuff.
Well,
we end up just kind of sweeping it around.
It's just mind games cricket, really. It's nothing to do with actual physical ability. The last ball of the 7th over has just been kind of farmed out to deep mid-wicket. That takes Amy Gordon to 51, keeps the strike for her as well, which I'm sure she'll be happy about. England have moved to 98 for 2 off the 7 overs.
So this is a look at what we've seen and where we are in the ECC-W 24. Of course, we had the Challenger Division, which started on the 9th of December. And it's hard to believe that's over a week ago now, but it was. And now we're into Premier Division, of course. News also, in case you missed it from the Challenger Division, that Jersey have earned promotion for the 2025 Premier Division. Czechia will go down, but there will be a new emerging division, which I think is really, really exciting. And Czechia, I think, well, I know that, fingers crossed, they'll have their first ECC-W win in December 2025. But I know just the feedback from all the players as well, that they really enjoyed the experience. They did some extra training on the finals day as well. Austria and Czechia had a combined session. And actually, they know each other really well. Czechia played their first T20 International during the year against Austria as well, and their neighbouring countries. And Czechia, also a neighbouring country of Germany. So
Yeah, what's the
who
view?
knows? The day will come where you'll be playing maybe T20 Internationals against the Czechs in a few years.
Well, I'd love to see that. They're a brilliant bunch of girls. And into the 8th over now, Forrester Smith has the ball in her hand for her 2nd over. Amy Gordon, you can see she's trying to hit the leather off every single ball. That one's just gone for a 1. That brings Jasmine Wesley back on strike, who's been a bit starved of the strike, but I'm sure she's been more than happy watching Amy Gordon from the non-striker's end.
She's FOMOing pretty hard, I think, Jasmine.
See, we need these modern references now. We're talking about Fairy Tale of New York, Bananas and Pyjamas. Let's get some modern slang in there. Love Island, FOMO.
Might need some help.
2nd ball of the over, and Jasmine Wesley happy to get her friend Amy Gordon back on strike. She says, you're in form, you go and hit it out of the park.
Better than nothing. Takes the 1. 100's up as well for the England 11. And still plenty of balls left on the table. Yeah, it's been nice. I've been able to work with some, I suppose, millennials.
Yeah.
Is that the word?
Yeah, I'm not quite Gen Z. I think Gen Z is probably the girls who are out there at the moment. I think I'm a bit more of a millennial.
No, my age.
Oh, and yeah, she's been psyched out by the sawdust there, I reckon.
I'd be calling for the broom, saying, get that out of here.
It looks like there's been a hamster running around.
Bowling into a cloud.
Just get a gas mask on just to get down to the other end. She's giving deep breath.
I reckon half the sawdust from the pile has gone on that 1 foot mark.
Oh, and that one dropped a bit short. Amy Gordon was about half an hour early on that shot. It must have died in the sawdust bowl.
The only good thing is that when the batter's trying to concentrate on the ball, it's coming out of like a cloud of exploding sawdust. And that maybe caused the miss hit. See, she was early on that.
Yeah.
Well through the shot.
The sawdust at the top of the run-up as well, and it's just going to get wet and a bit mucky as well, and that one's dropped short again. Amy Gordon is just looking at herself in disgust. It was there to be hit, and she's just nailed it straight at the 45. 1 metre either side, and that would have been another 4-tur collection.
Good to see Ian, by the way, from the Premier League Cricket Club in the chat. Good to see you with us as well.
Well, you say that, but have you seen his comment about your suit? I think I need
Ian's
some
good friend of the
sunglasses.
show. Yeah, you can have some sunglasses. Just borrow them off the England team. They've always got heaps of spare pairs.
Oh, we're in danger here, Vinny. That's smoked over long off, just about 1 metre past the commentary booth.
Oh, you.
My hands were ready. I was
Yeah.
up. I was up.
Yeah, well, I knew to dodge. So actually, that brings us to a new ECN teachable moment, which
Okay.
is Rule 1 is protect the equipment.
Right.
The Rule 1 of commentary isn't actually be a good commentator or make insights or anything. Rule 1 in the ECN commentary box is protect the commentary.
Okay.
So I have an emergency position.
You don't count as part of the equipment.
Yeah, no, I'll heal, but the computers won't.
Okay.
So that was a little nice moment to bring that up. By the way, that was an absolute giant strike from
Oh,
Gordon.
was.
Last ball, the 8th.
She's gone hard again, and she's picked out the gap beautifully. So that will take her into the 60s. That takes England to 110 for 2 off 8 overs. There's 2 overs left. They're looking at a big, big score here, Vinny.
Yeah, they sure are. And Scotland, based on how they've batted so far in the tournament, a point would be a good result from here, I think. But I suppose it's too early to give it up. And Gordon putting on a show, end of the 8th over, 110 for 2. Yeah, Johnny mentioned that Charlie Hunt graduated, and yeah, Charlie's been part of our commentary team for almost 3 years now. They had a bit of a break. He's been completing his studies in business and broadcasting, and I know he's got a gig with Leicestershire.
Oh, what a
I know the way Charlie's thinking. He's probably thinking he can work his way into the team as well, despite starting in the media team. It'd be an unusual way to get in.
Well, you got to start somewhere, work your way up the ladder.
Well, I had a guy I played with, actually played for Australia when he just went to go watch the game, and there was a late injury, and they said, "Hey, can you play?" True story.
Really?
Luke Palmer's back in, it's about 2006, something like that. Yeah, so he went to the game. It was a T20 international. Can't remember who it was against. But, and they said, look, and obviously he was playing for WA at the time, and they said, can you play? And so his girlfriend had to go back, get his kit bag, and they brought it, and he played. He even hit 6.
I mean, the rookie error there is you've got to have your kit bag in the car at any moment.
Yeah.
And, I've been caught off guard here, but I happen to have my kit bag in the car.
He's probably lucky he hadn't gotten sunk in the tinnies yet.
Maisie Masira's coming back for her second over. It's the 9th. And as I learned yesterday, Vinny, everything happens in the 9th. It's been a low-key 9th so far.
Okay. I like Masira, though. Really like her skills with the changes of pace. She seems to have a good sense of when to use which delivery as well, and how often to use the change of pace.
Well, you can see the camera's kind of zooming in on her hands there. I think she has different balls coming out of her hands differently as well. This one looks like she's just going seam up. We'll see what comes out. Yeah, that was another change of pace.
Yeah.
You can't pick it.
No, that's the thing. Her grip, I think, is pretty similar.
Yeah.
It's just what she does with her wrist is different. So that's why you don't get too many cues.
She's loving the over so far. It's 3 balls down, and Amy Gordon, having flown to 62 off 25, she'll want a big finish here. She'll be eyeing that boundary. And yeah, well bowled again.
See, it's quicker, but it was you don't know until it's on you. It's very good bowling.
As we said before, cricket's just a mind game, and if you can get the batter thinking what's coming next. So I mean, speaking as a batter, we like to just not think most of the time. So if you get a bowler actually making you think, then you know you're in trouble. And Maisie's bowling excellently here so far. Again, slower ball, and Amy, she sees it early, but it's just coming so slowly that she can think about 5 different shots by the time it arrives at her.
So Wesley will get the chance. And she really impressed me on opening day. Obviously, still plenty of cricket to go. This has probably been just one of those innings that she hasn't been able to find the boundary. Well, she hasn't been able to find it at all, actually, in 10 balls, so she'll be disappointed with that. But she kind of has the free swing at it here, I think, last ball of the 9th.
Another slower ball. Brilliant. That was a brilliant over from Messiera there. The 9th over, everything happens in it, but there for Scotland, nothing happened,
Yeah,
and that's exactly what they wanted.
They're happy with it. You're right. That's a bit of a masterclass, and it's the hardest thing to do as well. You've got essentially 2 set batters that have been there for what feels like ages, and they're trying to up the ante. So only 2 runs came off that over. She finishes with 1 for 8. Really
take
good
that.
outing from Maisie.
Yeah, and if you look at the economies of everyone else, Maisie is just a standout performer so far. We'll see who steps up for the final over. It looks like captain is taking the responsibility. She's doing a lot of drying of the ball. I know it's still going to be wet out there, and obviously now the sawdust is in play as well.
Yeah, well, she's avoiding the sawdust, so that's smart. Anyway, here's Fraser. Gordon, 63.
The first, there is cover out there, but nowhere near that ball. That's a flat 6 straight over cover. Takes Amy Gordon to 69 off 28 balls, and that was a lovely shot.
Yeah, what a shot. Absolutely belted again. It's through the line of the ball, doesn't fight the angle, just kind of reflects the angle. And England 11 being led by Amy Gordon here. Signed for Kent in 2025, as Ian's reminded us in the chat. Mentioned that earlier in the week as well.
Yeah, Kent will be in Tier 2 next year of this new Project Darwin setup. They'll be, I'm sure, hoping to get into Tier 1. It's all
Project Darwin. It sounds very kind of
space age,
top secret, doesn't it?
I think they need to put the documents
They'll
in.
be growing some of the cricketers in labs as well.
You never know. AI, the wonders of AI nowadays. That one's just a low full
Project
toss.
Darwin elicits a feeling of like the natural selection.
Yeah. Survival of the fittest.
Darwinistic.
Yeah, you don't want to know what happens to the team that finishes bottom. Project Darwin is brutal.
Like you drop 100 players and there's only like 11 spots on the team bus.
Cricket Hunger Games, that's what it is.
Yeah. Now there's a tournament I watch.
And that is absolutely smoked. I thought one of our crew were going to take the catch there, but it has been hit straight over the boundary through mid-wicket. That's another flat 6.
Trying to see
from Amy Gordon.
Who that is. That might be Danny. He's one of my Spanish teachers, so it's important he doesn't get injured.
Okay.
See?
Did well to get out of the way of it. I think he was lining up for it.
He's also got the stairs as an added complication. So the first one that's gone up into the fan zone today. And 76. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is now the highest individual score of the Premier Division.
I think
Amy Gordon.
I think it will end at... That was proper commentator's curse there from you. She'll finish on 76, but it's still a tremendous knock from Amy. 76 off 31 balls.
Brilliant knock.
Good response from Catherine Fraser there.
Yeah.
Got hit for 6, comes back, gets a wicket.
And I actually liked also she went slower. I think sometimes you got to play on the batter's pride a little bit rather than kind of dart it in, which is probably what they're expecting. She tosses it up, just kind of goes on with the arm. Watson just had to glove it cleanly. She knew she had an easy stumping. But Gordon, well, it's a bit like, when you sub a footballer just before full time, she'll get the chance to get the full round of applause, and she deserves it. 76, including 8 giant strikes. It's 126 for 3, just 1 ball remaining. Yeah,
lovely smile on her face there. I think she was happy with that. She looked a bit like she didn't know what was going on, but maybe she's not quite used to having the camera in her face when she comes off.
All right,
final
last
ball,
and it'll be 2 and 2 for Fraser. So Nolan Davies comes and can't add to the score. And England 11 still going to finish 126 for 4. Catherine Fraser will be on a hat-trick. She'll never be able to complete, but the English 11 winning the toss, batting, and getting to a very, very healthy score here in match 9.
Yeah, I think that must be the highest individual score and team score we've seen at the Premier Division. And yeah, it was pretty much the Amy Gordon show, wasn't it? She's got over half of the team's runs and ably supported throughout. Obviously a bit of a free hit there at the end for Rhiannon getting out stumped, but otherwise, Amelia Lamb contributed 24 off 11. Jasmine Wesley didn't quite get going in the way that she has in the last couple of innings, but if you have Amy Gordon the other end, you just stand and watch and admire, don't you?
Team game, isn't it? And you're right, it is the highest score. It goes past the 114 that England scored yesterday. It goes past the 113 as well. The Netherlands scored in match number 3, but for Scotland 11, look, they want to score the 127. They'd love to do that, but if they can score 89 or more, they will keep their point, and that could also be just as important. Well, this is what was going on, because the Christmas kind of fever was in the air.
I turned my back for 1 minute.
Don't ask too many
dancing.
questions about that. I forgot that happened, but it did make the highlights. But really, plenty of highlights from the English bats. as they were able to hit 10 Maximos on the way to this 126. Amelia Lamb and Kesterman went out there. Kesterman, yesterday's hero, was not able to really recapture that magic, but they had plenty of stars. Lamb with 24, but particularly the 76 from Amy Gordon was a masterclass in hitting.
Yeah, and there's some proper cricket shots in there as well. It wasn't just over the mid-wicket boundary. There were some lovely shots through cover, some really lusty blows. We were in danger once or twice here in the commentary box. Protect that equipment, but there were some good highlights for Scotland as well. Maisie Masira was the pick of the bowlers. Some good catching. That catch in particular was a brilliant catch. A low-key celebration, but I'm sure she'll be happy with that one. And yeah, otherwise, just a masterclass of batting from England and from Amy Gordon in particular. Otherwise, yeah, I think there's a bit of struggling with the conditions out there. The sawdust is now all over the pitch. But I think we need to get the broom out on that one.
We'll have to get the big leaf blower out, won't we? But, you make your own luck sometimes as well. And with Gordon, not everything was out in the middle of the bat. And that's a good example where, she was good luck and bad luck all in the one ball, wasn't it? I'm surprised she didn't call for sawdust in that part of the pitch as well. But England 11, obviously, like I said, they're favourites for the tournament. I don't think there's any other way to say it, especially with Netherlands 11 lacking a couple of players that took them to the final last year. Not that Netherlands don't have the ability to get there again. So I think England 11, they know there's a big target on their back every time they play. Everyone wants to dip at them. Everyone wants to succeed against them. Finally, Gordon's innings came to an end off the penultimate ball, 76, including 8 sixes and 5 fours. And got a great ovation, even though she had the kind of energy of someone that was leaving a courtroom with the camera in their face, but I think she was able to enjoy it a little bit. And then Nolan Davies came out with stumped for a golden derrick. But England, I think, happy with their work. 126 for 4, as it looks like they're just trying to spread that. They're trying to sort that sawdust out now.
He's just like, what are you doing to my pitch?
And we're very sustainable. They're going to be reusing that sawdust. Let's have a look at the scorecard then. Gordon came in at 3. Had plenty of runway, didn't she? She came in just before the end of the power play and ended up with 76 off 31, including 8 Maximos and 5 fours. And Amelia Lamb, 24, opening the batting. Kesterman is a miss from her, but still, didn't waste too much time along the way. Wesley had a kind of supporting role, didn't she? But wasn't actually able to hit a boundary. It didn't really matter because the boundaries were coming anyway, and it's a team game after all. 2 wickets for Fraser and 1 for Molly Parker, but I've got to say that Masira bowled really, really well, showing a good skill set. Without her 1 for 8, Scotland actually would be chasing a lot more for the game and even to keep the point.
Yeah, and there's a lot of talent in the Scotland bowling lineup, and they're showing all their skills, whether it be slower balls, knuckle balls, and they'll take heart from that they're still displaying their skills. And you've just got to say they're coming up against a really strong batting lineup, and when someone's on form like Amy Gordon was today and Kesterman yesterday, it's tough to know what to do as a bowling lineup.
Yeah, so we'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. 127 for Scotland to get the win, and 89 to at least keep their point here in match number 9. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll be back with more cricket just around the corner. You're watching ECN, and this is the ECC-W. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado. Hello and welcome back to the Kartama Oval as the last remnants of the sawdust get blown off the bowler's end. Let's get ready for the second half of match number 9. England 11 coming out to defend 126 against the Scotland 11. Teams meeting for the second time, of course. They met in match number 4. England able to get the win on that occasion, but it was the first signs of life, I think, from the Scottish team, who had a bit of an horrendous debut earlier on in the day against Ireland. But yeah, signs are that they're more than competitive in this division. Scotland did actually pick up their first point in that game back in match 4. And, well, they'll be hoping for a point as a minimum. Just to let you know the situation as far as the bonus point goes, with England scoring 126. If they can restrict Scotland to 70% or less of their total, they will get all 4 points. So if that's 88 or less, England will get all 4 points. Scotland will need 89 or more to keep their point. And if Scotland were able to chase it down in 70% of the time or less, then they would get all 4 points as well. Seems it's very fair. And bonus points been a really exciting addition to ECN cricket in 2024. And actually, it was trialled at the ECC-W last year as the first tournament we had it in. So, to say the women once again setting the pace. Amy Wheeler will be setting a cracking pace, no doubt, as she will open the bowling. Amy's coming back from an injury, so hasn't actually had a lot of bowling, or any bowling, I think, in competitive environment heading into this tournament. So, I'm sure she'll be getting together every single game. Ready, steady, let's go. 127 for the win. Let's get a start with a blast. What a shot. What a shot. Oh, Ellen picking up where she left off last night. What an unbelievable strike. Ellen Watson, golden ball hero last night in golden ball 68. That was just a little kind of dinky shot, but this was pure power. Goes 3 steps down the wicket to Wheeler and puts her miles over the fence. Wow. Can she double down? Tries and misses. Vinnie Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Slightly out of breath after that first ball, but joining me is the MVP of the Challenger Division and fast becoming an MVP and fan favourite in the commentary box, Tina Goff. Welcome back, Tina. What a start.
Yeah, that was an incredible shot from Ellen Watson. We'll need to have a few more of those if Scotland are going to get anywhere close to England's total, but an amazing start there. Yeah, that one's just punted towards mid-on. Just going to be the one. So she's going to bring Niamh Muir on strike. This opening partnership I'm quite liking.
Yeah.
So the first day, Scotland had a different opening pair, and these two are putting together a little partnership now.
I think, you said you're a fan of the reality shows, and it wasn't quite long enough to be a will they or won't they get together. But when they have gotten together, they've had quite a productive partnership.
I think we've just put the mockers on that one, because that one has squirted away straight to cover, and that will be the beginning and the end of Niamh Muir, who goes without troubling the scorers. It's an early wicket for Amy Wheeler and for England. Not the start that Scotland would want after, especially that first ball flying over the boundary for 6, but they've lost their first wicket.
Well, what can I say? Sorry seems to be the hardest word, and I apologise for the commentator curse on Niamh, who is trying to get on with it, and I don't mind that. If you're going to get out, get out trying to be aggressive. The best duck is a golden one in T10 cricket, because we've only wasted the 1 ball. And yeah, for Niamh, I'd like to see her being aggressive. Unfortunately, she'll go for a golden. Derek, good morning, Derek. And the score is 7 for 1. So we had the partnership made in heaven, but unfortunately, she gets a one-way ticket to Heartbreak Hotel. Niamh Muir.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what scoreboard pressure does to you as well. They know Scotland, they've got to go hard early here. Amy Wheeler now, 5th ball of the over. To the new batter, who is Abby Aitken-Drummond, who hasn't had the best of tournaments so far. She'll be wanting a big score. One of the more experienced players for Scotland, I mean, former Scotland captain, captained them to World Cup qualification, where they go on in the tournament. They came 4th in that, I think, over 15 years for Scotland, so she'll really want to use all of her experience today. final ball of the first over. It will be a dot. That gets Scotland to 7 for 1 off the first over. Good first over from Amy Wheeler. She struggled a bit with her lines yesterday. And then we see the graphic. I mean, talk us through that golden ball yesterday,
Golden
Vinny.
Ball 0 is such an exciting place to be, and it's a bit like a homecoming. So I think the highest we've ever had is 405. We only hit the 400 once. We had, this time last year, it was 369 actually. It was the second highest before it got broken. But yeah, you can see there the intensity of the Irish players.
Yeah.
It's
Still-
absolutely off the charts.
She's a kid. She's still waking up. She wants to be just celebrating Christmas and not freezing out here.
Yeah,
in
Golden
Garden.
Ball 0 is just like a familiar, familiar place, and you see everything, like the world is back in
It's like
equilibrium.
a warm hug.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's Maggie. Maybe she's come to tune up our Christmas decorations.
I don't think we can get any more jazzy in here.
Very good dancer, actually. Might have seen it in the highlights. Anyway, here we go with Caitlin Belcher.
And that one's just straight down leg side. We've got a new keeper in for England. Libby Thomas is behind the stumps today, and they're going to scamper through for 2 here. Yeah, just get the 2, so that'll be wide.
Yeah, didn't mention that yet, but you're exactly right. They have got Libby Thomas with the gloves. Maddie Ward, their kind of first choice keeper, is not in the. Well, she's in the field, but she just doesn't have the gloves on today. Hello to Jacob as well in Estonia. Dead aid to you, Jacob. He's one of our teenage fans from the north of Europe.
That's a better ball there from Caitlin Belcher. She'll just be knocked through to square leg for the 1. Yeah, I mean, behind the stumps, Maddie Ward is quite a tough act to follow. Her keeping her glove work is unbelievable, as she showed us yesterday.
She's a weapon. She's a pretty good fielder, though, as well. Back of my mind, she might have even had a bowl last year when she wasn't keeping.
Lady of many talents, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
And was pretty successful.
And Caitlin Belcher's just struggling a bit with her line there. I think Abby Aitken-Drummond got a bit of signalled as leg buys. I thought she might have squeezed a bit of bat on that, but it must have come off her leg or her pad.
A little bit of something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She won't mind either way. 4 runs.
I knew this was somewhere in my subconscious. Maddie Ward last year, 2.3 overs, 3 for 7.
Wow. Some people are just sickeningly talented, aren't they?
She'll be itching to get the ball as well.
She'll be warming up, doing arm swings wherever she's fielding.
Yeah, so Maddie, multi-talented cricketer. And so is this player, Caitlin Belcher. I mean, she took a catch on opening morning that was incredible. Still, I think one of the catches of the tournament. So very, very useful with the ball, as you can see here.
And that's a much better line from her there. I mean, she took 3 for 8 against Scotland, so she'll be full of confidence after that. Not quite found her line yet so far this over. That one was much better line. Good take as well by Libby Thomas, and it's clearly a sign from all of the England keepers that they're standing up to the seamers, which is really tough on this bouncy Astro.
So keeping up is partly about the pace of the ball, but also how much you can trust the pitch.
Yep.
So the pitch being really consistent just makes it a little bit easier.
And that one is just slapped straight at cover. Yes, no, maybe from Scotland. They end up not taking the run. I'm sure what would help the keepers is if they just put a bit of sawdust down. I think that might help.
Well, we had to go to the shop to get some more. What was it, Molly Barbara Smith? Just kind of emptied out there. You know, like when a Christmas present has a lot of the, what are they, little polystyrene?
Yeah.
Anyway, we're all good now.
5th ball of the second over. That one's just tickled away. I think it might not go all the way. It's slowing up on this outfield. Still a bit of moisture around, but they will scamper through for 2. Halfway through the innings, mostly the ground staff put sawdust on the pitch, and this time they were taking sawdust off the pitch.
There were several people who were tasked with trying to clean the pitch up. Anyway, it looks pretty good now. Quick hello to Phil G. Now, Phil's actually one of our ECN commentators as well. That's had a bit more of a leading role this year. So Phil lives in Prague, and he's actually he's been associated with ECN for quite a few years now. Also a friend of the chat.
We're going inventive there. That's gone straight over the keeper's head. Lovely shot from Abby Aitken-Drummond. That will hopefully give her a bit of confidence. That takes Scotland to 21 for 1 off 2 overs. Not bad start for them in the power play. Of course, they're going to have to make the most of the power play now when they are chasing such a big total. But that's a positive shot from Abby, and I'm sure she'll want to build on that.
Yeah, identified the opportunity there with no real fine leg. That's one thing with the keeper up. It's one negative, is that the ramp becomes a lot safer, and even the tiniest edge will probably get it past you. Having a look at the table, see 3, 4 and 5, just 1 point between them. So
Every point, I think, very, very important. Scotland will want at a minimum to get the one here. They'd love to pull off a huge chase, and who knows, maybe it's a famous chase we're about to see. This is ECN cricket. You never know what's around the corner right now. They're pretty much on the pace. Their pace basically is 25 per 2 overs. They're the little markers that I'd be looking for. They're just a handful behind at the moment. Here's Rhiannon Noling-Davies, who was late replacement into the side yesterday when Ria Fackrell was unfortunately struck in the head in the warm-up. And Ria not quite back yet. Hopefully she's back soon. But right now, here's Rhiannon in the 3rd over.
That one's dropped short first up. She will get away with it, just the one. Out there to, well, now known as Flash Gordon out there on the boundary.
Yeah.
She was certainly flashing it with the bat, and
That
she's
was-
quick along the ground as well.
That was actually mentioned. I think it might have been Dave in the chat saying, yeah, Amy Flash Gordon, because of the cracking rate that she was scoring. Now, I actually had a question about the duck calendar today.
Okay.
And because Rico's off, we're going to have to double up tomorrow. He guards it pretty.
Yeah, I think he's got it under lock and key. And that's a beautiful shot from Abby Aitken-Drummond. That takes her into double figures. Dropped a bit short there from Noling-Davies and dispatched to the boundary. Maybe 1 bounce 4.
It's Danny. He was the man guarding the stairs before, but now he finds himself in this part of the field, right off the middle. Really good shot.
He's got the ball magnet, does Danny.
Yeah, he
Being
is.
picked out in the crowd.
It's completely Spanish, no cricket experience.
Love that.
But you should see the enthusiasm that our ball retrievers have for the cricket here. Good shot there by Aitken-Drummond.
And that one's dropped short, and it's been dispatched again. Another 1 bounce 4, this time through the 45 region. And Abby Aitken-Drummond is getting a move on here, and Scotland will want to see a lot more of that from her if they're going to get close to this big, big total set by England. She just kind of rocked back on that one, a bit too short from the ball, and just
Yeah,
pivoted on it.
no need to overswing on those, right? So just kind of using the pace of the ball, make good contact. Molly Davies, maybe she's struggling with her landing. Just since the first ball, she never seemed to have confidence in her delivery stride.
Yeah, I think she's slipping, and that's the problem. That's a brilliant pickup by Beth Gammon there.
That's
mid
chaos.
on.
Well, firstly, Noling-Davies went down the follow-through, then she was slow to get up, and I'm glad she got up just in time because there was a grizzly ball coming straight back at her. Fantastic work by Gammon. Comes up firing. Actually ended up hitting the batter. So everyone went down there.
Flew like a salmon, flew like a gammon there at mid-on. And I think Noling-Davies is struggling with her footwear here. I think it's... Yeah, I know what it's like. That's going to be checked for height. That has just been hit for a 1 out to the boundary rider there. It looks like she's just wearing some trainers, and I know from personal experience on AstroTurf that might be no ball.
I think that's no ball.
She's back in her crease as well.
Yep, that's got to be a no ball, I think. Because remember, it's waist high or above, so you won't get a better look at that. This will be a no ball.
Yeah.
+1. There's Mita Gooch. Mita, very, very important ECN figure, by the way. She's spent so much time away from home building up the events for ECN over the last 5 years. He's kind of retiring from that role, but great to have her out there as an umpire.
Absolutely.
Okay, free hit.
And the free hit has been hit, and I think it's, unless Flash Gordon gets around there, it has gone for 4, and that's an expensive over so far from Noling-Davies. But as I was saying, I think she is struggling a bit with her footwear. You can see, we joke about the sawdust, but the run-up for the right armers is getting a bit boggy.
It's not so much, it's not so much the landing over the pitch. It's the extra kind of grass and dust and everything that you run up with. It kind of accumulates on your shoes, and then you're landing. So that's what it is. And it just seems she's kind of, maybe she's lost a little bit of confidence. She's having to take quite large strides towards the end of her run-up. Anyway, last ball of over coming up.
That is a good ball. It's not a bad ball, but slightly over pitch, and it has been dispatched by Abby Aitken-Drummond past the bowler. That takes her to 23. It takes Scotland to 41 off 3 overs. That's a good power play for Scotland.
It is a very good power play. Now, anyone that thought that this would just be an easy defence for England, and got another thing coming. It's Scotland 11. I mean, they're chalk and cheese compared to their first day with the bat. First day with the bat, they always found themselves in early wicket trouble. I still think they had players they obviously can bat, but maybe weren't able or weren't comfortable taking the risks necessary, I think, to bat at the top of the order or towards the top of the order.
but maybe I just didn't have the chance. 41 for 1 after 3, and a few smiles over there on the Scottish bench at the moment. Why not?
A few smiles. They're definitely looking cold, and if the Scots are finding it cold, then I'm not sure how the Spaniards, the locals, are finding it.
Something that I've said several times, actually.
And then the captain has decided enough is enough. I'll take the ball.
Yeah.
Kiara Green is coming in.
Change
Bit of a
pace.
change of pace.
Some of the Dutch, who there's Robin Rackett, who's just warming up that shoulder. He'll be on next against the Irish.
First ball of the 4th over is just knocked to deep cover for 1. That does get Aitken Drummond back on strike, and she does seem to be leading the charge here for the Scots so far. Almost a strike rate of almost 200. So you'll have to keep that up if they get anywhere close to this total.
It's all part of it. She's key at the moment. It takes pressure off Watson as well, doesn't it? That she's got a batter at the other end, is able to hit boundaries of her own. Abby Aitken-Drummond's hit 5 boundaries already. That last over went magical. 20 runs came off Nolan Davies. That's the other thing, if you do have pacers that are struggling with the conditions, be able to have more spin options. I think pretty useful.
I think it was a smart move from Kiara, not only putting herself on, but taking the pace off. Especially if you're a seamer and you see other seamers struggling as well, and you think, I don't want to be charging in
It
on
becomes
that
more
pitch.
mental than anything. It's more a loss of confidence than anything in the real universe. Hello to Golden Mustafa, who's watching from Bangladesh. If you want to say hello to me or say hello to Tina, jump in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network could come back this from England with greens over.
Yeah, and she's bowling quite a full delivery as well. Just kind of squeezes the Scottish batters. It looks like they want to make a bit of room for themselves, but she bowls quite flat as well, so she's not giving them too much time. It's a change of pace, but she's still kind of firing them in. Just gone for 4 singles so far of her first 4 balls. They've got boundary riders out on both sides, so they are well protected, and Scotland do need to go for boundaries at this point. There's a bit of invention there, and it's going to be an appeal for a stumping. The keeper, Libby Thomas, she looks quite happy with that.
She likes it, but I guess we'll see how much we can trust her reactions. It was like a real messy game of Twister with the feet here. Switches them over. Oh, pretty close.
Yeah, I think we're going to...
the thing is, she just... Maybe she couldn't help having to switch it over, but I think at the moment that's on the ground.
Yeah, it's a bit of a foot hover, isn't it?
Yeah,
She kind of switches her feet round. It's not quite clear when she gets her foot down. I think she's just about safe, benefit of the doubt. But
does that foot come up? I think it's a slide. Yeah, I think sometimes it's tough to work out. Is it touching the ground? Is it not? The 2-dimensional image has some issues with it. But yeah, it was a weird one. You can certainly see why the keeper got excited. Libby Thomas, last ball of the over.
She's gone down on one knee and she's hit that all the way. Watson is now getting in on the action. She's seen Aitken Drummond do the same and she thought, okay, I want a bit of this. She's hit it all the way for 6. That takes Scotland to 51 for 1 off 4 overs, and they're still in this game.
Yeah, that's a really good slog sweep. Just kind of played it on length, and so they do get something out of that green over at the end of the day. They get 10 off it. And the score is 51 for 1. 50's up in 4 overs. And just have a look at that. Scotland right now, they're going at the pace required. I talked about a 25 per 2 overs. Sometimes they use those nice kind of 4 little markers. And at the quarter, at the half, at the 3/4, where you want to be. Right now, Scotland are doing it.
They've only lost the 1 wicket as well. And they do have firepower coming down the lineup.
Bit of
This
National
little guy.
Geographic. Our crew are very good at also. Not quite David
I was
Attenborough.
going to say, get him on the mic. I can't do a very good David Attenborough impression, but Jasmine Wesley into the attack here.
Got the voice for it.
Well, I have been suffering a bit from a cold, so if my voice gets any huskier, I think I'm going to go to David Attenborough, tones.
You've
But
got a voice for late night radio.
yeah, that's a completely different profession entirely. Just the 1 off the first ball for Jasmine Wesley, and I think England are going to stay with a bit of change of pace now, slow it down a bit, make Scotland generate the power. As with that one, she tried to generate a lot of power from that, missed it, went through the keeper. I think it almost bounced over the keeper's head. Getting a bit of turn and bounce here is Jasmine Wesley. Just the 1 by, scampered through.
Yeah, tough to deal with the bounce sometimes. And Thomas couldn't quite deal with that one upstairs behind the stumps.
That one just a bit of friendly fire. I'm loving Jasmine Wesley's glasses, by the way.
The
I mean, there's
glasses
no
game-
sun.
If there was a trophy for Sunglass Game, England would just give it to the England 11.
Yeah, just
Men's or women's.
no one needs to turn up. Just there you go, England.
They're always kind of making them bigger. Bigger is better, maybe. Yeah, it's going to be gone. Aitken Drummond made a promising start. And unfortunately for her, it's going to end on 26. And Wesley just kind of tempting her to come down the pitch. It was stumping by a country mile. Yeah, very tidy work from Libby Thomas. But I think as soon as that ball goes past the bat, Abby knows the jig's up. So she does get them on the way to the target, but has to step aside. Wesley with the big wicket, and Scotland 53 for 2.
Yeah, I think it was a great move for England to move to spin, because I think Scotland were looking quite good against the pace. They were just using the pace of the ball, swing through the line. And this change of pace to spin has slowed down the Scotland innings. It's 2 wickets down, and importantly as well, that's Abby Aitken-Drummond out, who was the set batter. So, I mean, while Ellen Watson is there, they've still got a chance, because we've seen her, golden ball hero, she can hit a long ball. So they'll be hoping that she stays in now to guide this innings. The new batter is Captain Catherine Fraser, who we know can bat as well. So if these two can get a partnership going, who knows?
I mean, we assume Wesley saw that wicket. We're not quite sure what she can see through those sunglasses, but...
It's almost like 90s rave kind of sunglasses, isn't it?
It's very Total Recall.
It seems to be working for now, because that's just going to be a 1. So it's an excellent over from Jasmine Wesley so far, who of course comes from cricketing stock as well. So she plays for Essex.
Oh yeah.
Her cousin Tom plays for Essex.
Yeah.
So it's a whole cricketing family.
For a number of years. Just bowled a brilliant over here. Last ball of it coming up.
And you put the mockers on there again, Vinny, because that brilliant over has slightly been tarnished by a huge 6. But I think it's trying to pick out our crew again in front of the steps. So that over does end up going for 8 in the end, and that was a lovely shot there from Captain Catherine Fraser.
Yeah.
Takes Scotland to 60 for 2 off 5.
Last ball 6's order of the day. And Wesley ends up going for 8 in the over. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff, part of your good time crew here at the ECC-W. Hey, I've got some breaking news.
Okay.
We have been picked up by another broadcaster now. It's AWSN, the All Women's Sport Network.
Love
and they're
that.
broadcasting us live in over 65 countries around the world. And yeah, so big hello to everyone watching on AWSN this morning, or this afternoon, or this evening, whatever time it is in your part of the world. And yeah, AWSN is pretty interesting. It's a fairly new network, and they're broadcasting all kinds of women's sports, obviously. All women's sports network, it's in the name. But it's also been backed by Glitterati. Whoopi
Ooh.
Goldberg is
Wow.
behind it. Yeah, Whoopi
Love
Goldberg. And I was enjoying watching some of the material, and she said, look, you take your daughters to sport, There needs to be more of it TV. There needs to be a channel that's dedicated to that. So, yeah, they're broadcasting in over 65 countries around the world, and a potential viewing audience of 2 billion.
Love that. I mean, shout out to them. And
Yeah.
these are the kind of games that you need to put on as well. High quality cricket and any other women's sport as well. There's people watch women's sport, and you need to put it on so that people can see it.
Do you know what I like as well? Is it'll go to a lot of countries where maybe cricket isn't an established sport, because I know they have a lot of basketball, they have a lot of volleyball, they have a lot of football, tennis, but a lot of people thinking, oh, cricket. I mean, that seems isn't that the boring game?
Well, this game's certainly not been boring so far.
But then we're changing attitudes towards cricket, and sometimes people think it's all ham sandwiches. It's more than that.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of times I've had to explain in Germany, I've been asked, is that the game with the horses?
Oh, people always ask me if I'm a good horse rider.
Yeah.
I think it's like polo or Quidditch.
Polo, yeah. Quidditch, yeah. One of the two.
Might as well be.
Of course, been asked, is it the one with the little gates that you play on the lawns?
Croquet.
So
Have you ever played croquet?
I have.
really
I have
fun.
at uni. Yeah.
Still didn't understand too many of the rules, even after they tried to explain it.
If you get some beverages involved as well, then it can become
Seems like
very
sometimes you're allowed to
competitive.
just hit into the car park, and sometimes you're not.
Yeah, I mean, the more wild the rules, I think, the better.
The Dutch are in. Watch out.
Yeah, the Orange Army always come out in force, and they should watch out, because that one, the paramedics are in danger again. That's gone into orbit. It's incredible shot from captain Catherine Fraser. Dispatched that, and that's almost, I mean, Kiara Green will still be happy with her figures, but she was going on for a great set of figures off her 2 overs, and she's gone for 20 off the 2 overs.
It's been a weird 3 overs because there's been 5 balls won by the fielding side, then a big 6 off the last ball. So it's just keeping them in touch. So remember, I was using those, 75 off 6 would have been my marker. There's 70 off 6, 70 for 2 now. Fraser with a really good strike to finish the over. I still think, maybe I'd be thinking about pushing Molly Parker up a little bit. If you're still in with a chance for the game. And, okay, 89, that's to at least keep their point. But I still think the game's on here. 14 and over. It's not going to be easy. We've seen the English bowlers, some of them at least, struggling a little bit with the conditions. Amelia Lamb opened the batting in this game. She's going to get a bowl here in over number 7.
And have turned back to seam. And the first ball is deposited over the boundary for another 6. This time Ellen Watson getting in on the act. That takes her into the 30s. And Scotland are threatening to pull something off here.
What a chip. And it only really was a chip from Watson. I think first game Watson, batted 4. But as soon as I saw her, I said, she needs to open.
Yeah.
She needs to have every opportunity. And that takes her up into the 30s. 35. Last night was instrumental in forcing the game into a golden ball. Amelia
Lamb. Second ball also then hits the boundary. That time a 1 bounce for Amy Gordon on the boundary. Couldn't do anything but watch that fly past her. And Scotland are getting a bit of a move on. It says 19% chance, but if they keep on going like this, Watson and Fraser out there hitting boundaries, and I think that might start creeping up.
Oh, this doesn't look like a team that started their tournament with scores of 56 and 61 with the bat. Okay, 85 yesterday, went down by 4 runs to the Netherlands. 71 in the golden ball game yesterday. Already 80. They've got that rate back down under 13 and over.
That's short from Lamb, and Watson kind of fishes that from outside off stump. It might have been a wide if she left it.
If I had one tip, and this goes for anyone, don't back away. Once in a blue moon. Once you back away, you're doing a couple of things. You're making it really hard to reach those kind of balls. You're giving up your right to leg side wides that might be missing the leg stump. Because the theory behind backing away is often when bowlers are bowling at the stumps and you want to create some room and to hit through the offside. Come back to that in a second. Is Lamb to Catherine Fraser.
Lamb's also just struggling a bit. I think she's struggling with a run-up. If you just look at the shoes they're wearing as well, it's trainers on this AstroTurf.
You need to get the little dots. You need the hockey shoes.
You do.
Yeah, or the grass cats, we used to call them. So what I was going to say is, but in this form of the game, the bowlers are always giving you width. They're often trying to hit that tram line, or they're trying to go wide outside off. So by backing away as a premeditated move, you're actually probably making things harder for yourself.
4th ball of Lamb's over. And that's we are in trouble here, Vinny. That's you might have heard that on commentary. That's just crashed into the front of the commentary box. Vinny, I'm sure, would have caught it if it was a metre higher. We protected the equipment.
Yeah, it's rule 1. Rule 1. That's protect the equipment. Luckily, if Corey was here, he probably would try to catch that, and the ambulances will be arriving because it's a bit of a drop down. But bang, that just hit just below our balcony. But what a shot from Fraser. Sometimes we talk about the double click, which is 2 batters both going at once. And it's the most dangerous thing in this form of the game because it doesn't matter who's on strike. And right now we're seeing a bit of a double click for Scotland 11, who have it under 40 to win. Yeah,
and they need to keep clicking if they want to get over the line. I mean, it's gone up to 32%, and I think 1 or 2 more boundaries, and we might be going more to 50-50. Lamb is now going round the wicket. And that one has been sent even further. It went higher than it went longer, but it still cleared the road. Amy Gordon can only watch it sail over her head. Another massive 6 to captain Catherine Fraser.
This would be some upset. I mean, Scotland, they've been improving every day. We know that. They got kind of taken apart at the seams in the first game. And if you said that kind of within 48 hours that they might knock over the trophy holders, chasing 127, people would say you need to get your head screwed on right. But anyway, still very much in the balance, almost 50-50 now.
Final ball of the 7th over, and that one is even bigger. That one has gone into orbit, dropped, almost could have been caught by a crew member again. That was about 10 metres longer than the previous effort. But Catherine Fraser has really hit her stride there. End of the 7th over.
Oh, what a shot. That was absolutely moosed. And the 100's up. Do not adjust your sets. 3 overs to go. They need 27 off the last 3 overs with the double click. Very, very loud for Scotland. We got Ireland 11 versus Netherlands 11 in match number 10, with the Dutch winning the toss and electing to bat. Once again, they've listed Phoebe Mulkenmoore at the top of the order. But look, this will be a very, very competitive game. I think two teams that have had kind of their ups and downs so far. I think Louise Little obviously holds a bit of a key to the Irish lineup. I think Squires has been excellent from them. Dempsey leads the side well. That game's coming up in around about 35 minutes time. But right now, we are looking at a potential ECN Classic in progress.
Yeah, you can tell England are a bit scrambled here. Misfield out in deep mid-wicket. They've brought Amy Gordon on, so she's already in contention for player of the match with her batting innings. Can she reply with her bowling? That one's squirmed away to backward point. They'll just pick up the one there, but you have 2 set batters on. You think, I don't mind who's on strike here, just hit it and hope.
This ain't over yet. I will say that. This ain't over yet. But Watson and Fraser, they've taken the figurative bull by the horns, and they are just kind of rolling with the momentum. And we have seen England 11 lose one game last year. It was to Italy. It was also when they weren't able to defend a total.
Well, it's always difficult when you have such a big score on the board. You think, we've got this in the bag, and suddenly, bit by bit, Scotland are chipping away at it. And that's a big... Oh, that is an unbelievable catch. Play of the day is already sorted because that was a spectacular one-handed grab. Kesterman didn't really get in the action with the bat, but that more than delivers with the ball.
That is one of the best catches I think anyone's ever seen. It's not just one hand, it's in the fingertips of Kesterman. Well, I hope we got a good shot of this one.
Because that was absolutely nailed, and the Scots were ready to run. They thought that's 1 or 4.
Look at this catch. She could not go any further. It's right now. How's she going to hold on to it? You'd think when she hits the floor, but it's actually very smart. She hits the floor with a non-catching hand and then still takes a bit of an impact with the ball. But that is an ECN Classic catch for the ages by Tilly Kesterman. And Watson, probably can't believe it. She has to go for 38. She's led her team so far, but maybe Kesterman's catch is a match-winning catch. We'll see for the England 11.
Well, she couldn't have hit that any sweeter, and to see that plucked out of the air, incredible moment. New batter's Darcy Carter, who's pretty handy with her bat herself, so this is far from over. She just hits her first ball for 1, looking for overthrows, won't get it, but you can't underestimate how hard that ball was hit.
Yeah.
Watson was thinking, that's a 4, thank you very much, and suddenly the right hand of Tilly Kesterman comes out of nowhere, plucks it.
We're going to have to get the scientists on how that ball didn't fall out of her hand, considering it was right down towards the fingertips.
And that is a massive hit to take Scotland to what I don't know which way this game is going.
Can you see
really.
now, I know you've played a lot of cricket, you're very experienced. Can you see how this is an addictive form of the game? You just have an unreasonable expectation that somehow keeps getting met. And Fraser just not going to the shell one bit at all. Has just been hitting monster sixes. She's 34, last ball of the over.
She goes again, and that one again is even bigger. I'm running out of words to say these sixes. I can't underestimate how big these sixes are. They're going height. They're threatening the aeroplanes up there, and they're dropping down.
Oh, well, air traffic control, watch out. So no good deed goes unpunished. That over goes 1-1, best catch ever, 1-6-6. And Scotland have this down to 12 of 12 required. It's 115 for 3 after 8.
I don't know what to say, which is not a good move for a commentator. But
no, I can hear you. I'm feeling you. What does everyone think of this game? What an over. It all happens in the 8th that time.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm Tilly Kesterman, I'm thinking I've just pulled off the most spectacular catch, and we've still lost that over.
Might have lost the ball as well. Okay, so they're going back to Jasmine Wesley. This makes sense. She was one of the bowlers they just couldn't get away. Though she did go for a 6 last ball she bowled. She went 1 for 8 first time around. Runner ball does it from here. Carter, experience.
That's just going to be knocked for 1, so it's a good start from Jasmine Wesley. But even a runner ball for Scotland here wins it.
So yeah, you've got to find that balance. You don't want to go into your shell too much. You don't want to just be looking for ones, but you are a little bit more selective what you go after. You don't have to really go looking for trouble. Hopefully you get that boundary ball and over that's kind of obvious to hit.
Well, Catherine Fraser, I think, is going to be looking for the boundary. She's 40 off 11, so why would you stop at this point? And there it is. There is the boundary. Cut viciously through point. Jasmine Wesley didn't do much wrong with that ball, but the power generated from that is quite a slow delivery, but the power she generated to cut it through point there was quite something.
What an innings from Catherine Fraser. This is exactly what you're looking for in a leader. There was just such a potential for this to go south for Scotland when we saw Watson go in that unbelievable fashion. Kesterman still, I think, one of the best catches I've ever seen. But now just 7 to win off 10. Surely the Scots couldn't blow it from here. Wesley around the wicket.
That one's just punted for 1. I think Catherine Fraser, she's got the boundary she needed off that over. And of course, they don't want to take it to the final over if they can help it. It's just 1 big hit away for now for Scotland. 6 to win off 9 balls. You've got Darcy Carter on strike. She's only faced 2 balls, but she's a more than capable batter herself. Do you go for the 6 here? Do you go for the big finish?
When you get within 6, your mind starts playing some funny tricks on you when the ball's coming down. The card's too smart for it.
And that has gone straight. Oh, and it's just dropped on the square leg boundary. She stopped the 6, but she should have taken the catch there.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse because you could drop this over the line. In the end, it's 1. But what you have done, you've got Fraser.
Yeah.
Your arm's going to be black and blue because every time something's happened,
can I file a complaint with HR?
Rico's arm's used to it now. He's got shoulder problems.
It's my non-bowling arm.
Okay, 5 to win. Fraser on strike.
That one, it's hard to see in the sunshine now, but that is a good diving stop there at deep mid-wicket, so it's just going to be the 1. But
what a chase!
Scotland are chasing hard, and they're not giving up going for the boundaries. They're not going to go down just thinking, oh, we'll get this in singles. They want it in 1 shot.
This throws the group into absolute chaos as well. Assuming they get there. Carter can win the game with a boundary. Wesley, last ball of the 9th, maybe the last ball of the match.
And it's punted high in the air. I think it's going to drop safe. Yeah, just the 1 to captain Cara Green. So it does take it to the final over. I want to see that win predictor because I'm guessing Scotland are favourites here. They've still got to get the 3 runs, so they're 124 for 3. Target is 127, so it's 1 shot away. Who's going to bowl the final over? So yeah, Jasmine Wesley.
They've used so many bowlers, so they've got heaps of options here, don't they? Of course. I just realised this. If we do have a golden ball, it'll be the first time we've ever had back-to-back golden balls. We have had golden ball, non-golden ball, golden ball.
So you've got 2 and 3.
1 is the shortest barren streak. This would be golden ball 0. We could stay at golden ball 0, but you can't imagine the scenario they're not getting 3 off this. But, you know, wicket, new batter comes out, you put the squeeze on. You know, it is possible. Anyway, here we go. 3 to win.
And that is squeezed away. It could be. That's a great dive there for a point. They're going to scamper through for 2 though. That just makes it scores level 1 to win.
Now you might as well bring everyone up. I just think you need 5 dot balls to force a golden ball, and you want to at least force them to try and hit through or over the field. You don't want to leak just an easy one.
But it looks like they're keeping the riders out.
England might have just kind of conceded, and this is inevitable. Any score wins it for Scotland.
There's a dot ball. Bring them in.
Bring him in.
It's a dot ball, 1 more dot ball, and suddenly your mind plays games with you. But they've got 3 out on the leg side, 1 coming in now from the offside.
And looks like Fraser won't be able to make her 50, but that's irrelevant now. I think she's batted so well. Scotland 1 to win.
And they're going to scamper through the 1 there. They will take the win, and what an amazing win that is for Scotland. They might check. I think the run out is not even in doubt. What a historic win for Scotland. They chased down 127. They only lost 3 wickets.
That's an amazing game of cricket. And I said it actually early in the innings, maybe my spider senses were up because I said, you know, maybe we're watching an ECN Classic. You know, maybe we're going to see Scotland's bats really kind of step up to the plate against kind of the leading attack in ECC-W cricket and show what they can do. And that's exactly what they've done. In the end, they do it with 3 balls to spare. Thanks to 3 players in particular, Watson with 38, Abby Aitken-Drummond, don't forget what she did, 26. But I've got to say, Fraser, when the chips were down, when she did lose her partner, Watson, she was able to just tee off. I saw her in the warm-up, and I just said, gee, she's hitting the ball well today. I saw her getting some training in the nets, but she came and she produced it. 6 maximos in her 46 not out, and Scotland 11 all the way after getting beaten in 4 overs by Ireland on the first day. They have beaten the defending champions.
What an upset. 5th against 1st in the table. Even at the halfway stage, we both kind of said, well, Scotland could aim for the bonus point here and anything more will be a bonus, but they've taken the points here and deservedly so, and almost, I don't want to say easily, but three balls to spare. By the end, they were controlling that innings. And yeah, thumbs down from England there. All smiles from the Scotland camp. They know that was an incredible team performance. Yeah, standing ovation from the fans, and rightly so. And it was a proper team performance. You had Catherine Fraser, who did, hit it hard for 46 off 14, but 2 other contributions with the bat, so it wasn't just a one-woman show. And yeah, hats off to Scotland for that, and that I'm sure will give them a massive confidence boost and boost them up the table.
Yeah, definitely. They take 3 points. England, it's not the end of the world for them as well. It's this form of the game where you have your ups, you have your downs, and I'm sure they'll go back and look at some things they might have been able to do better in that game, and I'm sure it won't knock them off too much, like their loss last year as well. They were able to recover to still perform and win the trophy. Ireland 11 versus Netherlands 11 coming up in around about 25 minutes time, with the Dutch winning the toss and electing to bat. Sonia Karana, watch out for her at the top of the order. She's been in excellent form, and I feel like Riker might be her time to strike against an Irish attack who have a nice kind of mix of slow and fast options and left and right armers. But let's have a look at this. As sometimes I say, if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. Neve Muir, we thought we put the kibosh on her, but if you're going to make a duck, make a quick one. Gets out the way. That brought Abby Aitken-Drummond to the crease. She was able to strike 5 boundaries. Don't forget that magical over as well that she was able to conjure earlier in the innings. And all of this kind of hitting at the other end took the pressure off Watson as well. That was a funny one. Looked like a bit of a slide, though. Watson survived, and all kinds of spectators, some of the feathery kind as well. Wesley, I thought she's been very, very good all the way through. But there was this kind of weird trend in the middle overs that England would have 5 balls that they would win in the over, but would go for a 6 last ball. And it was just keeping Scotland on the pace. Yeah,
they just kept on not quite getting out of the over from an England perspective. And from a Scotland perspective, it was a slow burn, that innings. They just carried on being on the run rate, slowly chipping away. They just kept themselves in the game. They knew they had wickets in hand. And then that explosive final innings from Catherine Fraser. Ellen Watson was hitting the ball so hard, she took the number off the back of her shirt. She was 17, I think she's now 7. So yeah, there's some lusty hits, and it's just an exhibition in striking. I can't remember many 4s. There was mostly just clearing the road time and time again. And a thoroughly deserved win for Scotland. Let's not forget that catch. Being on the losing side with that catch.
That was an unbelievable catch. But I can't believe it. When I see the replay, it was probably even better live. This was late in the piece, and I wonder if that catch had been held, maybe if Scotland would have had the kind of the heebie-jeebies, but it just didn't seem like it. It just seemed like they sucked up the pressure. And I just think that's the experience in playing the format and just kind of trusting yourself. It's kind of all the pressure, but no pressure. Just go out there, accept your fate, and be aggressive. Don't just slog, but play cricket shots, extend them, and in the end, they pull off this 127 chase with 3 balls to spare. It wasn't like they were given a whole bunch of extras or anything either, just kind of 4 wides and no ball in the innings. Looking at the scorecard, Catherine Fraser, the captain, ends up as the player of the match. It would have been hard to believe after you saw the first half of the way Amy Gordon batted, but she deserves it, 46 off 14. And don't forget as well that she had a pretty important role to play as well in the first half with the ball. She picked up 2 wickets as well. And don't forget, Abby Aitken-Drummond with 26 and Ellen Watson with 38 at the top of the order. Bowling-wise, just didn't happen, did it, for the England 11. And decided to go Amy Gordon in the last over. Amelia Lamb went supersonic in that over. That's 30 plus. Now, wickets to Amy Wheeler as well as Jasmine Wesley and Amy Gordon, but just wasn't to be. And it's a famous game. It's a game I'm sure that we'll be showing in the ECN Classics as well. And Tina, good morning.
Yeah, welcome to the ECN, my first long commentary stint, and what a game to start it off. And yeah, super pleased for Scotland as well. They deserve that. And yeah, they took the confidence from the golden ball win yesterday, and yeah, I'll be interested to see the updated table because it's very tight throughout now.
Chaos, I can tell you that much. Well, don't worry, because we'll be back soon, and the orange and green, they're about to be seen. We're back in 20 minutes with that one, the Dutch winning the toss and batting. Towel yourself off, and then come back and join us. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Christina Goff. We'll take a break and see you shortly for more ECC-W. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado. Hello and welcome back to the Khartoum Oval as we get ready for match number 10. And after this match, we'll actually be halfway through the group stage of this ECC-W Premier Division. This one will see Ireland 11 taking on the Netherlands 11. Two teams I'm sure that would like to start their day with a win. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago when Ian Ramage had the two captains.
Ireland, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Netherlands, as the away team, you'll call. Here you go. It's been called parry match. It's come down parry match. You won the toss.
Bat first.
Okay, toss from the Netherlands, who will bat first.
So the Netherlands 11 have won the toss, and Caroline de Lange says that they will have a bat. I've got to say, she batted really well yesterday, still searching for her first six. Wasn't able to do it yesterday, but who knows, maybe today's the day. She normally is a really good wrist spinner, but she is just injured at the moment, can't bowl, but they've got other options there. I think Silver Seegers is a really good leg spinner. Looking forward to seeing her. The Dutch have a very strong bowling lineup, including Pien Oost, who yesterday brought up 3 wickets on her debut here at the Khartoum Oval. Phoebe Malkenboer is someone who has shown a lot of promise but hasn't actually come up with a big score yet, and I'm sure she is really keen to get amongst the runs today. For the Irish 11, well, I know it wasn't the day they wanted yesterday after they had a really strong couple of performances, or strong performance I should say, on day one, but Louise Little, I think Lulu is the real key to their batting lineup. When she fires, I think they're going to win ball games. That's not to say there's not other players in there that can make a big impact as well. So looking forward to seeing this one. First time these two teams have met in ECC-W cricket, although I do remember it wasn't too long ago we had them on ECN in the T20 format. Let's get ready for the first ball now. And Tina Goff will take you there. I can tell you, Tina, that it's going to be the Dutch batting first after winning the toss. Over to you. Let's get ready for match 10.
Thanks, Vinny, and what a game we had this morning. If we have a game anything like the game of England and Scotland, we'll be in for another treat. We've got Andy and Mida umpiring on field today in glorious sunshine. I think it's Andy's debut in the ECC Premier, and both got sunglasses on. It's a bright day now. I think the outfield has dried up a bit, so we're looking forward to another exciting game. As Vinny was saying, we've had mixed fortunes for both of these teams. So Ireland got off to a flying start on day one. Day two, though, they lost both games, so they're flowing about in mid-table. Netherlands, kind of the opposite. Lost the first game on day one, then came back with 2 big wins. Beat Scotland by 4 runs yesterday, so I'll be looking to repeat that. See the openers coming out with real intent. And I'm wondering whether Phoebe Malkenboer's got her kit back, because she was lacking her kit somewhere flying around Amsterdam. So if she's got her kit back, then we'll be in for an exciting game. You can see the lineups here. Some firepower at the top of the Netherlands lineup with Phoebe and Sanya Karan, who can hit a big ball. But we've got a mean bowling lineup for Ireland as well, so we've got a lot of seamers in there, and as you can see, it's going to be a tight game according to the predictor. 58% Ireland, 42% Netherlands, which is interesting because Netherlands do come in with the better record in the ECC-W so far. So we're in for a real treat now. And we're starting off with Captain Georgina Dempsey. She's taken the ball. She'll bowl the first over. We've had a bit of trouble with run-ups earlier on today. It's been a bit wet on the outfield, so we'll see if she can get her run-up sorted, hit her straps early on. Ireland will be hoping for a positive start out here in the field. Their 2 boundary riders are out at deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. We're ready here. Umpire Andy has signalled that we're ready for the first ball here. Netherlands are facing up with Phoebe Malkenboer. And that's just pushed through to the covers. Just a 1, and Ireland's wicketkeeper's already testing out the strength of her spikes. That's Joanna Loughran behind the stumps. It's got a bit sunny now, so let's hope everyone can see out there. I think they need some of those England sunglasses. I see a few sunglasses out there in the covers, and Yeah, glorious sun that we have here now in Spain after a bit of a misty start this morning. Carano is now on strike for her first ball of the game. That one is going to be a no ball. Sanya Carano had to take evasive action there. Yeah, it looks like bowler's just getting her run up sorted, so it's going to be a free hit. I don't think they need to check that one for too long. Good duck there by Sanya Carano. It'll be the only duck that she'll hope to get today, but it's a free hit coming, as signalled by umpire Andy, and yeah, the bowler mopping up the ball, and now she's got to bowl a free hit. And that has been hit all the way. The fielder at cow corner can only just jump, but see it sail over her head. And that's a great hit for Sanya Carano to get her off the strike, to get her off the mark. A nice 6 back in the crease and just deposits it over cow corner for 6. And the bowler here just needs to hit her stride a bit. I think she's moving now to over the wicket, just trying to find her rhythm a bit. It's 8 for none off the first 2 balls. And that's a better line, just inside the wide line. So that'll be a dot ball and a better start after she's struggled to find her rhythm the first 2 balls. That one I think just crept inside. Good call there by the umpire. Dot ball, and that's the line you want to bowl as well. If you're just inside that wide line, it's very difficult for the batter to make anything out of that. And that one just straight down leg side. That will have to be re-bowled. Solid signalling there by umpire Andy. And yeah, we look at the Ireland lineup. They've obviously got a lot of firepower up top in the batting. They've got Louise Little, who's hit that memorable 21 off 10 versus Italy. They've got a good few seamers in there as well. Ooh, and that one's just, I think that might have hit Carano, not in the face, somewhere on the shoulder. So a bit early through the shot there. 1 for the over there. Vicious little bounce there from Dempsey, making the batter know that she's there. Of course, we've got some options here for Ireland. They've got the left arm seam of Jennifer Jackson. They've got the off break, Lara McBride. So a few options here. And that's a lovely hit. That's gone all the way over long on. Great hit by Sanya Carano. That's her second 6 of the innings so far. Just leans into that. Takes it from outside off stump actually, but just pure power there. She's actually captain of Cardiff Uni, and there's a bit of a German connection there because Cardiff Uni, in fact, coached by the German national team captain, coach Ali Waldron. Final ball of the over, first over here. And that is chipped and should be taken and is. That is Sanya Carano out for 12. Just chipped to cover. It was a bit of a nothing shot. They had a good over so far. Should have just got themselves out of the over, but instead they find themselves 1 down, 15 for 1 off the first over. And she tried to repeat the same shot she did before, but over the offside, and just didn't quite get the elevation on it. Easy catch in the end in the covers. And yeah, joining me now to tell me about that shot, Vinny. I mean, that was quite a brainless shot, sorry to say.
Well, I mean, story of my life. I mean, that's what makes cricket the cruelest game of all in some respects, because she cracked a couple, and obviously that one just, yeah, it's a power play. You're trying to hit the ball hard, you're trying to, score boundaries. You're not too worried about keeping it on the ground, but just straight into the hands of the fielder. And so, yeah, end of a pretty entertaining first over, 15 for 1. Quick look at, of course, the 10 teams involved. You know as well, Tina, we're hoping there'll be even more teams involved next year. Here's Jenny Jackson. First one is down the leg side. I'll give you, this is a bit of an education, and there's a lot you can teach me. Don't think for a second I don't think there's lots of things you can teach me. But this is one of Rico's again. It's a Gundy ball. And right. Gundy basically in the language means like dirty. It's like a bit of a filthy ball. Yeah. It's generally short down the leg side or equivalent. Bit of a Gundy ball, but it's only wide. This one actually takes a bit of the pad of Malkin ball. She was keen to make a good impression here. She already has, if I'm honest. I've got to say I was a little bit surprised to see that
Netherlands 11 were 42% underdogs in this game, and already they've clawed that back in the first 7 balls. So we know it can change quickly. The Irish 11 had a bit of a day to forget yesterday. Fraction short, jumps all over it, pumps it. Maximo Malkenborg, is this the day that she can get the Orange Army on their feet for a little bit longer? Pounced on that short ball from Jackson and put it over the leg side fence.
Well, that was a lovely shot, and clearly the Netherlands are going hard early on, and that's why I was a bit surprised that Sanja Karana, she went so well in the first over, and just get yourself out the over. If you've got a few boundaries, just make sure you're at the other end at the start of the next over. But Malkenborg's carrying on where Karana left off, and that was a lovely hit over mid-wicket all the way.
Good adjustment this time from Jackson, pitches it up. Robin Riker has come to the crease, hasn't been required to face yet. Yeah, you mentioned that last finish between Scotland and England, and what a great game that was. Let's hope this one lives up to the billing as well, because these two teams, I think they're really even. This one will go up and just knocked for a single. The Netherlands, though, they do have good depth with the bat and the ball for that manner, so they won't be afraid to play their shots. And yeah, Karana, geez, that one down the ground was a powerful strike, but of course she's already back in the shed. Here's Robin Riker facing up for the first time. You can see the bowler this time of the day is pretty much straight into the sun.
Yeah, it'll be challenging for the umpires as well, I'd imagine.
That's a genuine bouncer this time. It'll be called a wide. It'll also be the one for the over. It'll be wide for down leg side and for over the head. You might have noticed umpire Andy today. There he is. And he's been called into action, and he has a bit of umpiring experience. Not so much ECN umpiring experience, but
Okay.
he's out there with a very experienced crew. That's a good shot. Quick hands from Riker. Jumps all over it. It's going to bounce just inside. It's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. Riker is away.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is a tactic by Ireland. They're dropping it quite short, and it's just playing into the Netherlands' hands at the moment. They're just happy to rock back, use the pace of the ball, and it's another 4 for Riker, and it's a good start for the Netherlands here, going some in the power play.
History's complicated in this region. I don't know if Jenny's been watching a few documentaries from the early 1930s after her tactics this over. It's been bodyline type stuff, hasn't it? But anyway, she'll get out of the over in the end. Riker will retain the strike. End of the second, and the Netherlands are 29 for 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Christina Goff. Thank you for all your feedback in the chat as well. Peter van der Steen is watching. He said, this cricket is awesome to watch. And Paul Kempen has also jumped on your Kirsty McCall reference. Hey, how about this table? Because Scotland have gone from last to second just by beating the top dogs. England, who, okay, they do retain their spot on the top of the ladder. Scotland, I will say, they have played 2 games more than those below them. But then you look at the points, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5. Every game's going to have an effect.
What a game that was this morning, wasn't it? I mean, Scotland would have gone in, obviously, with confidence, but even at halfway, they couldn't have imagined how confidently they chased down that total.
Okay, Lara McBride comes on. First one's driven down the ground. The long one's very, very straight there. I quite like that position. But yeah, Netherlands left. Started with a loss to England in the opener, rematch of last year's final. But since then, they have been in winning form. Already 61% favourites. Win predictor's fun, isn't it?
Fun's a word for it, yeah.
It's interesting. That shot, really good use of the feet from Phoebe. Well, whoever's kit she's using, it's working for her today. Maximo, 6 runs.
Yeah, we were talking about her last night, and the fact that, yeah, I think that the Dutch manager and Helmian, they were struggling to find her kit, and I'm not sure if it managed to arrive overnight, but if it's someone else's bat she's using, then fair play, because I struggle with my own kit, let alone anyone else's.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But you know, one thing about the Dutch, they are very light on their feet. They're not afraid to get down the wicket. And yeah, this is one of the things, especially to a slow bowler, if you're going to go down the wicket, you don't need to worry about being stumped or anything like that. You need to put all of your brain power into making sure you hit that ball as close to the middle of the bat as possible. and that technically you're playing the shot right. That was a good example of how to do it from Phoebe Malkenborg. See if McBride wants to toss it up again. She doesn't. She slides it through. Malkenborg's lean off the back foot. Get it through for a single. Yeah, sunshine in December. It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, people were talking in the chat earlier that I need my sunglasses out for your suit, but I might need it out for the sun in a minute.
Well, tell you what, there's trouble. Orange Army.
You know when they're in town, don't you?
Yeah. Really fun bunch, actually. Clean pair of hands there from Julie McNally. He's in that cover position now. Yeah, Orange Army, they're normally pretty good fun.
Yeah, it looks like they've got the orange bunting out as well, so they've really taken over the spectators' area over there. No neutrality over there.
This is not to point. Again, they go on contact. Good understanding between these two. I was lucky enough to call Netherlands on Ireland and Scotland, for that matter, in the Netherlands earlier in the year. Back in, I'm going to say it was May at Voorburg, ECC.
Beautiful ground.
Really nice ground, yeah. And we had a couple get hit into the canal across the road. As McBride will get out of the over 10 off it in the end. End of a pretty productive power play for the Netherlands. They're 39 for 1 after 3. Went back to the Netherlands again in August, where I covered the Netherlands-USA-Canada series as well, tri-series, with first time we had 2 North American teams in a match on ECN, which was a cool experience as well. But Ireland's a place we're hoping that we can get to next year. They're still trying to work out the details, but obviously you'd know that we're trying to get to as many locations as we can, kind of between 1 and 3 weeks, depending on how much cricket's there, the time of year, the other competing cricket at that time. But I think it'd be great to go to Ireland.
Beautiful country, Emerald Islands.
Have been before, but it was a long time ago. But I have a dream to tour the Guinness factory again.
Yeah, well, we've all got dreams, Winnie.
And the day off the next day. Anyway, time for a new over. This is Sophie McMahon, who a low full toss. He mentioned it's pretty effective delivery. Just knocked away for a single. Is there anywhere? Let's get to know Tina chat. Is there anywhere in the world you'd like to go that you haven't visited?
Well, Australia was up there, but I'm going to be ticking off.
You haven't been to Australia?
I haven't, but I will be in about 2 weeks' time, so I'll be ticking that one off the list.
Okay, news to me.
It's a long way, isn't it? It's just a very
Can
long
I tell
flight.
you, just before I press you on that, something I heard recently. Someone was filling out a form to get their visa to go to Australia, and they said, have you ever committed a crime? And their answer was, I didn't know it was still necessary.
I'm glad you're making that joke, because if I made that joke...
Yeah, got quite good German stuff, but not much of it makes it to wear. Ask Wayne in the chat. No. Malcolmore hits this hard and high and out of the ground. Maximo! Well, that's an example of just missing the block hole a little bit short. It's just step, hit, and smack as Phoebe gets 6 more.
She's got so much power as well, just natural power. There's obviously not that much pace on the ball, but the pace she generates just through her bat swing is enough to see that sailing over the ropes. And that takes her to 23 off just 10 balls. So this is an excellent start for the Dutch. It gets their win predictor up to almost 70%. So Ireland are going to have to fight their way back into this one.
Well, this one goes wrong. It's a tough take down the leg side for Joanna Loughran. Won't quite make it to the boundary. Result to be 2 wide. So tell us about your trip to Australia. Is it for cricket or leisure or both?
Both. Well,
Okay.
There'll be a lot of cricket watching going on, so I'm going to the Boxing Day Test match at the MCG, then flying over to the SCG to watch that Test match.
Bring a raincoat for that one. Famously, it's not a great time of the year.
So I've been told.
In theory, it should be fine. I was actually in Sydney during it might have been done last year, actually.
Well, my English...
Climbed the Harbour Bridge on the day, and they obviously never cancel that, because I was actually be able to pick out individual clouds that were going.
Well, my English and German heritage means I'm used to bad weather, so anything that's warmer than 10 degrees, especially in January in Hamburg, is pretty brutal. So I'm looking forward to a bit of sun. Going to the Australian Open tennis as well, and the Women's Ashes, of course. So it's a sport frenzy.
That's all close together in Melbourne as well. Melbourne's a great sport. But we often refer to it as the sporting capital of Australia because just the culture of it. It's got a good feel. Sydney's very nice as well. Sydney's great for landmarks. If you do get a chance try and climb the harbour bridge. Not just on your own. There's a company that does it. I think they're called Bridge Climb.
Yeah, otherwise I will have committed a crime, I
Yeah,
imagine.
it is a crime, but that's fine. You can tick the box.
Yeah.
You get fast-tracked next time.
Yeah, I don't think I get fast tracked through security rather than just into a dark room somewhere.
50's up for the Netherlands. They go on contact here. Again, that's good understanding. They go straight away. They get through to the single hesitation kills between the wickets, and there's no hesitation between these two. Okay, so you are going to go to Australia for the first time. That's really good to hear. How about other places around the world that you'd like to visit?
South America's on the list.
Me too.
Yeah.
No, we got
Cricket
pretty
talk?
close. We've had talks about doing ECN in Argentina and Brazil.
Amazing.
Potentially in the future. Last ball, the fourth over here. Again, great footwork. Gets a head across towards that ball, which is outside the off stump. Okamura will get one and will retain the strike. But Mine goes for 13 in the fourth over. And the score is 52-1. If you have any questions for Tina, don't leave it up to me. You can ask yourself in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Okay, so South America, what's the fascination there? Just new continent?
The weather, the
Weather,
food,
yeah.
continent. I mean, there's obviously Brazil, Argentina, but Chile would have beautiful
Chile,
landscapes.
yeah.
Peru, Machu Picchu. Like, I mean, saying South America is like saying America wants to go to Europe. You know, it's a whole big continent. But yeah, I'd love to explore that and play a bit of cricket as well. I know Brazil's got an up and coming scene. Argentina as well.
That's the thing, actually, in a couple of South American countries, the women's cricket's actually ahead of where the men's cricket's at. That's a pretty interesting scorecard from during the year. As our cricket watchers may be aware, it's good when you get to face 90 balls each in a T20 match. Look that one up.
Yeah, I've seen some interesting scorecards from interesting parts of the world.
Well, you know how we have 20 runs in an over, we call that a magical over.
Yeah.
And then 30 plus, we call that supersonic.
Okay.
We do get some 40s, so it's happened probably around 8 to 10 times now.
What's
That's
that called?
Hypersonic.
Hypersonic.
The highest ever we've had is 45, which is actually done 3 times. McBride coming back, getting hit hard. That's going to be 4. Just straight enough that it got around the fielder. And Malcolm continues this good start. Coaching staff liking what they're seeing at the moment. Yeah, so the question is, when there's a 50 run over, what will we call it? And basically what will happen? So Corey has a bit of a theory. He said if we're going supersonic, hypersonic, he thinks a 50 run over is called the Big Bang, and the ECN universe will collapse on itself.
Yeah, it's just...
Basically, it's the end. But the bad news is, well, we know that didn't happen in one of the T20Is in South America. I think one bowler did go for 54 in the over.
Yeah, it's tough to take, isn't it? You don't want to be coming back for your second over after that.
But it's great that cricket is being played in more places, being recognised in more places. And we've already seen the improvements, obviously, in our part of the world. Well bowled by McBride. He's not afraid to toss the ball up, gets in a good spot. Raka will take one. Last ball of the over coming up. In South America. Interested by the language. I've been learning a bit of Spanish this year. I'm taking it a bit more seriously. Even went to Spanish school for a week about a month ago. Not commentary school, which is where we send our commentators when they need retuning.
Surely you've already got a master's degree from commentary school. Honorary
degree. And of the 5th over here, the Dutch certainly in control at this stage. They're 61 for 1 after 5. Vinny Sanderhume is to Maximo. And I'm here with Christina Goff. Rico's off today. You can see we've kind of jazzed up our commentary box. Now, I had a question about this, and I'll try and brave the sun about my badge. So I'll try and give you a good look at it. Now, this is the Cartama badge, and it was presented to me by Jorge Gallardo, the Cartama mayor. So maybe I can ask him one for you if we run into Jorge. They're big supporters of European cricket. They're here, the Junta de Andalucía, which is the governing body of the region, and that's why we get to be here. And isn't it nice to be here?
It's lovely to be here, especially when the sun's beating down. You can see the sun shining through on us. And yeah, what a lovely day for a bit of cricket.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have with the sun kind of peeking through at times. But let's get back to the action now, because it's time for over number 6, or maybe not quite yet. So, yeah, Thomas Martinez is in the chat. He's watching from Madrid, where apparently it was down below 0. Obviously they're a bit further north than we are here. All right, here's Louise Little coming on, and around the wicket with that kind of that angle, which has been effective at times in this series. That one whistles past the outside edge.
Yeah, she's done a lot with the bat so far this series, Louise Little. Should be wanting to impress with the ball as well. Yeah, I quite like this right arm round angle to the right-hander, just cutting across them.
Well, that's in the air, but might be catchable. It is going to be palmed over the rope. It's going to be a Maximo. That's Sophie McMahon down there. Had to take it kind of side of her body. She probably wasn't quite set with her feet. And that's a big moment in the game. Not only is it an opportunity squandered to get Malcolm ball, but also it costs Ireland 6 runs.
Yeah, that was an unlucky one. She knew that the rope was nearby, so she knew she had to kind of get her feet inside the rope, and that just meant she wasn't quite in the right position to take it. It kind of trailed away from her as it flew over the rope.
Slow ball this time, I think, from Little. Yeah, those are the little moments, aren't they? Especially when the game's running against you. But that's what happens. That's cricket for you. No one tries to make mistakes. Sophie should be disappointed. Also, I think when you're near the rope like that and you're on the move, you don't really know where you are. Obviously, got to have your eyes on the ball, so you can't be looking at your feet at the same time. She maybe had concerns about how close she was getting to the rope. Riker takes the strike, punches this down the ground for one.
Well, there's always so many things to think about when you're catching a ball, and the last thing you want to think about is what your feet are doing and where your hands are going. And when you're close to that rope, it's just one too many thoughts in your head, and suddenly the ball's coming at you. You obviously don't have much time to think about it as well. And that's
sometimes no time to think is good, though. You
Yeah.
know, with catches, especially in the infield or slips or anything like that. It's when sometimes you've got long enough to think about how it might go wrong, or the enormity of the situation. More difficult. That's a pretty good looking shot as well, and that will get over the top. That was a teaser. Down for McMahon on the boundary. Maximo for Malcolmore. Well, it's her time to shine now. And with that strike, she moves up into the 40s.
Yeah, she's been getting a few starts. So she got a 14 off 7 against Scotland, so a little cameo, but now she's really hitting her stride, and she wants to go big here, half century and more, to really get her team in a really strong position. They're already 71% on the win predictor.
Yeah, remember they started underdogs. That's gone wrong. That's going to be a no ball. Pretty easy call as well. Maybe the only saving grace for Ireland is that it means that Malcolmore will take the single. She'll be at the other end as Riker. Well, chance for her to get going. Just has 1-4 in her 12. That one's actually right off the end of the bat, but no doubt it wasn't going to come down below the waist. See if Lulu can get out of a tight spot here. Free hit. And it's hit very well. It's exactly what Robin Riker wanted. She had the immunity cloak, and she uses it to perfection. Maximo to finish the over. The Dutch up and away, 83 for 1. Karina's up there in a questionable choice of jumper. We'll get to that in a moment, but Karina, she's had her fair share of Grizzlies whistling past her ears in her ECN career. That was a good strike.
She's almost gone camouflage there. Maybe she's hoping the ball won't find her.
True. We won't be able to find her if she gets knocked out of the tower. 83 for 1 after 6. I had a few questions in the chat and comments saying, is it the conditions? Is that the reason that we're seeing the runs flowing a little bit more? But honestly, I don't think it's that. I think the conditions have been similar every day, but I think it's just the batters finding a bit more confidence than some of the teams that were inexperienced, just finding their rhythm of how to pace their innings and finding that balance between aggression and insanity. Often teams will be too conservative, or they'll get too crazy and start kind of charging wildly at everything with no real plan. But geez, haven't we seen the Maximos flying so far here on day 3?
Yeah, I don't know what the players had for breakfast this morning, but whatever it is, they'll want to keep eating it because they've had a lot of big hits today.
Ellie McGee pitches that one nicely, but almost knocks the umpire's head off. In fact, that's going to be 4 down the ground. Cuatro carreras. This partnership, it is hurting Ireland at the moment. Right now, remember they came together at 15. It's already worth 73.
Yeah, they're really getting off to a good start here. I mean, they're over halfway through their innings, and that we're looking at, after the big score we had this morning from England, which was then chased down by Scotland, we're looking at another easily 100-plus score from the Netherlands, and they'll be wanting to get up to 120 if they can. Again,
good footwork there. Really good footwork to almost make the ball at the pitch. Now, just kind of throws the hands at this one. That's over the top as well. Maximo! Almost like that free hit has gotten Robin going. Last year's MVP puts another one over the ropes. And Right now, Netherlands 11 are a runaway freight train.
I love how the previous delivery showed balletic footwork, and that one was just, I'm just going to stand and smash it. So it's the two extremes of batting right there.
Yeah, because it was flatter, she didn't have as much time to move her feet, so she just set her feet and trusted her eyes. Nice kind of adjustment, I think, from the bowler, McGee, and a partial stop, I think, in the infield will keep it to 1. But and don't forget, Ireland will have the right of reply to this. By the way, that chase of 127 in the first game, it's the highest chase we've seen in Women's T10 International. The previous highest was only 99.
Wow.
So it smashed the record. Bit of a miss hit, but Malcolm will get away with it, moves to 47. Honestly, there's a couple of reasons for that. I think that you probably don't see teams often make that many runs and lose, because typically if they're good batting teams, you know, at this level of the game, they're probably good bowling teams as well. So, yeah, it was a really noteworthy result. And this is going to be hit as well. Spins right onto the middle of the bat of Riker, who has found her mojo. Maximo as McGee ends up going for 19 off the over. I don't think it was the worst over I've ever seen either. And the 100 comes up for the Netherlands as well. At the end of 7 overs, they are 102 for 1.
Yeah, Riker getting in on the action now. She's had a quiet start, given that she was last year's MVP. She's had a quiet start to the tournament. But
Question. Pick a team at random, any team on the board, and I'll see what I can tell you about them.
I mean, Farmers. Tell me about Farmers.
Farmers, I'm glad you asked. They're from Jersey, and they're a team that actually have been to the ECL before. And random facts about them, they have a wonderful ground there. So that's one thing. But the other thing is that they have these awesome green blazers.
Love that.
And Rico, when we go to Jersey, has already requested one. So, yeah, Farmers will be back. And in fact, they're in a group which has 2 Jersey teams in, because Jersey, their club, Old Victorians, the qualifiers last year, and Hornchurch, the English qualifiers, they played in the final last year, so they get 2 of the spots, and then all the other spots are qualifiers from the countries. So, yeah, we'll have a Jersey derby.
Do you have to be a farmer to play for Farmers?
I don't think so, but it's a good question. Of course, Jersey cows are famous.
Yes, there's a fair few farmers in Jersey.
In the air, and that should be gone. It will be gone. They needed a circuit breaker, didn't they? And it's Kai McCartney who's come on, and she's created a chance, and it's been taken. So Ireland 11 still got some time to work their way back into this game. We know that nothing's impossible after we saw what we saw earlier from the Scots. But that will break a partnership. Ends up being worth 88 in total as Riker walks back for 35, and it's 103 for 2.
She made that catch look easy, and she did well not to hurt herself afterwards. I know it's a bit greasy and slippy out there. She had to run around to her left, did Ellie McGee, but she took it quite low and then did well to kind of fall over rather than jarring her knee. So it was a nice take there, and yeah, breaks the partnership. Robina, though, good contribution, 35 off 17, so she'll be happy to kind of get on the board for this year's tournament, and hopefully she can build on that for the coming games.
She really kind of went up a notch, didn't she? It was that free hit that really got her going. Meryl Deckling, pretty good replacement to come in for the Netherlands. Kai McCartney taking around the wicket, slides his first one past Deckling.
Well, she's been batting well. She's top scored twice for the Netherlands, so she'll be hoping to go big again today. I mean, it's been a great start. She's got basically license to go now, less than 3 overs left. Just go for it.
This is round the corner, similar spot. Well, having to hustle there. I think that the Indian Malkambor gets in easy enough.
Yeah, it was a bit of a free hit there, and she didn't quite get hold of it, otherwise it would have sailed over the boundary. That 45 position is quite a busy position,
Sure
especially
is.
in T10.
Especially if the bowling isn't quite where it should be.
Yeah, you always on the hot spot there, and the ball comes at you hard there because the batters just pivot on the ball, and they don't get hold of it. It's coming flat at you. I know there's a few hit that way for Germany's games as well.
Tell you something that'll probably raise a smile to you. As this is down the ground, it's going to set a bit of a task, but it's a task that's done well by Sophie McMahon to her left. So they'll only get a single there. So obviously our men's T10 has been really, really successful. Obviously it's a format that we actually discovered by accident when we just had only booked the ground for a certain amount of time. We had to get all these matches in. So it was only ever meant to be a one Going to give him a one-time deal. But we could never go back to T20 or go to T20 after what happened. And obviously we show a lot of T20 internationals, and obviously that's been the form that's taken the game truly international, I think, over the last few years. End of the 8th over. Pretty good one there from Kai McCartney, who just stops the bleeding for now, at least, for Team Ireland, with the Netherlands 105 for 2 after 8. And also even with the boundary sides, that where we were playing at La Manga in Murcia, it was basically 2 football fields. So that's as big as you can get if you're going to have the equipment and everything. But what happened was this exciting new format, which I know 10 over cricket had probably been done before, but not quite like this. But then, okay, when we started branching into women's cricket, which is something we wanted to do for a while, started 2023, we had to work out, okay, how can we capture the same excitement? We want it to be a standalone product that has all the wow factor that our men's product does. I think we've achieved that. But one of the things is the dynamics, like what are the regulations, for example? That's in the air, and you called it, Tina. That is a hot spot, and it's going to be a wicket for McMahon, who comes back. So how about that for a catch? That's McCartney's gone back to her regular spot, I think. But she'll take the catch this time, and the Netherlands lose Mockenbauer.
Heartbreaker on 49.
Heartbreak 49, you're right. And well, they'll take it at this stage. Ireland storming back into it, 105 for 3.
Yeah, and the number 311 for the Netherlands doesn't quite get to her half-century milestone, but what an innings from her.
Agent 311.
Well, so she must not have got her kit back, because the reason she's 311 is she's 31. I think that's Silver Seeger's number. Yeah. And she's pasted on a 1, so not sure what her actual number is, but maybe she'll want to keep the 311. She's been doing well with it.
Yeah. I mean, she probably felt a bit disappointed she hasn't gone on with it yet. I'd say that is going on with it. I mean, takes the team over the 100 mark. I know she'll be disappointed that she has to settle for 49. Would have preferred the 50. That's 105-3 gives a chance to the skipper, Caroline de Lange. Down the leg side, it's a real tough take for the keeper, and that might even go all the way. It does. So, a bit more ECN education. This is what I suppose we end up calling a minimo. We know what the maximo is, but the minimo is kind of minimo effort, but maximo runs. 5 runs for nothing. That's not the follow-up that McMahon was hoping for.
Yeah, well, you get the new batter on strike, and the last thing you want to do is get them off the hook. Carolina just watch that sail past her. And she'll want to contribute here, as we've spoken about previously. She's not bowling, so she's in the team as a batter.
Had 22 not out yesterday and actually hit the ball really well. But one thing, she did tell me this a while ago, and I have remembered, she's never hit a 6.
Today's the day.
In her life. So, maybe you're right. Maybe today is the day.
I mean, I love hitting a 6. I think the rush of hitting the 6 is up there with one of the best feelings in sport.
Definitely. Pitched up, hit down the ground. More work for the fielder. This time it's Dempsey down there. And there's one of the unluckier players going around, Pin Oost. 3 wickets yesterday. Finds herself out of the team. What's going on there?
Dream debut. Wicket with her first ball. 2 wickets in the first over. And she finds herself with a big one today.
All the peen heads, they have been really, really upset.
Heads are fuming.
Yeah, that one's actually going to get past the keeper as well. It's kind of reared up, didn't it? On Loughran. I'll get through for a bite. It's Hannah Landier. I thought she was excellent in the last over yesterday and the first over, but the game on the line, just a handful to defend against Scotland. Did the job.
She's limbering up, so I'm sure she'll feature heavily in the Dutch bowling innings. Got 8 balls left in this innings though, so she can get a move on with her warm-up.
I'll finish up in a second where I was telling you about when we had to get the dynamics right, because you're talking about that hot spot round the corner at 45, right? Oh, well, this will test the back foot flexibility of Declan. But I reckon she's actually gotten pretty close here, just eyeballing it. She did kind of charge, missed, and then instead of turning around, she tries to slide this foot back. Does she get there in time?
Just about grounded by the looks of it, but it's going to be a millimetre decision.
I think there you got to say she's in.
Yeah.
And then I think you got to say this is in.
Yeah, she looks pretty confident and calm out there.
Yeah, she's done very well. Just be a nightmare to take on a twister at home. That kind of flexibility.
If I did that, I'd have to be winched back up from the floor.
The medics would be already out there. what I was going to say with around the corner is, okay, so we decided, okay, we're going to make the boundaries a bit smaller. We'll make the circle smaller as well. But our circle's already smaller for men's cricket. We use 30 metres from the centre of the pitch, so it's a true circle. It's not an oval. Well, goes for this, high in the air. Don't think it's got the legs, though. Fielder comes around, misjudges it, plugs. And I think that the foot's touched the rope there. They'll definitely look at this.
Yeah, she's put the dive in there. I don't think she actually needed to. I think the ball had pretty much stopped.
Yeah, the ball, I actually think you're right. She bats it back, but the ball had stopped. But yeah, just have a look. It's the second fielder that comes across here. It's this foot here. See, it's actually touching the rope. It's actually kicked the rope at the same time that she's touched the ball. So yeah, so you don't really plan for those scenarios, but hey, chalk it up on the board. Another field, I think it's Dempsey that time. She runs under the ball, ends up carrying a bit further than she thought. So at the end of the 9th over, 117 for 3. We could be on for a similar score as earlier, which we actually saw chase down. The highest ever chase in an ECN women's T10 match. Wickets for Dempsey as well as Sophie McMahon. And I think they are going to bring back Kaya McCartney. So why not? 1 for 3 in the first over. Slides the first one across. So I was going to say, so we had the circle. I can't remember what it was exactly, but it was kind of like 22 metres or something. But because it was from the middle of the pitch, it made that 45 like comically short and dangerous. So actually, and we've, after experimenting a little bit, I think we've got pretty good dynamics in this. So we've got a 45 metre boundary, so it's 5 metres less than the men. But you tend to see the scores are pretty similar, which is kind of a good indicator of getting it right. The circle, though, it's the same. The circle is a 30-metre circle. We thought it doesn't really matter. Okay, you could bring it in 2 metres, but sometimes we have men's then women's games consecutively, and you don't need to be marking in a different circle for that. It just works.
What is the longest 6 you've seen on this ground? It must be pretty big. There's
well, that's
an
not
effort,
going to be a 6. It's going to be stopped. Well, someone's going to have to find it. And yeah, something tells me it wasn't an easy ball to find there, but luckily it was stopped. They do stop the boundary. Probably here we often use the trees or the Tesla Centre as a good indicator. Now, the ones that go over the trees, we never really see how far they end up going.
Good effort there, just playing a bit of football with
A bit
herself.
selfish with it. They never wanted to give it to a teammate. They'll get one this time. I think they'll settle for one. But we have had a couple of balls hit up to the Tesla Centre on the full.
Okay.
So if you can get it, and the hill's always been there. The Tesla Centre's pretty new. It's just this year. But yeah, that's always a good indicator that it's a monster. But geez, we've seen some big ones here. I use for the women's here, I think I use the scorer's box and our box as a real good indicator how big they are. As Caroline DeLanger, she's still searching for that elusive 6. But she'll have to settle for one here and hand it back to Deckling.
Yeah, I mean, 122 for 3, final ball of the innings. So we are going to see a very similar score to what we saw this morning.
Is it Chasey's Tuesday? What's going on here? Last ball coming up. McCartney's been good. She's going to get hit hard here, and that's kind of into the gap, but closed down pretty quickly. Got to be running 2 here. What are you doing? They still might get it. They might not. It's going to be close, I think, for the second.
You've always got to go for a 2
But this is the thing, don't be playing for the red inker. Just run and see what happens. And sometimes it's amazing how many runs we've seen. We've even seen like 5 all run off the last ball. I think it's just in there. So they get there in the end. Probably not the greatest throw, really. Didn't have to be so spicy from the outfielder. So they will get 2, and they're going to finish with 124 for 3 off the 10 overs. Just 2 runs less than what England scored earlier on today. And, of course, that wasn't enough. But Ireland 11, let's not get too kind of Lulu-centric, but Louise Little, I think she's going to be really, really important. We know that Ireland, they were chasing 100+ against the English 11 last night. Put on a good show. I think they ended up on 95. Netherlands, this is a good test for their bowling as well. I mean, their bowlers should feel that's enough runs on the board to defend. Orange Army, I think they're pretty happy with the first half. But if we have learned anything from today and these 3 days in general, you cannot count your chickens before they've hatched. And we've got a game on here. Irish will have the right to reply.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be all about the start for Ireland. They've had some amazing starts so far with the bat, and now they're going to have to go hard from the beginning. But it was all about the Dutch top order at the start. Robina there getting her war paint on, ready for her innings.
Well, Orange Army's there, but don't forget we've got the Green Machine. They're here as well. They've got their fair share of supporters, but it was Kurana who lit it up in the first over. I mean, that was good. The second hit she hit was pure down the ground, but then she found herself out. So I suppose no cause to panic. Riker came to the crease, had a slightly underwhelming start, but it was Phoebe Molkenboer in particular, wasn't it, that kind of engineered this score to 100 plus and have the Netherlands in the box seat.
Yeah, going at strike rate, almost 200 Molkenboer, and she was very unfortunate to not get to her 50. But I'm sure she'd be more than happy, again, with not her using her own kit to get to 49 to help her team. And a little cameo by Diegeling, and then at the end, 11 off 9. De Lange still looking for that all-elusive 6. A few missed opportunities in the field for Ireland. Applause all round from the Dutch team for their batters, who have done a sterling job out here, getting their team to 124 for 3 wickets. That was a great catch there. She did it well, not to injure herself when she was flying across. It's quite a greasy surface out there. So there was some good moments, some good catches from Ireland, but they'll be hoping that their batters are going to be firing on all cylinders. I'm going to go for a run rate of 12.5. So it'll be a tough chase for the Irish, young, inexperienced side. Ireland were throwing themselves around the field, and the Dutch walking off. They'll be happy with that at halfway. So the Dutch now going to be defending 124 for 3. Taking a look at the lineup. So it was all about Molkenboer at the top of the order. Just short of her half century, off 25 balls. Sanja Karana got the Dutch off to a flyer in the first over, and then just got herself out. Final ball of that first over when she looked like she was in really good touch. Robina Riker showing why she was the MVP last year with 35 off 17. And the Irish used a lot of bowlers, 7 bowlers used across the innings, and Kia McCartney was the pick of those, going for just 10 runs off her 2 overs with a wicket as well. Wickets shared round. Sophie McMahon got 1, Georgia Dempsey got 1. Quite expensive overs here and there. Louise Little going for 22 off her 1 over. But good to see Ireland sharing around the bowling duties. Of course now they will have the right to reply. So at the halfway stage, Phoebe Molkenboer has led the fight for the Netherlands, taking her side to 124. Kia McCartney, the pick of the bowlers, Georgia Dempsey, Sophie McMahon also chipping in with wickets. So that's leaving Ireland needing 125 runs off 60 balls, 12.5 runs per over. So come back in a few moments' time to see if Ireland can chase down that big total.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
Very warm welcome back to the very sunny Cartama Oval, where we find the Ireland chasing 125 for the win against the Netherlands. We saw a big chase this morning with Scotland chasing against England, and as you can see, if they want to go, of course they want to go for the win, but to get the bonus point they need to go to 86 runs off the 7 overs, so that'll be one of the aims for Ireland, but of course they want to go for all 4 points in this game. It's quite tight in the table at the moment in ECC-W. So any point now that you can pick up will be a big one. Of course, we saw the upset this morning, Scotland beating England, so it's all getting very tight in the table. And you join here. Hannah Landheer is going to take the first ball, and it's been a very exciting morning so far. So let's see how this one pans out. And the batters we have Harrison and Little are opening up. Little, of course, is big wicket for Ireland. She's scored big runs. So I think this one's on a knife edge. Joining me, Christina Goff, and I'm joined by Vinny Sandhu. How do you see this one panning out?
Yeah, well, unpredictably, based on what we saw earlier on. I mean, who would have thought that Scotland would chase 127? No, Ireland are capable. I think a lot of pressure. I think on the top order. I think one thing for Ireland, they probably have kind of run into some roadblocks. Now, ironically enough, a bit like Scotland did earlier in the week, when they've lost their top order, they haven't really had anyone that's been able to steady the ship in the middle and down towards the bottom. But Landheer as well, you know, she gets better every time we see her as well. Plan will be for her to bowl the first and the last.
She's started off very strongly. She's got quite a rangy kind of run. There's a chance for a run out there, but they've scampered through there. She's got quite long arms, long legs, and she uses that to her strength when she's bowling. And she started off strongly here. Just the one scampered run off the first 3 balls.
Yeah, definitely the longer the day goes, the easier it is to kind of run in. The ground's a bit drier in the run up. Hannah is producing so far. Little gets the strike, and first one kind of skews off the outside half of the bat. Then we'll get through for a single. It start's important as well. I think one thing about the Scotland start, you know, that's probably the best kind of comparison we've got, is we talked about the rate being 25 per 2 overs, and they were always around that mark, weren't they? Maybe a handful behind, but never losing touch. So I think that's something that Ireland have to focus on as well. Wow, that's top edge, really. It's up in the air. It's a bit of a steeper. It's been caught. So Harrison's going to go just the one. It had a bit of extra bounce from Hannah Landheer, but it's a nice catch. Robin Smith had a long time to think about that, but she held her nerve. She held the catch, and Ireland lose an early one, 2 for 1.
Yeah, it's bad news for Ireland, but good news for the Netherlands, and that was a tough catch. It went high up in the air. Luckily, the sun was behind her, so she didn't have the sun to contend with, but she took it nicely, watched it all the way, and they're very happy with that. Celebrations from the Dutch, and rightly so.
Yeah, Hannah's a genuine fast bowler. I think that's one thing we've seen. She's bowling with rhythm. She's got nice, easy, repeatable action. And that's just the luck factor, really, for Harrison. On another day, maybe that kind of gets edged over the fielder and goes for 4 or even 6. You never know in this format, but unfortunately for her that time, she got undone by a good piece of fielding. Had that short third position. Maybe a blessing in disguise. We saw Scotland lose an early wicket earlier on, and next batters came out and smashed them. His Squires getting a gig at 3 again, and she'll turn this round for a single. She was excellent yesterday for Ireland.
Yeah, and they do have a bit of depth in their batting lineup, but of course you need one of your top order to go big. And I mean, to be fair, earlier Scotland, there wasn't a huge score. There was scores of 13, 14. Maybe that's enough to get you over the line. 120, it seems like a lot, but...
Yeah, main thing's the rate, right? You can't have people chewing up balls. Well, there's uno partido desde una pelota de oro. That's what I'm trying to say. One match since the Golden Ball, and that match was an absolute banger of a match this morning. It was one of the
Best matches we've ever had in the ECC-W, that's for sure. Scotland 11 with a big upset. England 11. They will take on Italy in the next game after this. And they'll be very, very keen for the win. But yeah, so far, Netherlands 11, keeping things quiet.
And they've gone straight to spin here as well, so they've changed it up. They've got the pace of Hannah Land here, but they're following up with the mystery spin of Silver Seegers here.
Well, this one is going to be a no ball. It's upstairs. Now, can they stop this from going for 4? They can't. So a little bit of luck there in Pocket de Suerte. Seegers, she's a really fun bowler to watch, but sometimes she has had issues with her control, particularly her length. And this is probably shoulder high. Actually, a pretty good shot as well. Although she's advancing, it's definitely staying upstairs. That's 5 runs and a free hit to come.
Yeah, she does well with that one. It's often difficult on a no ball that you have a split second to realise that this is also a free hit, and she did well to move her hands to the ball there.
Right there is a really good shot from Little, and she is someone that you're going to have to remove if you're going to be sure of defending this. Have a look at the footwork here. Okay, can't be stumped, but just gets closer to the pitch of the ball, puts it over the rope, 6 more. So basically that ball goes for 11.
Yeah.
Turns this into a full toss. Well, that's going to be 4. Well, this would be a great time for Little to shine and really show us what she can do for an extended period. Did score a lightning half century, just 14 balls to bring up the milestone on opening day. This is a big mountain to climb, but with Lulu there, anything's possible.
Well, she's the big wicket for the Dutch, so they're going to be targeting her. But I mean, she's showing no signs of nerve so far. She knows she's only 21, and she knows she's got to kind of be the big batter in the top of the lineup for Ireland. She's doing well so far.
You've got to be brave. Yeah, you've got to still go after this power play. They're only halfway through the power play. They're kind of back on the pace. And this is going to get over Karana at mid-off. And that's going to be 4. So another ball that doesn't hit the turf. Little's owning this over. Seegers has just gone magical.
Yeah, and there's still 2 balls left. 2 balls left in the over. And yeah, it's a tough over for Seegers. And she's just not quite hit her lengths yet. And Little's made full use of that, and that's what you got to do. If it's a bad ball, it's got to go.
Couple to come. Seegers tries around the wicket. Again, good footwork turns into another full toss, this time a little bit lower. Little moves to 20. She's got 20 out of the 24 runs so far in this innings.
And it was about the same when they played Scotland, wasn't it?
Yeah,
she hit half century and the target was 60, 70 odds. So
I knew you were watching. You weren't just kind of doing touristy things around Malaga. But yeah, you're spot on there.
Too much of a cricket badger.
It's okay, I'll forgive it. Took 6 balls, but she got it right in the end. It's Silver, but stares down the barrel of 21. Rosie Lawrence behind the stumps. End of the second over. So look, they're pretty much at the rate at the moment. 24 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, the win predictor only has them at 33%, but I mean, it's 1 over left in the power play, and it could be a make or break over. The power play is really where you have to, when you're chasing a big total, that's where you've got to get your runs. If you look at the table,
I'll throw one at you. If Ireland beat Netherlands here, it'll be 8-8-8.
I'd love that. Just for the screenshot.
It's assuming it's a 3-1 win. But look, plenty of cricket still to play. The good news is we've got good weather. I think this time last week we had a few issues with weather. We had a few games washed out. Touch wood, we're not going to have to deal with any of that stuff. Robin Schmidt took a good catch earlier. Now she will bowl over number 3. Last over of the power play. Little gets it. This is going to pop up in the air. Well, it's catchable. It's caught. Big moment in the game. As Schmidt comes on, she caught one. Now she's got a really big fish and a huge strike for the Dutch. 24 for 2. Little has to go.
Yeah, that was a great take. It looked like she was not quite ready for that catch. It looked like she was kind of, oh, someone else want to take this off my hands. And then she just stuck her hands out. It stuck on in there.
Yeah.
Brilliant catch.
It wasn't, how would you say, it wasn't, she didn't know it was hers. And it's a returning of the favour from Hannah Land here, who had that ball kind of heading towards her right, felt there was a fielder next to her that might have called it, but she just heard radio silence and said, well, I guess I do have to go for it. Little just gets done by that leading edge and has to depart for 20. 24 for 2. Georgina Dempsey, the captain, comes in at number 4.
And suddenly you'd say this is the Netherlands power play. I mean, Ireland would have taken 1 wicket down, 30 odd by the end of the power play, but 2 wickets, a big wicket of Little as well. It's suddenly swung again in Netherlands' favour.
Still got to be aggressive. That one jumps up down the leg side. So you still have to try and be going at that kind of 12.5 and over. Your next little milestone, 50 after 4. It doesn't matter if there's if Little's there or not. That's kind of what they need to do to stay alive in the game. Don't forget, 87 to guarantee a point, but I still think Ireland will have visions of chasing this down, much like Scotland did this morning. One bit too wide. And we have pretty simplified wide interpretation that we follow on ECN. You're probably familiar with it because you were playing all last week, but yeah, we give the bowler the line, say, look, that line belongs to you, even if you get a little bit of the line, but if you miss the line, that's it. We have, in the past, kind of followed more the traditional, quote-unquote, interpretations of limited overs cricket. But I just think that with wides or not wides being such a huge game swinger, potentially, in a 60-ball match, that everyone's appreciated that consistency. Even though sometimes it's a bit harsh at leg side wide, just being leg side, but I think also the bowlers know you've got to put it in a certain area. The batters, okay, they can muck around with it a bit, they can change their position, but I also think the umpires got their hands full with so much other stuff, trying to, even having to call it.
Well, it's important as a bowler to know where you stand, and I think you can tie yourselves up in knots a bit with the rules when, okay, did they move across? What's the shadow of the batter?
Everyone then starts to look at it through rose-coloured glasses. Yeah. And it's hard enough when you've got the actual line there to make a judgment call as an umpire. And now you're having to have an imaginary line that's just in your head. It just leads to inconsistency. It's been a good rule change this year, interpretation change. Goes leg side this time, in the air, holding up and out. Well, Dempsey's going to have to go. Riker, she owns that space, doesn't she, out there at deep mid-wicket for the Dutch. And that's 3 wickets down. Schmidt with a double strike in the third. And now Netherlands well on top, 28 for 3.
Oh, it's been a masterclass in catching so far. Another one that's skied, and they're not easy, especially in this sky. A few clouds around, and she didn't quite get hold of that, and Riker underneath it never looked like dropping it.
Yeah, it did very well, and that's, you see the players practicing again and again and again and again. That's why you practice, because you're going to get limited opportunities in the game. Dempsey tries to go over the ropes, but ends up just having to go. Schmidt with 2 wickets. Riker with a good catch out there. The Irish skipper goes for 1. It's 28 for 3.
Yeah, and Dempsey will be disappointed with that. She's not quite hit her straps yet in terms of batting this week, and they needed a captain's innings from her today. It wasn't to be. In comes McMahon, the new batter, and yeah, I think Ireland are well behind the rate at the moment. It says 12%. I think I'd go along with that, but you never know. These things can change so quickly.
Yeah, true. McMahon gets a hit. Doesn't have to hit this one, though. I think this is a wide, just judging by the way it carried through to the keeper, but they're just checking if this is off the pitch, in which case it'll be a no ball. Yeah. I think it's just on the pitch, so that'll just be a wide.
It made to look a bit wider because it moved so much.
It did swing a lot, yeah.
So if she gets that on target, that's a lethal ball. She just needs to readjust her radar a bit.
Well, that's up in the air. Timed pretty well in the end. In fact, it's going to go 1 bounce 4. So McMahon gets off the mark. Pretty good shot. Remember, we still are in the power play, only 2 fielders out.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. It was nothing more than a chip, really. She didn't really follow through, but it was enough to get it over the inner field and yeah, almost all the way, just short of the 6th boundary rope. But that'll give her a bit of confidence. She's due a bit of a score as well.
Goes for it again, but this time could be trouble. It is. They kept the field up. It's good captaincy from Caroline de Lange. Didn't kind of just react. Didn't kind of chase the ball. Said, look, if you want to go it again. And unfortunately for McMahon, it'll be 4 and out for her. And that's 4 down now for Ireland, 33 for 4.
Yeah, I'll take that one. That was a bit of a commentator's curse there. I did say she was due for a score, and next ball straight into the grateful hands of the Dutch. So
Deckling there takes the catch easy as you like. But yeah, that's the pressure of runs on the board, isn't it? Ireland, with the right approach, it's hard to criticise that either. I mean, she went for the right stroke, obviously just wasn't in the middle. No one hits in the middle 100% of the time. So Sophie has to walk up the Cartama stairs for just that 4. And the score is 33 for 4. Just quickly, I noticed Tim Reed in the chat saying, yeah, Tina is doing a brilliant job on the commentary. Lovely to see you there. And Scotty, who's watching from California, agrees.
Thank you. Thanks to Scotty
You
and
don't
Tim.
seem to be running out of steam. You're fine so far?
It's fine so far. I've been doing my vocal exercises and, you know, almost halfway through my full day today.
Water.
Yeah. Chamomile tea. I'm a tea drinker now, apparently.
Yeah, well, this is also where you start thinking about lunch.
Oh, don't remind me.
But I'm not thinking about that right now. We've got a game here. What about the over from Schmidt, by the way? 3 for 9 in the over.
I'll take that any day of the week. And that might, yeah, it's called no ball on
Yeah.
the field. I think it pitched off the side of the Astro.
Isabel van der Woning, who's coming on, pitches off the pitch and before the stump, so good early call from Mita Gooch, which means free hit coming up for Squires, who's kind of watched the carnage unfold from the other end. Free hit. Well, walks it, it hits it. Probably will be caught. And Caroline DeLange doesn't realise it's free hit. And I reckon she at least duped 3 or 4 of her teammates.
Good dummy that was.
Or maybe it's clever captaincy. If you get the batter walking off, you hit the stumps, you
Well,
send them packing.
You've got so many things to think about as a captain. You've got 10 other people to move around the pitch. So I think in that moment she just slightly forgot that it was a free hit. Good take though. Maybe it was for the best
That was a
that
good
she.
take. And then she kind of said, no, I knew.
Yeah, just playing it cool. Playing it cool.
And the lie detector has determined that was a lie. McGee comes in, gets a good rock first up from Isabel van der Woning, who's settled in now. Yeah, so we've got people watching from all around the world. Hello to you. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia as well. Saw Jacob in a little bit earlier. It's pretty cool. This is one thing about our channel, and there's no other cricket channel like it. For that, I am positive. Is that we do get that kind of two-way conversation.
Mm.
Ball once again, good areas from Van der Woning. Yeah, so it's so cool to be able to speak to the viewers and they get immediate feedback. Do you have a favourite viewer so far that you've seen in the chat, or are you still kind of open to persuasion?
Yeah, I mean, bribery, persuasion, all of the above, but, you know, just kind words is always nice. So whoever's nice to me, I'll be nice back to them.
I've met Tim, actually, Tim Reedman from the UK, during ECS England. Oh, another good delivery from Van der Woning. She did struggle a little bit with her rhythm yesterday. It was a windy day. She was going to have to pull up into the wind, and saw the ball kind of jerking free a couple of times when she was running in, but she looks spot on here. And to be honest, I think Netherlands now, they might be looking at trying to keep Ireland below that 87.
Yeah, they want to take all 4 points into lunchtime. Good end for the day for them.
Good shot this one, although it could be trouble. It's Riker that takes the catch. Oh, McGee, no good deed goes unpunished. Jumps over that pull shot. But once again, not quite the juice to get it over the ropes as Robin Riker showing why she's in that hot spot. It's going to be a derrick for McGee. And Ireland now, believe it or not, they're 35 for 5.
Yeah, it's been a catching masterclass by the Dutch. Whether it's on a free hit or a legitimate delivery, they're taking every single catch. I think Carolina knew that one was not a free hit, and Robin took it safe hands as always out there in the deep. And yeah, Ireland in a spot of bother now.
Yeah, I mean, she tries to get on with it there, Ellie. You can understand that. Just didn't quite get the contact she wanted, found the field, and Riker doesn't drop too many at all. Van der Woning with her first wicket. Rico's got quite a famous duck noise. I don't know if you heard it, if you watch that, but he can do quite a good duck noise. Now, I can't. My duck sounds like it's sick. So I
I'm
don't do
absolutely useless at impressions. We didn't do the David Attenborough earlier. I definitely can't do a duck. I think that's Rico's speciality.
I think you're right. This is Locker and the keeper coming out at 4. Pretty confident looking shot to get off the mark, and she'll retain the strike. After 4 overs, Ireland 11 are 36 for 5.
Of course, Rico's having a day off today.
I wonder what he's up to on his
I
day
was just
off.
wondering that.
Yeah.
On the beach, pina colada in hand. Who knows?
Thing is, and Rico made this point to me yesterday when we were on the way home, that we've been here so often that there's plenty to do here, but you do start thinking, oh, I've done that, I've done that, I've done that, I've done that. Because now if you look at it, actually next year, it looks like we will spend something like 4 months of the year here.
Wow.
Which is, it's a great place to be, but it's just like, it's almost like you live here more than you're visiting. So there's some pretty cool things to do. There's the Caminito del Rey, which is an amazing kind of tour you can do of the power station there, but how they kind of built in these really kind of harsh conditions in the mountains. So that's quite an interesting one. Change bowling here. Lara Limhoos is coming on in over number 5. But yeah, I'm trying to work out what I'm going to do because I've got my day off tomorrow. Doing such a sensational job. I'm going to leave with Rico tomorrow, and still tossing it up. So maybe the viewers want to give me a few tips. Lara goes over in the follow through there, but luckily enough for her, the ball stays on target. It's only a single. You can see there, that's what Ireland need for the point now. So that's probably maybe a more realistic target to try and get a point out of the game. We just talked about how close this table is in the middle. Well, that's a bit of luck as well. That's going to be a no ball, and it's going to rocket to the boundary.
Yeah, I think that didn't quite come out of her hand properly, and it's definitely give her the free hit, and it's been signalled 6 on field as well.
So yeah, it's actually 6. It's a 7-up. Other
7
brands
up.
of lemonade are available, but that is an ECN 7-up, no ball plus 6, and it's basically the best thing that can happen at 7 runs, and it doesn't even count as a ball. So now Squires is going to face up to the free hit. So it just kind of all went wrong there for Lame Hoist Orange Army. We're not enjoying that. It's quite a big camera. Oh, then tries the kind of little dink and then goes for the reverse dink, ends up with nothing. So he's just trying to engineer something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good ball on the free hit. I always think on a free hit, and maybe that's just because I'm more power and 0 guile, I just try and stand and deliver.
Smash. It's one of the few times you can get that satisfaction. To hit across this one, have a good look at it. But maybe the height there, maybe just heading towards the leg side. I'll check this out in the replay. Maybe actually hit the glove. I'm not even sure it hit the pad actually. It made a thuddies kind of sound. Yeah, so I agree with you. Because, okay, let's say you hit the best little dink ever and it goes for 6.
Right.
Okay. Which that wasn't, but it was attempted. But it's not the same feeling as absolutely smashing a ball for 6, because you get like this feedback, which is like, I did that. Whereas really you're just stealing someone else's pace.
I just think as the confidence of just smacking a 6, I know a dink looks great on camera, but
great.
Yeah, I think just getting the middle of the bat, hitting it as hard as you can, you have nothing to lose. But yeah, that's why I'm a power player, and I have...
Even if you lose your stumps, who cares?
Exactly.
Might bounce to the boundary anyway. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a really good shot from Loughran. Well, Ireland fighting from behind here, but it's a cracking shot. Got to it on the full and just turned on the precise moment to get it over the ropes.
Well, I think while these two are still in there batting, they'll have a chance at least for the bonus point. I mean, Annabelle Squires, who's currently the non-striker, then she had a really good day yesterday, and she was firing at a rate of knots. So while these two are in, I think they need just a run a ball for that bonus point. So that should definitely be their first aim, and who knows what happens after that. Scott's looking on, basking in the sunshine now. I think they were a bit colder this morning.
They're pretty happy with where they're at as well. Really, there's kind of been a bit of an opposite effect between the Irish and the Scottish sides in this tournament as we get to the end of the 5 overs here. So, yeah, Ireland started here and they found themselves kind of struggling to keep it up, and they've kind of been taking a bit of a dive. Scotland started here, and they, at the moment, I mean, can't get too much better than a record chase against the defending champions. But Netherlands are funny because they actually haven't done anything wrong. First game they lost, but they only lost by a little bit.
Yep.
And since then, they've been pretty professional. Again, here, putting big runs on the board. It looks like they'll defend it. Big question, I think, for me, is whether Netherlands can actually roll the bottom order and take all 4 points.
And that'll be a big confidence boost. And as we know, this game is all about momentum and confidence. So as the Dutch are going at the moment, this will bring them a lot of confidence. But that is a lovely shot.
That's a very, very hard hit from Squires, who just kind of plays this off length from Van der Woning. It's like an advanced front foot pull shot, really, but absolutely cracked it. Well, there's some of the brains trust. That's JJ and that's James. And don't be fooled by their fairly vacant demeanour. They are very busy and they've got very important roles in making sure that ECN runs smoothly.
Like clockwork.
Oh, that's hit so hard, it's going to be dropped, but that was a bullet, wasn't it?
You heard that crack off the bat, and she did well not to have her fingers taken off there.
Oh, my word. Malcolmore there at point. But she does well to say 4 there, if I'm completely honest. You could hear the grunt from the batter as it sprung off the bat.
Yeah, Silva's got her head in her hands there, but I think she did a good job, and that was a tough one.
That one's up in the air as well. Test the fielder. That wasn't textbook, but it was effective. They'll get back for 2. Look at this stop. Again, first thing is get there. You're going to try and stay off the rope yourself. And Atlantic does well. So no boundary there. Van Devoning, bit of a mixed bag, I suppose, but I think she's bowled with pretty good rhythm and fire here. Slightly split grip over the seam. That's her ball, isn't it? Just kind of pitched up, allowing it to swing away a little bit. Beats the outside edge of Loughran.
I love how you can tell every time she's bowled a good ball because she has the worst poker face. She has a proper spring in her step every time she's bowled. She's like, I'm happy with that one. She's been happy with a lot of her delivery so far. I mean, 1 for 10.
So she should run a ball in the context of this game. Ireland 28 or 26 for a point, 5 wickets left in hand. Get a wicket here, might make all the difference. The other thing is, I was talking about regulations and the like earlier. So in EC and T10 cricket, we don't discriminate between men's and women's cricket. We allow 5 outfielders. We just feel it's that format of the game. I think in the T20 game, it's meant to encourage kind of longer hitting for longer, but I don't think you need to really encourage it anymore in T10 cricket. I was curious to get your thoughts on that, and if you feel like it makes any difference, or whether it makes it a bit easier to protect. Last ball for Van Devoning, premeditated.
Bit of friendly fire there.
Yeah, it doesn't actually go too far to finish the 6th over. Ireland 11, 59 for 5. Yeah, did you notice any different with having 5 outfielders, like say when you were batting, for example, or it's just with these dynamics you're feeling, you're not too worried about the outfielders?
Yeah, when you're batting, I can't say I noticed. I mean, we often in the women's game, and maybe last week, we often didn't have 5 out all the time as well.
Yeah.
So it was a bit of a tactical thing because I guess for the women's game, it's a lot about kind of placement as well, and you can easily run 2 here if you have a lot of fielders out on the boundary.
And also, I think because you have such a variation, I think between top order and bottom order, depending on the level of women's cricket you're talking about, sometimes it's in your interest to try and push for dots. So you put the squeeze on.
And I know we were definitely doing that against Spain at times.
Well, Deckling starts with a ball that kind of gets away from her. It's going to be a no ball for height. And it'll get past the keeper as well. So 2 freebies. It means that Loughran will get the chance against a free hit. Merrill coming on in the 7th over.
It's gone a bit sloppy from the Dutch at the moment, from their bowling. They've gone a bit off the boil. It's a better one, but that's been deposited over mid-wicket for 6. And yeah, I mean, Ireland look on course for the bonus point at the very least, but I think it's maybe too late to go after the 125, but you never know.
I was just thinking that. I mean, look, they were 59 after 6, and they would want to be 75 to be on target. So that's a long way behind 16. But having said that, basically, that ball's just gone for 8. You get the no ball and the bye and the 6, and it's only 1 ball down. So I suppose you can give it a shake. It's an interesting situation because you might want to say, okay, let's have a crack at this, but then you're also a bit worried if you lose these 2, then you're 7 down, and maybe you still need kind of 15 or so to even get your point, and then you're worried that that's not going to happen. So I suppose you have to work out how confident you are that you might be able to chase this down. 8% is what's given at the moment. You never know if you never try.
The predictor's not confident, but I think Ireland will be quietly thinking, well, we'll give it a crack.
White called.
What are we thinking about Deakling's glasses? They're quite funky.
The glasses game's strong. I mean, we all know the England 11, they're the masters of the sunglasses, but Netherlands 11, they put down a good challenge. Very futuristic.
Yeah.
I saw those in the souvenir shop.
They would be part of Project Darwin, I think. They would. Project Darwin.
Project Darwin is the best name
glasses
of anything. When I heard that, I was like, what are they doing with that? Like, what are they experimenting with? It's got to be top secret.
Oh, it is. Absolutely.
Loughran, 17, actually outscoring Squires at the moment. Gets onto this around the time it pitches, they'll get a single. All right, so look, the point looks fairly safe, but yeah, I still think you're looking for it. You're looking to be aggressive. Seems like Ireland have all the momentum in the game at the moment.
But it's just the importance of partnerships, isn't it? They've just built a little partnership here.
That one's gone wrong as well, so that's going to be a no ball. It's one that Squires wasn't even confident she was going to be able to reach. And that's wrist spin for you. I mean, sometimes you don't quite get the release right. Couldn't have been stumped off a no ball either. So they had the right to kind of not worry about getting back in her crease. All right, Squires, let's see if she can cash this one in. Deckling is having a few control problems here in the 7th over. Swing and a miss. It wouldn't have been stumped even if it was taken and she was out of her crease, because a free hit basically acts the same as a no ball as far as the amount of ways you can be dismissed. I'll get through for a bye.
I think Rosie Lawrence briefly thought she had the stumping opportunity. She did the Carolina de Lange thinking it was not a free hit.
Something actually I mentioned yesterday when Maddie Ward was up to the stumps, on a free hit, and I love keeping up. It was like my main thing. I loved keeping up to anyone I could. But on a free hit, it's probably no point. Might as well go back. Jams herself here, Loughran. Can they get through for a single? So Deckling, okay. Probably won't be an over she'll remember too fondly, but doesn't get hurt too badly. They were 13 and a bye off that one. 74 for 5 off 7 coming up. We've got a big game between England 11 and Italy. Those teams aren't too far away. We'll see if we can get them to you before the end of this game. But yeah, on a free hit, you can't get a stumping. So then if you're up, you start asking yourself, well, why am I up? Because there's sometimes little edges that get past you, and if you stand back, as long as they're not going to get a run to you, it's probably a strategic play.
Well, especially with the regulations in this series as well, where free hit you can change around your field as well.
And even in all cricket, the keeper is allowed to keep up or back. They're allowed to.
That would have been my question, so I'm glad you knew the answer to that one.
Yeah, no, I know all the loopholes, what you can and can't do. And also we have said you're allowed to change it on the free hit. I'll tell you why that is in a moment. Seegers comes back, gets that first one spot on. Good bowling. Yeah, so I think it was just felt in ECN that it's just one less thing the umpires have to worry about. And it doesn't make a huge difference. If you have some sort of magic free hit defensive field that you've got, go for it, right? You're on the clock. It's just, the umpires have a lot on their plate. So it's probably not a bit of a furphy. We're bowled.
I always wondered that. We're going to go for
Well, she likes this. She kind of double clutched it, did Rosie.
She almost implored umpire Andy to go upstairs.
Well, this will be a really interesting side on, because it's kind of, it's on the batter who didn't seem like there. She's in there, but then she actually steps forward a bit, and I think she's out. She is out. She just skipped forward a little bit, and that's going to be a wicket. Loughran, well, as a keeper herself, she'll be incredibly annoyed when she looks at that replay, because she was in. But then excellent awareness from Rosalie Lawrence there. As she was ready to throw it away, she just noticed a bit of movement, and you saw that was the difference between Loughran being just in and just out. Silver Seegers picks up the wicket.
Yeah, that was great awareness by the keeper there. And she kind of had one bite of the cherry, saw that Loughran was in, and she just did that little shuffle forward.
I mean, she's probably lucky. I don't think she tried to knock the bails the first time, because she knows that she was just in. But then she still could whack the bails off.
Yeah, but a little delay.
If she'd hit them the first time, probably then she'd have to pull a stump out, and that would have been difficult. But anyway, Loughran played some nice shots. She has to go for 19. 74 for 6. And this kind of little window of opportunity now, with 13 still required to pick up the point. This is Julie McNally coming out at number 8. Rosie's keeping's come a long way, though, since I saw her here last year. All right, well, that's up in the air. Can anyone reach it? Well, Caroline's after it. She won't be able to find the drop zone. And McNally is off the mark.
Now, you've still got Annabelle Squires, who's now on strike, and while she's in the game, Ireland will definitely be hopeful of at least getting that bonus point. I mean, the win predictor has them at 2%, so that might be a step too far, but a point will be a good result for them from here.
Well, that's ballooning leading edge, and Seegers just shows you how dangerous she is when she gets it right. And I think the lesson from this is Seegers should bowl later on when the ball is just kind of a little bit banged up a bit. I think she's gripping it better. She hasn't had those kind of control problems that have plagued her when she's bowled early. And I think that's probably something I'd take out of this. Try and bowl her in the second half of the innings, maybe kind of 5 and 7, 6 and 8, something like that. But she's been very, very good in this over. And also I like the confidence to bring her back. Obviously it wasn't the start she wanted with that magical over back in over number 2. She went for 21, but yeah, it's been a really good over. Last ball coming up. cracking shot though. That's just genuine batting. They'll get one, think or two. They decide they're going to come back. They'll get there. Good work from Squires, who hustles back, gets the strike. It was actually a really good shot though. If you watch this,
She just waited for it. I mean, it floats in the air. Silver's bowling's quite often difficult to pick in the air, and she just waited for it.
yeah, wasn't worried about the ball turning past the bat. Great stop by Kirana, by the way, who turns a 4 into a 2, and that'll take us to the end of the over. So it's 78 for find the boundary, but they will get a run.
They need less than a run a ball for the bonus point, so I'd agree. You don't need to start ramping. I mean, there's no fielders inside the ring on the leg side, so just drop it in there and run, and that's the point in the bag.
Any kind of contact, you're going to get at least one run with this field set quite far back. Any contact at all, we'll get one here. So Squires kind of left holding the baby a little bit in this innings. Lost a bunch of partners early. She actually saw Schmidt take 3 wickets earlier when she was at the other end. Like McNally though, I mean, someone batting 8 hits the ball really cleanly. And once again, although this could be trouble, it's caught. Really nice bit of fielding out there. Schmidt's got 4. It's only the 3rd time we've seen a 4-fer in the ECC-W. She's got a ball at a 5-fer as well, so maybe some history on the way. Landier takes a nice catch. McNally kind of gets punished for hitting it so well, but she's the 7th to 4. It's 81 for 7.
Yeah, that was unlucky from McNally. It was a nice shot to follow up with the shot through the offside that she played just now, but again, the Netherlands are not dropping a single thing in this field, and it makes it a little interesting. There's 7 balls to go. The bonus point is still up for grabs. Obviously, Ireland are kind of into their tail now, so who will come out and just get them over the line to at least rescue 1 point from this game?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Lara McBride has come out. I wonder what the approach is on this ball. Yeah, I love all these situations they come up, and they really kind of pick your cricket brain about risk, reward, and what you're really trying to achieve and how you're going to do it. And McBride has to deal with 1 ball from Schmidt for the first ever ECC-W 5-wicket haul. And goes very close to getting it. Rosie tries anyway, but it won't be stumped. It'll be the end of the 9th over. And we've got a BP thriller here. Bonus point thriller. It is 81 for 7 after 9. Just 6 runs required with the last ball. Last over, I should say, for the Dutch to get all the points. This is what's coming up. England versus Italy. And England have winning the toss, electing to bowl in that one. Maddie Ward's got the gloves back for England. I still don't see Ria Fackrell in there, so obviously they've decided to give her the whole day off. We'll just see where she's at. For Italy, well, they've actually been in pretty good form. You look at all their top 4 have looked pretty confident at the crease. Rathnayaka missed out yesterday. We'll be hoping to go big. Bartram has been hitting the ball really well as well. Alenia Sims, good younger players coming into the side. Alexia Kontaparakis, South Africa-based player. And more based in the UK. Dalawata comes in. Hope she gets the ball. You love her. They got like an all-sling attack sometimes when Malawata and Dalawata are playing together. Although no Malawata in the attack today. That game's coming up in half an hour's time. Right, here we go. Hannah, can she defend 6? You've got an interesting strategy here. You're happy for Squires to get 1. Well, you're even happy if you can get her out. Can Hannah get there? Long attempt at the catch. But see, now I think if the Dutch are smart, you bring the field up, because you don't want McBride to be able to sneak off the strike. So you need to defend 5 in 5, and you've got the number 9 batter on strike. So I think this is where you need to be a bit clever. Maybe even bring in the cover, bring up the mid-wicket. They leave everyone pretty much back. So if you're McBride here, you're just thinking, hit the ball, run. Yes, and yes. Pretty good shot, though, for a number 9.
It's like you've done this before, Vinny.
Yeah. But that's the thing, you need to find the balance, because you don't want to concede a boundary either. But also, I think you're seeing the difference between a number 9 at the Premier Division level and the Challenger Division level. They're coming out and creaming the ball. They're 4 off 4 for a point.
You can hear the crack off the bat from up here, and Squires is going to want to have 1 more hit to get that bonus point.
In the air, but finds the gap. But this bonus point, it was trialled in the ECC-W last year. It was a big success, and it's come into all of our T10 cricket this year, except for finals, but in group play. It's really added an extra element. This game probably wouldn't be very exciting right now if there wasn't this point up for grabs. McBride, 3 off 3. Landier would love to sneak a dot past here. Won't get it. Nice shot. Will pick up. Might as well throw. They don't. They concede. We concede 2. Well, now it's interesting because let's say you concede a 1 here, then with a dot, you could take all 4 points.
Yeah.
So there's no such thing as a tie with the bonus point. We know that we need 2 off 2.
That's a very low-key appeal. I think that they've just scampered through for a 1. That'll be leg buys. So there's 1 off 1 needed for the bonus point. I'm not sure. There doesn't seem to be much chat out there about
Yeah,
the
I mean,
bonus
this
point.
is where there's communication. This could be the difference, you know, between being third or second or first. You never know. Probably just heading down the leg side. But yeah, basically it's this. If the Netherlands can have a dot here or a wicket, they will take all 4 points. If Ireland score anything, they get a point. So they've got to understand the situation here, the Netherlands. There's nothing to lose. You bring all your fielders up. You can't even lose the game. You need to save a single. And now I think the message has gotten out there from the coaching staff saying, look, you might as well come up. Let's put the pressure on. And you've got to treat this like the last ball of the game.
Yep.
And say, look, even now, you might as well come up, get people right in the face. Don't let the ball kind of come off the pad and skew for an easy one. Landia, easy way to do it. Get her to miss the ball. Any score for Ireland to get a point. Last ball. Now they will get it. And it's well done by McBride. Well done. She's got nerves of steel. She hits runs. Again, I think the field was too far back. Netherlands probably learned a lesson out of that because I think they didn't give themselves the best opportunity of taking all 4. But let's not take the gloss off what's been a really, really good win for the Dutch. And they set it up with a dominant batting performance in the first half. They were able to get those key wickets early, although Ireland did recover. They were not really ever in the hunt down the stretch. And the Netherlands will run out winners in this one by 37 runs.
Yeah, I do think the Netherlands missed the trick at the end there. I mean, yes, they're high-fiving, they got the 3 points, and hats off to them. They did the hard job in the first half of the innings. But that bonus point, you just hope it doesn't come back to bite them because we saw
maybe
last
just
week.
not thinking about it in the game, and it's up on the scoreboard. But the thing is, you've got nothing to lose there. It's not like if you're playing for the game and you felt, oh, if they hit it over the top, we lose the game, and it's all is lost.
There's nothing to balance. It was just
got a freebie,
Yep.
free shot at it. Hey, the Orange Army are very, very happy. The Dutch team putting on a good show there against Ireland, and you can see they're getting a very good ovation from their supporters. And the Dutch, well, that's the end of their day as well. They just have the 1 game today. They can at least walk back to the Sunset Beach. Well, hopefully they get driven back, but they'll take the 3 points in the bus with them. Ireland will see them in what I think is going to be a really interesting rematch at the end of the day. They're taking on the Scots in match number 12. Before that, of course, we have England 11 versus Italy. That's what's coming up in around about 25 minutes' time. And so the news from the toss there is that the England 11 won the toss and elected to bowl. So Italy will be facing up. Let's go and have a look at the highlights of this one. And Irish fans would have been hoping for lightning to strike twice to the Kardiema Oval and another 120s chase. Well, there's the Brains Trust. That's the J Club there. Jason and James Cantor. But Hannah Landia came on early and had a wicket early as well. Abby Harrison, unfortunately, not able to get more than a single. It was a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde performance, if I'm honest, from the Netherlands. I don't think they always got it right, but I think they learned a few things out of this. Obviously, they might have a chat about not really defending that last ball the way that they probably should have. But I also think that they learned, for example, Silver Seegers. I think she needs to bowl later in the inning. I think she gripped the ball a lot better, just seemed to have more control. But how about Schmidt? It was the old 1, 2, 3 from Robin, as she was able to pick up 3 wickets in her first over. She ended up with a 4th as well. You throw in the catch she took, and I suppose she has a kind of unofficial fifer. That was a little bit unlucky, wasn't it? We saw McMahon come out, smack one for 4. Then we saw her go the very next ball, Deckling with the catch. And then just kind of solid stuff from the Netherlands. That was one that Rosie couldn't believe. But this was a funny one. It was a little bit of now you're out, now you're in, now you're out. And yeah, there was the decision. Just stumped by a little margin. Landia, once again, she caught well. She had a really good game. It really plays a bad game, Hannah. And at the end of the day, Ireland, they needed 1 run to keep their point off the last ball. They were able to do that. And I think, as we've seen with this table tightening up, that every point could matter. So at least Ireland, they do take something out of the game. We'll see them taking on the Scots in the final game of the day. For the Netherlands, well, they'll go back and they'll be pretty satisfied. They get the job done. Don't forget, at the start of the game, Netherlands were actually underdogs. They end up running out with the win, and they do it to the tune of 37 runs. 21 from Squires, kind of had plenty of partners while she was out there. Run a ball 21 in the end. Louise Little 20 before she was out. That was a big moment in the game. Joanna Loughran, the keeper, with a pretty nice 19. And even you see McBride coming out. I mean, they've got plenty of players that can hit the ball. Ireland just wasn't their game. They end up with more or less an average score, I think. 4 for 12 for Schmidt. Don't forget that catch as well. Landia with one also caught well. Silver Seegers, second over, really was a good exhibition from her. I think, like I said, they learned something out of it. Van der Voning as well did a good job, 1 for 10 off her 2 overs. We'll take a break then, and might even have a little spot of lunch, but it won't be too long before we're back on deck with Italy setting the pace as England 11. Well, they will certainly have been brought back to earth a little bit. They'll know they'll have to work really hard to get over Italy in a rematch of a boil over last year, of course. The first time they ever lost in the ECC-W was by 6 runs to the Azzurri in ECC-W 23. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back with Christina Goff in around about 20 minutes when we return to the Cartama Oval in Spain for more ECC-W. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado. Hello and welcome back. We're halfway through day 3 here at the Euros of Cricket, and now we have a rematch of a really memorable match from last year. In fact, England 11 versus Italy. More about that in a second, but right now, let's go to the coin toss with the two captains, Chiara Green of the England 11, Emilia Bartram of Italy, and of course, our tournament referee, Ian Ramage.
England, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Italy, the away team, you'll call. It's been called European cricket, it's come down Rado. So you've won the toss.
We will have a bowl first.
Okay, toss won by England, who will bowl first.
England win the toss then, and Chiara Green says we will have a bowl first, and it's a bit of a departure from what they have normally been doing. They've been batting first so far, but we did see the England 11 lose their first game of this series to the Scots earlier on today. It was quite amazing. 126 posted by England in match number 9, but Scotland, what a stunning turnaround for their batting in the last 48 hours. They ended up chasing it down with 3 balls to spare. We'll say some of the English bowlers seem to struggle a little bit with the footing and the conditions, but I suppose it was the same for both sides. They just weren't really able to adapt. And England 11, of course, the only other game they've lost before this morning at an ECC-W was against Italy, and that was last year in match number 16. Now, on that occasion, it was Italy that batted first and made 107, ended up holding on in a thriller to win by 6 runs. So Italy, obviously, their captain, Emilia Bartram, has been a really good form for them. I think Alenia Sims has been looking really good for the English 11. Tilly Kesteven missed out this morning, but she had good support, didn't she? Amy Gordon put on a real show with the bat. But I suppose with the English 11, not so much their batting, it's their bowling. They'll feel they want to get right. They get the chance to do it first up here against the Italians, who I'm keen are wanting to put 100 plus on the board. And for Italy, they have that kind of belief they can beat anyone on their day. But this is an England team who are kind of smarting after that first loss this morning. I know they don't want to go back to the Sunset Beach without a W. Let's get ready for the first ball then, and Christina Goff has been doing a magnificent job so far. Tina, I know you're looking forward to this one. Always a good rivalry between the English and the Italians. I can tell you that it'll be the English who have decided to bowl first, so Italy get first use of the track. Over to you as we get ready for match 11.
Yeah, thanks very much, Vinny. And as you said, I'm really looking forward to this one. What a day we've had so far on this day 3 of the ECC-W Premier Division. Scotland beat England this morning, so England will be looking to respond to that, to get back to winning ways. Of course, probably the favourites of the tournament, but they would have been a bit rattled by that defeat at the hands of Scotland this morning. So let's take a look at the teams. Tilly Kesteven is going to be important at the top of the England lineup, but if we look at the top of the Italian lineup, Methnara, just 18 years old, she can hit such a powerful ball, and Delisha as well will be joining her at the top of the order. And oh no, I think we've actually had a change in top order, so we'll come back to that one. But if we look at the win predictor, it has England at 87%, of course tournament favourites. But as Vinny said, last year Italy did manage to top all the favourites, and they'll be hoping to repeat that feat again today. And we're starting off with Caitlin Belcher, who has the ball in hand. And yeah, I think Methnara is going to face the first ball, but she's got a change of partner at the other end. So they've switched it up a bit, Italy, after, of course, losing in heartbreaking fashion in the golden ball yesterday to Scotland, starting up here with Caitlin Belcher. That's just tapped into the onside for 1. So yeah, joining Methnara at the top of the lineup is Alexia Kontoparakis, a South African-based player. Could have played for Greece. I think a bit of fight over her heritage, but she opted for Italy, and she's going to face the first ball here from Caitlin Belcher after Methnara just took 1 into the covers. Caitlin Belcher is bowling a bit of heat here. I think that the pitch has dried up a bit, so it's maybe become a bit easier for the fast bowlers to run through hard and fast. We saw this morning that some of the seam bowlers were struggling a bit with the run-up. It can get a bit boggy there just with the sheer volume of bowlers running through there. There was some tactical and questionable use of sawdust, but Caitlin Belcher doesn't seem to be having any problems just yet. Just a quick single taken there by Alexia. Yeah, and if we look at England's record, of course, they were shocked by Scotland this morning. They went into that game this morning with a record of 3-0, so they were unbeaten before the shock defeat this morning. Italy, meanwhile, they lost to the Netherlands on the first day, came back strong, beat Ireland by 8 wickets. That sparked jubilant scenes and a pitch invasion, and they were just on the wrong end of a golden ball defeat to Scotland later in the day yesterday. This is a really good start by Caitlin Belcher. She's hit her stride straight away, no loose deliveries, and that's something Italy are going to have to really work with. They obviously play maybe a different standard generally to England, and they're not going to get that many loose deliveries that they might be used to, so they've got to make the most of any loose deliveries that come, and also maybe go a bit more attacking against the better bowling. And of course in the power play they need to make the most of only 2 fielders being outside of the circle. Just as I say that, commentator's curse as usual. There is a loose delivery by Caitlin. Good hands by Maddie Ward, who is back behind the stumps after handing over the gloves last game this morning to Libby Thomas. So she had a bit of a rest this morning, although she was running around the field, but now she's back behind the stumps, standing up to the seamers as she always does. And that one is cracked high, not very far. And despite a mix-up, it is taken by Green at mid-on. Despite the distraction of her mid-off teammate coming across, it is taken, and that's the very dangerous Methnara out early, and that's a big wicket for Italy. If Methnara gets going, you definitely know about it, but this time she just kind of got caught a bit maybe by the pace. It did go up high and almost had the paramedics on standby there. We've had one concussion in the England team. We please don't need another one. But all smiles for England as they take the catch. Methnara going just for 1 of her 3 deliveries. That takes Italy 3 for 1 with 1 ball left in the final over. So not the start that Italy would be hoping for. But they've got plenty of batting to come and plenty of time still. We're still very much in the first over. Win predictor has them at 11%. I think that went down a few notches with Methnara's departure. But in comes Chaturika, and she'll be hoping to get a score. She's not quite got any scores so far. 0-2 with the bat so far, so this might be the day for her. And that's a wide, and again, that's the danger of the keeper standing up. There's not much he could have done about that one. She just sees it whistle past her shoulder, goes for 5 wides, and for Italy, you'll take any run you can get at this point. Tough on Maddie Ward there. I don't think she saw much, and yeah, a bit of a shrug from her as if to say to the bowler, please don't do that to me again. So still 1 ball left in the first over. And that's just nudged into the onside to take Italy to 9 for 1 off the first over. And I'm joined here in the sun-drenched, finally, commentary box by Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandu.
I am, and I'm back, and yeah, quite interested to see Mahamala get 3. I thought, I would have thrown Alenia Sims in there. I think she's been in really good form, but Hachatu just play a supporting role here. Having a look at the teams, of course, England 11, Ireland 11, Scotland 11, Netherlands 11, and Italy now. Each team in the Premier Division now, they have won a game and lost a game. Obviously, England going down this morning, so it's always a really good sign that it's a healthy competition. Of course, Jersey will be part of this Premier Division next year. Who we got down there? Looks like Marzi trying to protect himself from the sun. A bit the old Bart Simpson look about him. Anyway, looks like Kiara Green's going to come in. What about the old NFL-style running catch there from Kiara Green? Almost got tackled by a teammate, Rhiannon Nolan Davies, in the first over. Kiara, interesting move as well. Going to spin very early in the second over.
Yeah, well, I think as captain, you have that right to just say, just give me the ball. I mean, I think she was the leading wicket taker in last year's tournament as well, so she'll back herself. And I think Italy do like pace on the ball. They've got big hitters who can really swing through the line, so maybe taking pace off is not the worst idea now.
Yeah, it's a good point.
That one is in the air, but it'll drop a dramatic stop. Didn't quite need to be quite so dramatic, but it was a nice stop nonetheless.
With all the vigour of maybe being able to catch your auntie out with a one-hand, one bounce there, but it was Belcher who's been very good in the field this tournament. Green keeping it quiet so far.
There's a big appeal here, and the finger of death goes up. Slight questioning look, but it was a big appeal from all of the England fielders around the bat, so there must have been a bit of a nick on that, and that's Chaturika going without really troubling the scorers, and Italy are in a spot of bother here. 2 wickets down, still in the second over.
Yeah, no doubt. It's just that natural angle across. Again, putting Chaturika in this spot. I'm not quite understanding it, just given that Alenia Sim's been in such good form. I don't think it's a format of the game where you want someone to kind of be having to play a support role on the power play. Although she can hit the ball hard, Chatu. We'll see her in the second innings. She's part of the Italian, what I call the Slow Sisters.
Yeah, I've heard this nickname, and I'm enjoying it. It's meant with all the love in the world.
Yeah, well, we've had the Slow Bros, but obviously that doesn't really work in the women's game. We've got some teams that love to go to a lot of slow bowling, but Slow Sisters is cool.
No, I like it. I want to be part of a gang like that. Slow Sisters. I mean, I could be a Slow Sister.
Do you reckon they get the DJ putting that one? The Slow Sisters. Anyway.
This is a solid start for England. Exactly, they have Italy exactly where they would want them. 11 for 2.
Alenia Sims does come out at 4.
She gets straight off strike down the other end.
Especially with Kontaparakis out there, who talented as she is, she hasn't been put in this position before. So I suppose I could understand a little bit more if you still had one of your set kind of out and out boundary hitters out there. But also a great chance for Alexia to show what she can do with the bat.
Well, that's what it's all about as well. It's about opportunities, and it's great if your batters go big and don't give anyone else an opportunity. But these are the types of situations that test you as well. And one of the Italian top orders now going to go big if they want to get a competitive score here against England. She does try to go big. I think it might just hold up. Yeah, it's good work by Amy Wheeler out there on the boundary. Clean take. They do come back for 2. They scamper through. So it's a 2, but a save from Amy Wheeler on the boundary stops it from being a 4. High fives all round for her. And it has dried up out here on the pitch, but it doesn't fly away. You've really got to get a good contact on it for it to fly over this grass. And that was a nice sliding stop there by Amy.
So Amy stays well inside the boundary, and that will take us to the end of the second over. It gives us a quick chance to have a look at the table, and well, a couple of 10s there with England and the Netherlands now tied on that score. Italy and Ireland at the bottom with 6. Although Italy do have this game in hand. Scotland kind of smack bang in the middle now, but this is just one of those times. I suppose during the challenge I had my ideas about how it might finish, but really I've got no idea. England 11 still probably have to be favourites to finish top, but we know there's benefits to every spot. Even, third and fourth play the eliminator, but if you had an interrupted game, for example, if the rain was to force an eliminator to be abandoned, being third means you go through. So there's literally something to gain at every spot in the order. Well, this looks like Brandon Noling-Davies, who's going to bowl at the third over, last over the power play. Full toss first up, hits straight, and just sneaks through the fielder. Geez, that's been the kind of action zone, hasn't it, so far? It was Beth Gammon, who's a really good fielder, but just misjudged that one slightly. It came off her fingertips, and it kind of spooked Green, who might have been able to make it as well, but she left her teammate to field this one. See here on the replay, Green was kind of backing up, but yeah, couldn't anticipate that. Shot by Sims. Sims in the form of her life right now. This time she'll just knock it to point where it'll just be a single. Yeah, Italy is a place we have been many, many times for ECN cricket, and actually Italy was the home of the Meltle Shield this year, which was a first of its kind tournament between the British and Irish Roses, which had representatives from a variety of countries, with the eligible countries, England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales obviously being a part of England in cricket, but then also the Channel Islands, Jersey and Guernsey, Isle of Man, potentially, although they didn't have a representative this year, and also Gibraltar. And then you had Team Europe from the continental European countries. So yeah, the Roma Cricket Ground was the home of that tournament. Best of 9. Team Europe actually got the win this year. I'm looking forward to maybe even expanding that competition next year. Oh, bowled by Nolan Davies. Once again, Maddie Ward back behind the stumps. I know her type as well, being a keeper, and she would have been a bit annoyed, even though that was that big 5 wides down the leg side. That was a very difficult stumping opportunity if she had gloved it. But anyway, she also has that kind of ability to put that behind her and concentrate on her job. She's an absolute weapon back there. Nolan Davies, 2 to come in the over.
And that one's worked away to deep square. It will just be mopped up for the 1. Yeah, Maddie Ward, when you're so good, you set high standards for yourself, and anything that's just a half chance or a quarter chance, you'll be annoyed with yourself. And I think she can let herself off for that one. It's always tough. And the England bowling has not always been the most accurate in terms of line length and things like that, so she has been on her toes working down leg side as well.
The other thing is keeping up when you could easily keep back. I think as far as stumpings go, you've created a chance out of thin air. So if you were back, you never would have had that chance.
That's punted, and it's straight down the throat of Beth Gammon at mid-on. She tried to loft it over the top, did Lenny Sims, but didn't quite get enough of it. She's a bit annoyed with herself. Yeah. She knows it was the right shot. She just didn't really commit to it,
Second game in a row, she's just kind of half-heartedly poked the ball to a fielder. And I know timing is everything, as they say in the classics, but this is neither one nor the other, is it? Doesn't really go after it, to go over the infielder. Doesn't have the power to do that. And obviously doesn't drop short either. So that's actually a pretty big blow, I think, for the Azuri. As Beth Gammon takes the catch without too much fuss. It's Rhiannon Nolan Davies with wicket number 3. It's 20 for 3.
Yeah, and it's not the power play that Italy would have wanted. Of course, they lost the toss and they were sent in to bat, but they would have still hoped to. They've got such firepower at the top of their order. They would have hoped to clear the rope 1 or 2 more times. And as umpire Andy signals now, that is the end of the power play. So England can push 5 back. I'll be interested to see if they do go for the full 5. I mean, they're also already into the middle order, as you can see. Not the greatest of starts for Italy. Positive first over, but obviously 3 wickets falling, 1 in every over, has really halted their momentum.
And no double figure overs either. 9-5-6 through the power play. It looks like they're going to Amy Wheeler now. And I suppose Amy, she bowled this morning. I didn't think she bowled too badly, but she bowled the first over. I suppose she's got the insurance now of the ability at least to put more fielders out. I think they are going for 5 outfielders there, as Delisha is the new batter. Kontaparakis faces up. Oh.
And that one is definitely delivered with some heat. It's going to be checked for height. The umpires are having a look.
The thing is, it's probably down the leg side, I thought anyway. So if you're going to be super technical, then I probably think they're going to give that a bye. So they're saying it's either gone over the stumps or it's kind of gone over the head of the batter.
She took evasive action. I thought it did drift down leg side, but maybe by the time it had passed the stumps.
It's a bit of a funny one. It's a bit of a grey area there, because normally it's anything down leg side unless it's between the batter and the stumps. But if it's kind of straight over the batter's head, you got to kind of do a calculation.
That one is hooked away to the square leg. She's running in from the boundary. She's not quite going to get there. Lucky for Delisha, she didn't quite make contact with that. Otherwise, it might have ended up in the hands of Caitlin Belcher there at deep square leg. And we spoke about Maddie Ward. She is now actually standing back. So Amy Wheeler, I think, is trying to deliver a bit of heat. She's got protection.
Been scared straight.
And that one, she's got her radar wrong on that one just a bit. That will be a wide ball.
But
of course.
That's actually, but that's actually quite an interesting one as well. Because as a keeper, you love being up. Most keepers do. But then you always have to have this reassessment. Now, what's more likely? Now, you're probably more likely to get a little top edge or something like that at the moment than have someone fall out of their crease. So this is why, even though Maddie's certainly very capable to keep up, I think it's the right call right now.
And that one is hit, and it should be taken at point, and it is taken by, I think that is Jasmine Wesley out there. Comfortable catch. And another one goes for Italy. That's Kontaparakis, who has gone. Italy now 4 down in the middle of the 3rd over, and the expected score is 68, and I think they'll be happy to take if we offered them that, they would take that at this moment. But
it's just it's an interesting time, obviously, to try Kontaparakis at the top of the order. And I think she's been a great addition to the team so far, but it's just kind of thrown everything out of balance. unfortunately for her, it doesn't go the way she wanted. But she's a young player. We'll see plenty more of her even this week. But right now, she has to step aside for 5. It's 23 for 4. But Amelia Bartram comes in. So Amelia had a leading role when Italy did upset England 11 last year, 107 to 101. First kind of real boil-over upset. And it actually reminded me that Italy in the men's have beaten England 11 twice as well. And Italy were the first team to beat England 11 in the men's as well, although back in 2021.
Good omen for them, but they've got off to a difficult start here. It'll be down to Captain Amelia to consolidate a bit. I think when you're 4 down this early, you don't need to start going for the big hit straight away. Amelia might, because we've seen yesterday and the day before, she has got the power to clear
she's
the
in
rope.
form. Yeah, batting 6.
She does go hard. There's no inch given here by Italy. That one just squirts through to 3rd.
It's funny, so much as a mindset thing. So maybe it's not a bad thing to come out and pretend that you're dominating the game and bat accordingly. It doesn't mean Amelia's too smart to be too crazy, but she's probably going to stick with the game that's had her be successful over the first couple of days and be aggressive.
That's another wide down leg side. Great take by Maddie Ward. As you said, that's the beauty of standing back. That could have been a 4 or 5 wides if she was standing up. But
I mean, sometimes in the nets, I'd call it like level 14 keeping, as if it was a computer game, and you'd keep up to everyone. You'd have the guys trying to bowl bounces in the dark, and it was quite late. But in the game, I think you have to try and make the best option. That's much better from Amy that time.
Yeah, a bit of a fuller delivery there from Amy. I mean, her stock delivery is a bit shorter, and she's got the fielders out for the short delivery, so she's got a deep backward point, deep cover, 3 out on the offside. But it's not a bad idea to change it up and just catch the batter out. Delisha in this instance, see if she can get moving on her feet. She has gone back to the slightly shorter ball, and that has been dispatched to the boundary. I think just a 1 bounce 4 takes Delisha up to 5. She's only faced 2 balls so far, but that'll be a welcome boundary for Italy.
Yeah, it's a nice opportunity though for Delisha. Okay, slightly different role. She normally opens, no fine legs, so just kind of has to get something on it. How close was this? We're going for 6. No, not quite, but not far away. But she loves the cricket. She's always training really hard there in Rome, and plays cricket for the Rome ECC, who are normally our hosts when we're in Rome as well. 29 for 4 after 4, a wicket in each over, and that just hasn't allowed Italy to settle it all.
Yeah, it's completely halted any momentum that they might have got through boundaries. But yeah, England have turned to spin now. Number 21, Amy Gordon. So obviously she had a great game, mostly with the bat this morning. It's not often that you get a big score, 76 off 31, and still end up on the losing side. So
somehow got pipped for the player of the match as well. Somehow was Catherine Fraser, who just lit it up in the second innings. But hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Here she is bowling.
And Amelia just hoiks that one into the leg side for 1. And you can always see what shot Amelia's going for. She's got quite a wide stance.
She's looking for it, yeah. Although, I haven't seen her hit straight 6s. There was a first game that we saw Italy pull off probably the biggest upset in our women's cricket history, so pre-ECC-W, start of last year, so back in February, that against the Dutch, Amelia needed a 6 to win the game, and she pummeled this thing straight down the ground. And nice to see in the background, everyone's paying full attention. But it was an amazing moment, actually. And that was the moment, I think, and the Dutch, by the way, they were very sporting in defeat. It was kind of a wake-up call for them as well. They'd had very few issues in that tournament so far. Sweden and Gibraltar also were in that series.
That's the shot she waits for. I mean, she's executed it enough this week. We've seen the ball in those trees a fair few times. I mean, she's got that match-winning 43 off 13 against Ireland. That's just explosive from the very start. She missed out on that one.
Good bowling from Gordon, though, keeping it really tight.
She does go big this time, but it's more high than far, and Gordon is under it and will take it. Caught and bowled for Amy Gordon. That is the end of Amelia Bartram. Just couldn't get going on this occasion. Just the 2 runs off her 4 deliveries, and yeah, the pressure of mounting overs and the score just ticking over quite slowly. That's 31 for 5 now for Italy, and she did go for the big swipe, just not quite the right line to play that shot.
The other thing is Gordon's bowling off spin, so even if she can turn it a little bit, and obviously with the bounce, it's going to be really hard to kind of swipe across the line like that. So that's the way things are for Bartram. again, she won't be too bothered about it. Obviously, it doesn't work out for her that time. But Italy find themselves in a bit of a hole. Remember, they got bowled out within 9 overs last night. Right now, before the 5th over is even complete, they are 31 for 5.
Yeah, and it's been a good start for England so far. Having won the toss, decided to have a bowl, and it's paid off at the halfway stage. Well, 1 ball left of the 5th over, 31 for 5. Kumadu Pedrick is the new batter. She'll face 1 ball from Amy Gordon. And they just scamper through for 1 to take the score to 32 for 5 for Italy at the halfway mark, and England will be very pleased with that start to their game.
They certainly will. So, Sandy, Mr. Maximo in the box with Tina Goff. Rico's off today. Now, a lot of people have commented on my suit. It is a new one. I did get a new batch a little bit of time ago, so I'm liking this. I call this one kind of banana surprise. So what's the surprise?
What is the surprise, Vinny?
Thanks to Charis in the Grizzly tent, we've found a colour-matched hat. So you're going to have to take over. Talk to me, like if you were doing like the fashion catalogue and I came up on the catwalk, how would you be describing it?
Well, I'd just say that the yellow of the hat just makes your eyes really pop, and just, you can never have too much banana, can you? And this is a whole bunch of bananas. It's not just one, it's the whole bunch. So I'm going to have to get some sunglasses on because the sun is not the problem, but Vinny's outfit is. But it's a great suit, and thank you to the tent.
I can't believe I never cracked it in modelling. It's mostly...
It's never too late.
I think it was having to be quiet bit.
Yeah, just like you walking up down the catwalk just chatting. Shut up, just walk in silence.
I can't believe they found a banana hat to go with my banana outfit.
And I've gone for the pyjamas,
Thanks,
so we're bananas
I'm the
and
banana,
pyjamas.
you're the pyjamas.
Dream team.
Does that mean, because this is our first full day commentating together, that we're always going to be known as the bananas in pyjamas team? It's like creating our own tradition.
There's worse things to be called. Amy Wheeler back for her 2nd over, and that one is just pushed through backward square. I think it will go all the way. Yeah, the outfield has sped up a bit, and that's a welcome 4 runs to Pedrick. Just pivots on that one. The line was not quite right there from Amy, and nice controlled shot, and that's all you need to get the 4. You don't need to go kitchen sink and the rest of it.
You can tell Amy's just not quite herself yet with her bowling. Just kind of coming together slowly. She was part of the British and Irish Roses, but had to kind of play as a bat back in Rome. Because I know when Corey and Charlie were commentating together, and it was a while before they got to commentate together, I think they were like the C squad.
Okay.
Okay. Rico and I don't really have a name because you just have to say it too often. But yeah, I like the bananas in pyjamas. I'll actually try and make it a tradition if I can, that if I'm on with you, I'll always try and make the first day bananas in pyjamas.
Yeah. I'll go along with that. That's gone straight up in the air. Maddie Ward, despite how good she is, I don't think she'll quite get to that one. So they just jog through for 1.
This is something that I call cricket zombie. It's what we used to say when you're running with the flight of the ball, but you don't really know where the ball is. So you have your arms out like zombies in those movies.
It's even worse when you're a keeper as well, because you can't really look up because you got your helmet on. Your gloves are on, and you're just running and hoping for the best.
Pedrick, really experienced player.
Amy's found her rhythm a bit more the last couple of balls. If she keeps that line in length, then all Italy can really do is just knock it into the offside.
Oh, this just in from the Grizzly tent that the yellow hats are flying off the shelves.
Well, I'm not surprised.
If you're over there in the fan zone, if you want to get the banana hat, go see Charis, ask for the Maximo discount.
And that one is just hooked around the corner. That's going to be another 4. That takes Delisha into double figures. Takes Italy to 44 for 5. 1 ball left in the 6th over, and Amy's just been struggling for a bit of consistency this week. Yeah,
short down the leg side. It's not going to end too well too often. Okay, you get the odd one that beats the bat, but even then you've got issues. If it's down the leg side, it's probably wide anyway. If it's hit well, it's going for runs. If it's not hit well, it's probably going for runs. Let's see how she finishes. Last ball to 6th.
That is a short one. I think she'll get away with that one. So that'll be the end of the 6th over. Score for Italy is 44 for 5, and they are building a little mini partnership here, Delisha and Kumadu, and that's what Italy want to do. They've obviously had a shaky first few overs. You can see at the top of the order, not too much, no one getting into double figures. Delisha's cracked the double figures now. If they can just get a little partnership going, getting towards 70, 80, a score that you feel like you can start to try and defend.
Yeah, that's right. And let's not forget, the England 11, obviously, they're very talented with the bat. They've got a lot of players that have and played a very good level of cricket. But still, this form of the game, it's an unpredictable form of the game. If you look at England's scores so far in the tournament, they chased 97 in 7.2 first game against the Dutch. Then they've scored 77, 114, 126. But Scots did keep them to 77 in that game. Although England still walked away with a win.
Jasmine Wesley comes on, and good effort there in the outfield by Amy Wheeler. We're going to have to check this to see if it goes all the way. She puts out a big hand to see if she can try and catch it or stop it, or one of the two.
It's a really good effort. And she catches it and has to throw it away, but maybe didn't catch it in the middle of the hand. Now, does it bounce over the boundary? Yeah, it does. I think it's gone all the way.
So that'll be 6 runs for Komadou, and a good start for the 7th over for Italy. This is Jasmine Wesley on to bowl for her first over of the match. She'll have to have a response to that.
Good shot by Pedrick. Maximo time.
That's a good response. Maximo, so I don't know if I can't steal your thunder on that one.
No.
Maximo is absolutely your catchphrase
it's
shot.
open though. I mean, like if you feel it.
If I feel it in my heart.
I think Grace from Jersey threw a Maximo one the other day. Okay, I'll tell you the rules with Maximo.
Okay.
The first rule is no real rules.
I like that.
But it's not copyright. It's an open term.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. But don't do it just to impress me. Like some people have done it thinking that's like, do it if it's natural. Grace's one was very natural. Just it's Maximo. We kind of use it. It's on the screen. It's just kind of part of our ECN vernacular. Okay. Wesley has a novel tactic of actually spinning the ball for a spinner, where you actually see it actually turning a bit left to right as well.
I should try that sometime.
Yeah, you don't have to, but it certainly adds another weapon. Delisha faces up.
Just sneak through. Delisha's got a very still stance. You often see batters doing all manner of things. Steve Smith style at the crease, but Delisha's just standing there and she's like, come on, bowl it at me.
Yeah, busy to simple spectrum. But Delisha tried to pull that. Wasn't too easy to pull. Last ball of the over.
She hits at it hard, but it's just going to go through for a 1 that takes Italy to 52 for 5 off 7 overs. So they're slowly chipping away. As I said, if they get up towards 80, they've got something to defend. They've got obviously their slow sisters. Slow sisters,
go.
So I think, it might be a bowling lineup that England aren't too familiar with and
if you
used
get
to.
in the right spots. Okay, it's time for ECL roulette. Do you want to just pick a team, any team?
I'm going to go Budapest Blinders.
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Well, Budapest Blinders actually are the Hungarian ECS champions. We saw them win a really interesting final last year there, and they've qualified for the first ever ECL.
This is Amy Gordon back for a second over and back in the wickets. That just popped straight up to captain Ciara Green at backward point. So that is the end of Delisha. After she was threatening to build an innings there, but she does end up on 12 off the 10 balls, so not quite getting going as she would have hoped.
I think I heard "oh no" as well as soon as it left the bat, because I think Delisha knew she was in trouble. Hanging outside edge, Ciara Green was never going to drop that. So end of it, a handy little dozen from Delisha, but she'll be the 6th wicket to fall. And in the 8th over, Italy are 52 for 6. And Delisha, always love the way she goes about her cricket. She's really dedicated to improving, obviously. The infrastructure in Rome isn't quite what it is in England, but Prabhath, who's the Italian women's head coach as well, also coach of her club team, really works hard to try and get the best out of her and all the other players, of course. Emma Moore gets a bat. So
that one, they're just going to scamper through. That's a lesser spotted bye, possibly, for Maddie Ward there.
Yeah, it has been signalled a bye. Yeah, so you'll find your own your own terms. I mean, punted's been pretty.
I like punted. Yeah.
People have liked punted so far. But the thing with these things, you just don't have to try too hard. It's like the Maximo thing was it was actually for the first tournament because we're in Spain and we had a lot of people that hadn't watched cricket and they probably had a few preconceived views of what they thought it was. And Maximo it's meant to be like a goal, like in Spain.
Golazzo, yeah.
Yeah, they're like goal, and it would go on. That's before I realised how many there would be, I think, as well. We had 28 in the final, in the first 10 overs of the final in that tournament. No, but yeah, so the Maximo thing's just kind of natural. And yeah.
I'm gonna whip out a Maximo when you least
You
expect
could just, I won't even notice. You
Yeah.
see, that's the thing. I'll be like, yeah, it's a Maximo. Got the Maximo, right? Maximo on the screen. Cool. I'm happy to share it. I'm not.
You're not precious
I'm
about
not.
it.
No, I'm definitely not. And often people say, Vinny, are you hogging all the games? You and Rico hogging all the games? It's not that. Trust me, it's not so easy for. That's what we've learned over time. We've been lucky to have people with us. And Charlie's a good example. Corey's a good example. But Corey, for example, he coaches the Spanish national team, so he's obviously busy with a few different things. 8 overs down here. Gordon with a brilliant spell, 2 for 4, 55 for 6 after 8. We've had Nish this year. Yeah, but obviously, Tina, we're really hopeful that we can hear some more of you throughout season 2025. That's why I'm always happy to share ECN, because it belongs to all of us. We're a thriving cricket community that love the game.
Well, having read through the comments now on the YouTube chat, it's such a good community, such a positive, supporting community. And as you said, the beauty of it is being able to see the chat live as well. You don't usually get that feedback as a commentator.
Should I give you another ECN term?
Please do. I'm learning.
Which we don't see too many more of here, but it's important that you know it, okay? It's Kiara Green. All happens in the ninth. Starts with not too much. Knocked down by Moore for a single. It's Tortuga. Now, do you know what a Tortuga is?
A tortoise.
It is. Very good.
I think I got that from Breaking Bad.
What is it in... okay, yeah. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
What is tortoise in German?
Schildkröte.
We're definitely not
course
calling
it
it
is.
that.
It doesn't roll off the tongue quite as much, does it?
In the air, Green. Won't be able to get across. Okay, say it again.
Schildkröte.
I'm gonna have to put you on 7-second delay if we're gonna have that one.
This
again.
is the problem with this is why I can't do commentary in German, because Maximo would probably be about 10 syllables
Tina,
long.
it's been great having you with us. It's one of the shorter careers. Tortuga is basically a bad bounce.
Right. Oh, lovely
Pretty
hands
quick
there again. from Manuel.
bailage, but it'll only be a single. Yeah, so Tortuga is basically a bad bounce. And again, it's very organic. We were playing in Barcelona before it was artificial turf. And there was just a bad bounce. And I remember thinking, I said it was like hit a tortoise's shell or something. I
Right.
don't know why. And Rico said, like a Tortuga. So now any bad bounce,
Okay,
which
Tortuga.
you don't get too many out here at the Cardamom Oval,
No.
that's why it hasn't come up too often. But any bad bounce, here we call it a Tortuga.
Okay, we'll look out for one of
There's
those.
specific types of Tortuga as well.
I'll pull out the Schildkröte.
So, still making me nervous. There's a trampoline Tortuga on the artificial turf. Sometimes they come in the outfield and they bounce over the outfielders' heads.
I mean, famously at Frankfurt, there's a manhole on the outfield, so that has to be a
We've had
metal Tortuga.
We've had cricket from Frankfurt on the network before. A lot of cricket in Germany, of course, particularly in 2020, the formative times of ECS. Kummerfeld, Frankfurt. We wanted to have one in Munich. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get it up in time. But of course, we've still continuously gone back to Krefeld, the
Home of German cricket.
Yeah, the home of German cricket, and we've seen some crazy things in Krefeld. We've been to Dresden most years. Might have missed one.
And that's popped up. It's going to fall short. They're going to scamper through for a 1. To take the score to 61 for 6 off 9 overs. Pedrick on 17, so she's building a little innings for herself. They're going to want to go big in the final over to get themselves to a competitive score, but as you can see by the bowlers, they've been really, especially Amy Gordon, I mean, you don't often see an economy of 2 in a T10, especially 2 wickets.
Very, very good bowling. I think here, scramble to 70, see if you can keep England below 10 and over and take your point and run if you're Italy. Obviously, it's a day we'll only see them once on the park, so you'd hate to go back empty-handed. Yeah, I've also been up to Kiel in the north. We've had a
not too far from my neck of the woods.
Yeah. See, we flew into Hamburg and went to Kiel. That's a beautiful part of the country. I can see what you're thinking up there.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, I imagine at this time of year, we're sitting here in the glorious sunshine. Kiel is going to be clouds down to your forehead.
One of my favourite team names is actually from that Kiel competition. Anyway, here's Belcher to close things out. But you might want to look for 2 here, maybe not. So one of my favourite team names, there was a team called First Contact. And
they're from Hamburg.
Yeah, I nicknamed them the Aliens.
They would be great. You know where they'd be great? Project Darwin.
Project Darwin, you're right. Yeah, we had a great time up there in Kiel. We'd love to go back, actually. They were really great hosts. I guess the toughest thing now is there's only so many weeks in the year.
Yeah.
So many places that want us to be there.
Well bowled by Caitlin Belcher. Goes in between leg stump and the batter, Emma Moore.
But certain things have happened. Just think of Germany in particular and our ECN cricket there. And I was actually on holiday and I had it up on my favourite sports bar in Perth. I was visiting my family and my friends down there. And they would put up on the screen on YouTube and it was great. And I was explaining, because this is actually what I do, and this and that. And I said, weird stuff always happens. Just wait, something will happen. And then they all went off the field, right? Another good ball from Belcher. Yeah, so they all went off the field, but it wasn't raining. It was blue skies. Right. And then, of course, I've got the kind of background, kind of what's going on. And then they'd gone off because a truck had rolled over and there was poisonous gas that had escaped. And so you weren't allowed to be outside. Have you ever heard of a game being stopped for that?
Sounds like a case for first contact.
Like retired poisoned. But anyway, it was just a precaution. 45 minutes later, they were back out. That was just as I was telling the people around us, going, yeah, look, something crazy will happen. Then why are they walking off in the middle of the game?
Well, I get that the producers were scrambling for some kind of like green cloud graphic.
It was like a shutdown. Like, I know people in grade cricket when there were corona shutdowns and they were like stuck on the 90s.
Nightmare.
And they kind of abandoned the game at lunch or something like that. So sorry. And but
First
anyway,
time in my 90s and suddenly I've got a pandemic to deal with.
Just quietly, Belcher is bowling some sort of over here, and Moore's in a tough spot. Hasn't been able to get to the other end at all. We've gone one wide this over, so only 2 off it. Italy would love a pressure relieving boundary.
And she at least scampers through for a 1. Got Pedrick at the other end, who has got to 18, so she will face the... we'll see if it's the final ball of the innings.
You know, Pedrick, unfortunately for her, she bowled the golden ball last night, didn't go the way she wanted, but I'm sure they would have thought about that. They would have discussed it. We've had lots of golden balls in Italy, actually. It's quite a lot. I think 3 have involved their coach's club, Prabhas, so he's no stranger to the golden ball. But right now, Pedrick's got one more chance. Let's see if she can clear the ropes. Last ball of the innings.
She does go hard at it, but she'll probably try and scamper 2 for... No, they won't scamper through
Not
for 2.
even going to try, with respect for the English fielders. So they're going to finish 65 for 6 off the 10. Pedrick ends up top scoring for Italy with 19 not out. But I think it's just one of those cases where they tried something. They kind of tried to mix up the order a little bit with opening Kontaparakis. They tried Mahamalagi at 3. Ratnaika, obviously, it's always a big blow if she goes early. They do have the ability to recover. We know that, but on this occasion, just wasn't to be. And really, England, after a bit of a wobble against Scotland, they'd be very, very confident, I think, of chasing this in 7 or less. They need about 9.5 over to do that. If they do that, they'll take all 4 points.
Yeah, I do wonder whether that was quite the right time for Italy to kind of throw the dice and change up the order. England, of course, on the back of losing this morning. Not that the England side are ever vulnerable, but you'd think if they were ever at a point where they could be there for the beating, then now would have been the top time. But Italy switched it up and it didn't quite pay off as they finish 65 for 6, and all smiles, big waves from England. And wow, who's that guy?
Basically, it's happiness personified there. As good to see that the camera's on me, even when I don't think they are. Anyway, the Azzurri, obviously a big challenge against an English 11 they did beat last year, and it was going to be interesting to see how things started. But Ratnaika, unfortunately for her, she didn't last too long, going for just a single. Almost a too many cook situation, but Green kind of held her nerve, held onto the ball. Marzi wearing the hat in non-regulation fashion. Has already been a report written up to the ECN authorities. But England 11, good teams bounce back. That's exactly what they do here, keeping Italy to only 65.
Yeah, and some of Italy's bigger hitters, so Lenny Sims and Amelia Bartram, and of course Metnara at the top of the order, didn't quite get going, and you really needed one of those to fire at the top of the order to get a more competitive total for Italy. We saw 1 or 2 good shots from them, but they will be disappointed that they didn't have one of their strong batters go on to a big score. Kubudu Pedrick then top scoring with just 19, and who is this guy? Just not much to say about that. The banana suit in its full glory. And yeah, England will be happy at the halfway stage that they have kept Italy to a low total. They'll be wanting to take all 4 points from this game to get them back to winning ways after they were beaten in an absolute thriller this morning by Scotland, where they scored 126 and were still on the wrong side of the result. So yeah, England will be replying. They will need just 66 off 10 overs to take 3 points and then hopefully go for the bonus point as well. So join us in just a few minutes back here at ECC-W for the England Run Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. Bright sunshine here bathing the Cartama Oval. Hard to believe we're only about a week to Christmas right now. It's the English 11 hoping to unwrap a present here. Maybe a 4-point win against the Azuri. Just 64 scored in that first innings, and that means that England, if they can chase that 65 in 7 overs or less, they will take all the points. Not so sure we'll see Italy restricting the English to 44 or less. But if they could do that, and again, who knows what to expect after what we've seen today, then Italy still have a chance to take all 4. Great to have you with us. And I think I mentioned earlier as well that we're not only on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, but also, of course, on Fangirl in the subcontinent and the All Women's Sports Network, AWSN, in over 63 countries around the world, and a potential viewing audience of 2 billion people. So it's great to have them on board supporting what we're doing here, growing cricket and women's cricket, of course, in Europe. Kontaparakis opened the batting. Now she's going to open the bowling, going full under 12s. And Kesteven is going to face up the only left-hander in the English lineup. Nolan Davies is at the other end. Shake, rattle, roll. Starts with a ball that's short and it's hit hard by Tilly. There's 4 to get us going. And here is somebody with me that's been going all day. And she joins me back in the commentary box. It's the pajamas to my bananas. It's Christina Goff. Welcome back.
Thanks, Vinny, and a solid start there from Tilly. She obviously missed out this morning after her great innings yesterday to 71 off 29. Didn't quite get going this morning, so she'll be happy to see that one fly to the boundary. And Italy have responded by immediately putting someone out there, so a classic chasing the ball kind of scenario. Obviously, only 2 out in the power play, but that field has gone exactly where that ball just landed.
It's too short, really, from Alexia.
And that one has been hit down the ground, and I think it will go all the way. It was more of just well, if I want to use my favourite phrase now, pun, it was more of just a slap down the ground. Seemed to accelerate off the turf a bit, and that's another 4 to Tilly Kesteven. And yeah, that was just all about a bit of timing, hit the middle of the bat, and mid-on, mid-off, both converged, but despite an elegant dive over the boundary, didn't quite manage to stop that one for Toffoletto.
Nice effort, though. I just noticed something as well, that it's not Rathnaka behind the stump. So just to bring up to date, she has got a slight injury, so she isn't keeping. That means Amelia Bartram, the captain, is filling in behind the stumps, and that's why Toffoletto's on the field, because Sonia's actually 12th for this game. So, yeah, another kind of spanner in the works. And I don't know exactly when she injured herself. She wasn't out there too long, was she, in the first innings, Methnara? But no, I think Italy, they know they've got an uphill battle here. I suppose they've just got the one game today. They can always come back and regroup. They'll play tomorrow in the first and last games. They've got the Netherlands and Ireland, then they also play twice on Thursday. So maybe a bit of a management thing there for Methnara.
Well, she does have a very heavy workload, not only opening the batting, but also behind the stumps. Still young as well, so maybe she's got a bit of an injury. Maybe she's having a bit of a rest from that heavy workload. And the skipper behind the stumps, I always love seeing a short-sleeved keeper. You can tell that she's not the main keeper because she's wearing short sleeves.
This is the thing, I've never understood it, but I always used to wear short sleeves because it was hot.
It's hot, yeah.
It's hot.
But you have to dive. Does it not hurt? Diving on the Australian Dust Bowl pitches?
That's what your skin's for. Got several layers of skin. Don't know what the hold-up is here, but I think we're ready to go again. There's Andy. He's doing some of the umpiring today.
There's Amelia Lamb partnering up with Tilly Kesteven.
Yeah, so yeah, I've never understood the furor. People keeping in a kind of floppy and short sleeves.
Just do what you're comfortable with. Same with spinners, long-sleeved shirts for spinners.
Yeah, I know the way they do it. Because you're all suspicious.
Oh, and that's almost an incredible catch. I thought it stuck in her palm, but point there stuck out a hand. I think that was Chatarika, and it would have been an amazing catch. But as it was, she stopped the boundary.
Yeah, it was hit pretty well, wasn't it? And let's just say she doesn't have the longest arms in world cricket, does Chatu, but she's able at least to stop it getting past her. That'll be the end of the first over. So it's 11 without loss after one. Well, 2 matches since the Golden Ball, the 2 that we had this morning. We did start the day at Golden Ball 0. It does mean that, you know, even if we don't get a Golden Ball, at least it's always nice to go into the new season with like a fairly low number. So we're going in with, unless we get another one, who's to say we won't? We'll be going in with 15 matches or 14 matches maybe without a Golden Ball.
Yeah, you don't want to be going into the new year in triple figures, so it was good to get that one, a last hurrah for the year. And as you
It
said,
did
who
make me
knows?
think, though, actually, now I've brought it up, we've normally gone in with a pretty fresh count.
Okay.
I'm going to give you some numbers.
I also, I was about to ask, what is the numbers in terms of what number of game in the day? Is it, do we get
That's a
Golden
good
Balls towards the
question.
end of the day?
That's a really good question.
Second over, first ball of the second over will be hit. It's just gone all the way for 6. Tilly Kesteven setting off again like she did yesterday. And that's gone all the way.
Now, they've got 2 sling options here. It's a bit of a warm-up ball, though, from Himanshi. But they've got Daluwata and Malwata, and they're both Malinga clones.
Are they the Sling Sisters?
Yes, thank you. That's what you're here for. That's going to be well fielded. I won't get a run. Yeah, they're Sling Sisters, but they're not playing. They're too dangerous to have in the same team
Well,
at the moment. They just got one here with Himanshi getting a ball. And suddenly Malwata was the first to make a 4-wicket haul in ECC-W cricket. This is going to be more runs. Kesteven just cashing in. It's kind of throwdown stuff, really, even with the bizarre arm angle. That one races to the boundary.
yeah, she did well to just keep her eye on that one. It's difficult when you've got such a unusual action as a batter to just keep your eye on the ball. The ball's still going to come at some point, and don't be too put off by the low arm. That's a better delivery. It's in the air. It's just dropped by, I think it's
That's Pedrick there.
Pedrick there.
Yeah.
She saw it all the way, fell forward, got both hands to it, and it just didn't quite stick. She's looking down suspiciously at the ground, but that was a chance. Tilly Kesteven doesn't give too many chances, but that certainly was one. It's been put down.
So we started 2021. When I first started, we started with a pretty high count of 119. But I put that right. Third day, Golden Ball.
There you go.
Reset it. Okay, that's the highest I think we've ever gone in. So at the end of 2024, we had one in the second last game of the season. So we just went in with 1 on the board. And last year, okay, we only had 3 on the board because we had one in the final match before the 3-match finals of the ECC-W. So
Perfect timing.
Normally we're pretty good.
And that one is a lovely shot. That's gone through the covers. 4 runs. A proper cricket shot there from Tilly. And she's off to a bit of a flyer here. 25 runs off 9 balls. That takes... England have only got 27 in total. Tilly's got 25 of them. And that's the dream start for England as they chase down 65 for the win.
I just think she's such a weapon because of her left-handedness more than anything else. It's probably just one of those things. They don't have more left-handers. They've just chosen... haven't chosen people specifically for being left-handed, but Tilly just has an advantage, I think. Just throws the bowlers out. Anyway, Italy with 6 points, but I mean, the way things are going, and depending on the kind of size of this defeat, they could even go to the bottom of the ladder with a big loss here. I'll be hoping that that's not the case. But one thing about Italy, though, they do still have 4 matches in hand, so they've still got half their matches ahead. And yeah, they've certainly shown they can be competitive when they get it right.
Conter Price come back for her second over. First over went for 11. Good diving stop there. And the interesting thing about the table, which we didn't quite have last week, is that it's interest at the top and bottom.
Yeah.
So we didn't have that quite last week with Czechia rooted to the bottom of the table. But here, anyone could still come first and anyone could come 5th. And obviously that 5th place doesn't go through to finals day. So it's going to be a interesting next few days.
Yeah, definitely. I suppose what we had in the Challenger division, we knew kind of a fair way out that Czechia wouldn't be there, so it was just battling for position. But we're going to have your first real survival battle over the next couple of days.
And that's another lovely shot from Tilly. He's just scooped it over the onside. 1 bounce 4. That takes her already to 29 off just 10 deliveries. And for the bonus point, England need more or less just a runner ball now. So England making light work of this total so far. You never know, things could change, 1 or 2 wickets, but you imagine the depth that England have in their batting as well. means that it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I think so. It's hard for Italy to grasp at positives here, especially only game of the day. So you come out and you warm up, you're trying to get the best out of yourself, but when you've only got 64 on the board, we've seen in some places, 64 is something you think maybe you can defend on a heavy field. Maybe you've got kind of more inexperienced cricketers on the whole, but I think England, they're going to be giving us a good old traditional afternoon tea, the way things are going.
That's a lovely stroke. I don't think it's going to go quite all the way. Yeah, just a 1 bounce 4. Amelia Lamb in on the action. She's seen enough from the non-strikers end, and yeah, it's looking like Italy might need a bit of divine intervention for any success here. Speaking of divine intervention, guess whose birthday it is today?
Jesus.
Not quite. A few days out for that.
Oh, sorry.
It's the Pope's birthday.
Is it?
He might be listening in, so happy birthday to the Pope.
He is, I don't know how much he follows his cricket, but I'm actually personal friends with the Vatican City cricket coach, Dan Kirby, who plays, by the way, in Rome for Roma Caponelli, very famous club in Rome. And so, yeah, happy birthday, Your Holiness. That's actually how we normally have to refer to Daniel Weston. Anyway, that's going to be 4 runs. It's going to be just out of the grasp of the field. A great effort down there, but it's going to be 4 runs. Quattro. Marcelina Sims down there. Can't chase it down.
Things are just not going his way.
You've really stepped into this role. You got the fun facts.
Well, I thought Rico's away, and I was impressed with his fun fact yesterday. He had that quiz question of the first ODI 200. So I'll look whose birthday it is today.
And I knew, it just showed you my unconscious bias. I knew that Belinda Clark scored the first ODI 200.
I was angry with myself.
Yeah.
Disappointed.
If you're filling in for me tomorrow, do you want one of my suits?
Oh, we'll negotiate.
Probably fits.
And that is a massive shot. That's gone all the way for 6. And yeah, England go wild with that one in particular. I don't know if they had a little team bet on that ball, but maybe they seem to love that.
Maybe Lamb's on the menu and we're not too far away from tea. She puts that one up and over the fence. Seis Carreras. Contabarakis kind of puts in the slot and disappears. That's the end of a 3-over power play. This game's on borrowed time. 47 without loss after 3.
So is there a pattern to your suits? What colour would be on the menu tomorrow?
Well, I would have to have I would have pre-planned it. By the way, magical over there at third. I used to just do it. I had it in my head, but it got too complicated with. So I want to be fair to all the suits. So sometimes I will have a certain.
It's like your children. You want to love your children equally.
Except the difference is I don't change my children every 2 years.
No, I hope not.
And I don't have other people make them and supply them to me. But what I will say is that I sometimes have good reasons. So, for example, St. Patrick's Day, it's an obvious one. I was wearing green there and so on and so forth. But with these, particularly the Carterman tournaments, I want to be efficient with my packing as well. So I'll work out which shoes, which suits and everything in advance. So today's Leopard Day.
Leopard Day, I love that. Lenny Sims into the attack, and she might be straight into the wickets. No, it's just fallen through the grasp of Pasindi there, running across from cover. It was a difficult chance.
And Pasindi, she's one of the few on the field that might have been able to do this. She took some amazing catches last year. It was a real highlight of the tournament, but she's finding it tough going here in year 2. But still, week's not finished yet.
There was a big appeal on that one, but I think it was going down leg. I think if it wasn't bad, she must have got her pad on it. Yeah, so just a leg by there. England are ticking ever closer. Just 15 needed now off 22 for the bonus point. I think the victory is more or less sealed now, but of course they want to go for that big 4 points.
50's up as well. I was going to say, England, even with the loss, they're probably going to walk away with 5 points out of 8 from the day. So if that's a bad day at the office, you're doing pretty well. You're a good team.
Yeah, that's the stuff of champions. And that one, I think she tried the variation there, didn't quite pitch it, didn't quite land it, and so it has been hit to the boundary, backward of square, deep square out there, but it went a bit too fine for that. The batter, Amelia Lamb, waited well for that one, just showed it around the corner. It's amazing how many boundaries go to that corner of the ground, especially for the right-handers, and she just helped it along there to take her personal score to 21 off 8. She's going at a rate of knots as well.
Yeah, definitely. Just look at the run home from England. They only have 1 match each over the next couple of days.
That one's gone, I think, through the legs, or at least through bat and pad.
Good running. Oh, I was going to say good running. she spooked herself there, Lamb. 2 was the call straight away. I actually think that she would have made it, but I think her partner Kesteven said, hey, probably not worth taking it on. Used her veto power because she was closer to the ball.
Yeah, I think it was a left-handed fielder there as well, so probably the right call. She didn't have to run around the ball there. It's a decent over so far from Lenny Sims. That one's just gone for a 1, but England just ticking down now. Both their batters set. Kesteven on 33, Lamb on 22. Just 9 needed, off 19 for the bonus point. And Italy will be probably well beaten here, but they've bowled quite well. They have to take positives where they come. And that is hit well, just over the grasp of Kumadu there at cover. Might have stung her fingers on the way through, but it was a lovely shot from Amelia Lamb for 4, taking her total up to 26. That was a bit of a flailing dive here from Kumadu, but I don't think she was anywhere near it, to be honest. It was still on the rise.
Yeah, you're right. It was belted, wasn't it? So into the 4th over, and the English 11, see how far ahead they are in this game. So they're 60 without loss after 4. This actually be England's first 4-pointer in the series. With all 3 wins, they started their tournament with all 3-pointers. So they claw back an extra point, which obviously kind of covers slightly for the loss this morning.
Well, it shows how important the bonus point is as well, because if you rack up a couple of bonus or 3 bonus points, that's the same amount as a win. So England will be happy to have bounced back.
Yeah.
Or they are currently bouncing back from the defeat this morning.
Rewards you for being competitive as well. So if you 3 losses where you get nothing, but it could be like you say 3 losses where you're competitive. It's almost like a win. All right.
And that's hit to long off. So just the 1 off that one. This is Himanshi back for her second over of sling.
I think she's in the side, so like, all right, let's make sure we bowl you. But I mean, just 4 to win. It's hard to see this over going the distance. Lamb's been good here. 26 not out, and Kesteven continues her excellent series. Move to 34.
Tweaking the field a bit, Italy here, but I think it's delaying the inevitable. I'm thinking Lamb will want to finish off in 1 blow as well. She goes for a big swing there. Amelia behind the stumps. She's done. I mean, the fact that we've not really noticed her.
Yeah, no,
she's
actually
done a good job.
I mean, she's a good cricketer, Amelia. I've seen her do it once or twice.
That's just straight down leg side again. Good take from Amelia.
Amelia plays for Oxfordshire.
She does.
In the UK.
I think she's on her 1st or 2nd year of membership for the MCC as well, so she'll get a good lot of cricket in, will Amelia?
So do you have to know someone to get into the MCC? What's the procedure there? So now that I know you, does that give me? Do you have to like nominate me?
Well, I'd nominate you for your suits alone, but yeah, for playing membership, you have to. I think now they're trying to make it as open as possible, especially for female players. So you go through an interview.
So there's a limit to how far I'll go.
Yeah, the suit might get you in the door, but it's all down to you after that. This one's gone straight up in the air. It's a chance for Lenny Sims running in. Oh, she gets her hands to it. It was a really difficult chance, and she did well to even get down there. Kind of a bit of a zombie run to get there.
That was a great effort. I mean, just trying to pick it up, and then she gives herself a chance. But anyway, score's tied now, so England can bring up the win here.
And they're going to win it on a wide. Just never a nice way to win it, or is that? They've won the game. I think the umpires have taken a second to realise that is the end of the game, and obviously it's always a bit of an anticlimax when you finish on a wide. I'm sure Kesteven and Lamb won't mind. They both finish unbeaten, but it's always a bit of a sad one to end on a wide, isn't it?
You never like to see it. I think maybe as bad as you should be able to refuse a wide. There's an experimental rule. Like you're on 99 and you get bowled a wide, and instead of just punching the other person, you should be able to bring it back. But anyway, something for the lawmakers. Maybe I'll bring that up in the next MCC meeting when I just bust in my purple suit. But in the end, just 4.4 overs required for England 11 to bring up all the points against the Italian side, who look. Let's think positively for Italy. They walk away with 6 points from their first half of the tournament, and you'd feel if you get 12 points at the end of the week, you're probably in. So they will kind of start their tournament in earnest tomorrow. They've got 2 matches each day. They'll take on each of the other teams one more time, and Italy be hoping they can find their way into the 4 and then perhaps make a run on finals day.
Yeah, I mean, they just lost out in the Golden Ball yesterday, and they'll be gutted about that, but thoroughly beaten by England today. But they'll still fancy their chances to get through to finals day. When they get going, Italy, they just need some of their top order batters to really go for a big one, like Amelia did in that win earlier in the week against Ireland. And if they can get all those component parts together, then they can be a force for any team, as they showed, for example, against England last year. This year, they weren't quite at the races enough for the upset, but England will be happy with a shaky start to their day, but they've come back firing, and they've had an early finish as well, so they can get their feet up. You can see Ria Fackrell there is all smiles as well. So.
Yeah, she actually spoke to her earlier. She said, no, look, I'm feeling fine. It just, maybe more precaution than anything else. But England 11 will walk away with 5 points. Now, winners and grinners there. The big smiles, the big W's coming out for Italy. I mean, yeah, they'll be disappointed with how that game went, but it's all part and parcel. And I suppose this is the thing with Italy now. The talent's there. It's just finding the consistency and trying to be able to kind of replicate performance game after game, which it's a tough thing to do at this level. But it was Kestevan and Lamb who went out, made pretty quick work of this. In fact, we didn't even get to the 5 over mark as England won by 10 wickets.
Yeah, and you have to remember that Italy've got some young players in there. Methnara's only 18, Alexia, who opened the batting and the bowling today, she's, I think, only 18, so they've got a lot to learn, and they will learn a lot from this game against England, against some players who are professionals as well, so it's a massive step up from the cricket that Italy usually play. So they definitely did themselves justice, and I'm sure they'll be looking to build on that and get more points on the board tomorrow. And for England, they'll just want to keep rolling. They've kind of had their wobble this morning. I mean, losing and scoring 126 is no mean feat, so they'll want to keep rolling, and I assume their aim is to go through as group winners.
Yeah, of course. If England can lock up the top spot, they just have to win 1 game on finals day, and that will be the plan. But they're going to have a fair bit of competition, and don't forget England now. We've seen them come through. I think that's 6 games they've played now. I'd have to check it, but yeah, I think that's England's. Oh, there's actually 5 games. Sorry, 5 games they've played. They play once tomorrow. They play the top and tails. They play first and last on Thursday. So, look, I think all's good. All's well that ends well for England, who get a bit of a reality check, but maybe not a bad time for it early in the day. They take all 4 points here. Kestevan ends up stealing the player of the match right out of Amy Flash Gordon's back pocket, despite the 2 for 4, but bowlers, bad luck. She's able to hit 5 4s and a 6 to take it 35 off 16. 27 off 12 for Amelia Lamb out there. Maybe one positive for Italy, not too many extras there, just 2 wide, so one of them was the winning run. Saw 3 bowlers there. Delawata, nice to see her getting a run. 1/2 of the Swing Sisters. Sims bowled 1 over for 12, but Italy, it's just one of those games. Like I said, could never really get into the swing of it today. They don't get another chance to play here on day 3, but they have 2 matches tomorrow and on Thursday to press their case.
Yeah, and that'll be really crunch time for Italy. It's almost, you want to get the one bad result. I mean, I think they might have expected to not get all 4 points against England, but get the one bad result out the way on one day, and then you kind of write off the day, and then tomorrow's a new day, and they'll have to really build up the momentum there, and those will be the crunch games where they need to pick up points so they can get through to finals there.
Yeah, well, we've got a bit of a break coming up then with the early finish, but we'll be back in around about 45 minutes, and this is a rematch I've been looking forward to with Scotland and Ireland to do battle. Let's not forget that Ireland handed Scotland a thumping when both these teams played their first ECC-W match on Monday early on, but Scotland have come a long way since then, and Ireland, they haven't won since that match. So I'll be back, Vinny's Hander here, Mr. Maximo with Christina Goff. We'll see you after a bit of a break for some tea and scones, and then we'll be back for match 12 right here live in the background of the Sierra Nevada, the Andalusia region, the Cartama Oval here on ECN for more ECC-W Premier Division.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado. Hello and welcome back. Bright sunshine here. It's hard to believe that we're into the second half of December, but it's time for the last match of the day here on day 3 of this ECC-W Premier Division match number 12. We'll see a rematch I've been waiting for actually, between the Scotland 11 and the Ireland 11. Ian Ramage has the giant coin in his hand. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Scotland, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Ireland, the away team, you'll call. It's been called Andalucía. Come down European cricket, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss from Scotland, who will bat first.
Scotland 11 winning the toss then and electing to have a hit. Interesting choice by Catherine Fraser, who, by the way, was outstanding earlier in the day as she engineered a record chase against the English 11 in a huge upset, and it's kind of turned this whole competition on its head. But I was a little bit surprised that she has elected to bat first, and that's kind of to do with the fact that when these two teams last met, Scotland were kind of rolled by the Irish and didn't even take a point. They couldn't even take the game into a 5th over, never mind an 8th over. And also Scotland, they've been on a bit of a streak of batting second and winning. They won in the Golden Ball last night against Italy, a dramatic game, and then earlier, of course, they pulled off that record chase. So I'm not quite sure I would have batted first, but also I think it's a vote of confidence in the Scottish batters that they've had more and more batters stepping up, looking confident, hitting the ball hard and hitting the ball to and over the boundary very, very often. So they'll get the chance to lead with that. For Ireland 11, of course, last time we saw them take on the Scots, they dominated and they won in 3.5 overs. But Little is an interesting one. She dominated that innings, didn't she? But no one else really scored a lot of runs. And, since that first win, Ireland, they've actually been on a 3-match losing streak. And so suddenly their tournament's kind of at a bit of a precipice. So you've got one team that's so hot right now, another that's kind of lost their mojo, but it all kind of shapes up to make a really interesting and unpredictable contest. Tina Goff's been absolutely magnificent in the commentary box, and Tina, I'm going to go find my banana hat because it's pretty sunny out here, but let's go over it to you in the commentary box with Scotland electing to bat after winning the toss in match 12. Over to you, let's get ready for the start of the match.
Yeah, thanks Vinny, and welcome to the final game today on what has been a fascinating day of cricket. It's been a long day, but it's been sun-soaked, and both these teams, both Scotland and Ireland, will be wanting to finish with a flourish as we see the teams being led out by the 2 umpires. And yeah, as Vinny said, Scotland electing to bat first. Obviously they'll be full of confidence from this morning. They'll be starting with Ellen Watson and Niamh Muir at the top of the order. Niamh missed out this morning. Ellen Watson will be looking to continue her run of good form. They pulled off that amazing shock against England this morning. The win predictor has it pretty even, 48% Scotland, 52% Ireland. Ireland, obviously, on the back of that loss against the Netherlands, lost by 37 runs this afternoon. And they'll be looking to finish this day 3 of the ECC-W Premier Division on a high. Sun-soaked Carter Morova out here. And Georgina Dempsey, captain of the Ireland team, has the ball in hand. She'll be starting up, just having a quick delay while the umpires get ready, making sure everyone is in their seats, got their cup of tea ready for the final game of this day. And yeah, it cannot be overstated how good that Scotland win was this morning, chasing down such a mammoth total against a very strong England side who are probably favourites for this league. As Georgina Dempsey starts off for Ireland. Ellen Watson's on strike. She's joined by Niamh Muir. That one just almost squirted through. Yeah, the win predictor now has Ireland at 54%. So, I mean, as Vinny was talking before the game, slightly changing fortunes for these 2 teams. Scotland got off to a difficult start day 1, 2 losses to Ireland and England. Obviously, a repeat of that game now playing out before us. That one's just drifted wide, shaped away and kept on going, so she'll have to re-bowl that. And yeah, Scotland got off to a slow start in this tournament, but really came back with a bang. Obviously, they won that infamous golden ball last night against Italy. They followed it up with an amazing win against England this morning. Ireland, meanwhile, they've started off brilliantly, beating Scotland, their opponents now on the first day, and they've struggled to find their form ever since. As Ellen Watson goes hard, and she absolutely cracks that. You could hear that coming right off the middle of the bat through that mid-wicket area. From up here in the commentary box, you could barely see that ball before it flown over the boundary. And that will be interesting for the fielders out here. The sun is out, it is starting to dip, so we've got shades on all round, and they will try and restrict Ellen Watson here. I mean, she's been in good form this tournament, and you could tell that came right off the middle of the bat. And she goes again, smacks it very hard, straight at mid-off, and that's some great fielding there by, I think it's Ellie McGee there at mid-off, and that was hit very hard. So you can always tell how good form a batter is in by how hard they hit it. And even though that was just a scamper for one, I'm sure Ellie McGee will be feeling that stinging on her palms. Leave Muir now and strike for her first ball. Big swing and a miss there. So Ireland will want to finish this day on a bit of a high after the disappointment against the Netherlands early in the day. They only managed 87 for 7 in response to the Netherlands, 124 for 3. So they've got some making up to do, obviously, in the field now, and they've got a strong bowling lineup, seam and spin attack. It's a big shot there, but a very swift shake of the head by umpire Mira Gooch there. And this is a good start by Georgina Dempsey. We've seen a lot of power plays going very big so far today, but she's held them back. It's only 6 off the over, that one big boundary through mid-wicket. But otherwise, she's kept a lid on this first over. She'll want to get out of it. And it's been a theme of today as well, big boundaries off the final ball of every over. So let's see what Niamh Muir can do here. She goes for the big boundary. She doesn't quite get hold of it. Fielder running in from mid-wicket and takes the catch. That was Louise Little running in. She's a star with the bat, and she contributed in the field there, running in from mid-wicket, taking a safe catch. And that is the end of Niamh Muir. It's also the end of the first over. So that's 6 for 1 off the first over. Score predictor just a second ago had the prediction at exactly 50-50. Now it might have swung slightly in Ireland's favour. That's the first over done of the last game of the day. I'm Tina Goff, and I'm joined here, Mr. Banana himself, Mr. Maximo. Vinny Sandu, how are you?
Yeah, well, I've got a bit of a curved outlook on life, you could say. Muir, unfortunately for her, dismal run continues with the bat out for Derek. And I was wondering how they'd slot Pippa Kelly back into the lineup. They're going to slot her in at number 3. And yeah, just interesting with some of the choices for Scotland as well, because compared to this morning, we don't have Molly Parker in the lineup, so she's having the afternoon off. She provides a lot with the bat and the ball. This is Jenny Jackson. I've liked her left arm pace. She's going to bowl at Watson, who is smacking him at the moment. This is no exception. This time finds the fielder. Yeah, but I'm just thinking, I've seen a lot of this format, probably more than anybody on the face of the planet, but got to find the balance between kind of keeping your momentum up and giving opportunities out. I mean, I think I would have been pretty tempted to go Catherine Fraser at 3. Just kind of ride that wave. This is a wild one, though, from Jenny down the leg side. Nice take by Joanna Loughran. But, you know, Pippa Kelly's a good player. Obviously, they want to get her up and going. She's got a lot of overs to play with here.
Well, that's the exact question that Ben Pine posted in the chat as well. Why doesn't Fraser open? Of course, she's captain. She does bowl, so that is a big responsibility on her pair of shoulders. And obviously, against earlier in the day, she did get that massive score against England.
Oh, that's such a good delivery. I've no idea how that hasn't cleaned up the stumps. It's gone straight over middle stump by a very, very small margin. But Kelly, pretty lucky to survive. This is your archetypal left-armer's delivery. Just kind of straighten down the line. That's a very close call for Kelly.
she did well to get her pads out of the way, because I think any kind of contact on the pads would have been LBW as well.
Yeah, so that just shows, you know, when we talk about things being a little bit high, that's what we're talking about. If that had hit her on the pad, you would have sworn that was going to hit the stumps.
And it clearly didn't, but...
Yeah, gets off the mark though, Kelly. Scotland a lot happier than they were a couple of days ago. You would never have predicted the trajectory of these two teams either.
Well, you always look at the fixtures and look at the matchups and see where you're going to get your points from.
That's cracked, but once again, it's going to find the fielder. Watson just absolutely smoking the ball at the moment.
And I think Scotland would have been slightly nervous, having been so thoroughly beaten by Ireland on day one, and then losing to England as well, and then start thinking, where are those points coming from? But to come back in such style this morning, grabbing those points against England, shows that anyone can beat anyone in this tournament as well.
That is absolutely true. You know that. That one's going to be called a wide. Remember the ECN T10 regulations. Any ball that's completely outside the wide line when it passes the tram line. So that actually probably shouldn't have been a wide, but was called. Umpire has a slightly different perspective. But anyway, think positively. If you're Jenny Jackson here, you do get an extra ball to maybe take a wicket. This one's one of those straight deliveries. But one thing I would say is characterised the comeback from Scotland. There's Craig Wallace, who has been kind of pulling the strings behind the scenes. But it's where they've batted certain players, so Watson to the top's a real obvious one. But also they've just got this no-fear approach now. But it's not crazy batting. It's just kind of hitting the ball hard, but hitting it technically well. And this time leans back and will find the fielder. So they get one, they think a two, but it's not quite there. Watson will retain the strike. Jackson with a pretty good over. 7 off it, and the score 13 for 1 after 2.
Well, I think Scotland made that tactical change after the first day where they suffered those 2 losses, and they tinkered around with the batting lineup a bit, moved Watson up to the top, and Muir as well obviously didn't pay off for her today, but you can see it's paid dividends, especially in the table, which looks extremely close.
It is, and especially that bottom half, maybe a bit of separation now between the top and the bottom, but you know, look at the top. I know Netherlands play England in match 20, which is the last match before the final. So Netherlands will be hoping they're within striking distance to maybe be able to get over England. Obviously, at the bottom, you just don't want to finish 5th because your tournament's over on Thursday night. Change bowling here. And they'll go back to Dempsey. Last over of the power play. Yeah, so this is something I've kind of noticed over my time. And look, this format was new to me, like everyone else, when we started a few years ago. But there is a way to be aggressive but not reckless. So it's still cricket shots. Cricket shots get you value. It's kind of hit the ball hard but hit it correctly. I think that's what Scotland have done so well in their turnaround. Right on cue. Big swipe kind of to the leg side from Watson.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in the run chase this morning, that there was nothing extravagant about their shots. They were just hitting proper cricket shots and backing their skills and backing their power to clear the ropes. And 126 seemed like a long way off at the start of that innings, but they got there. Was it 3 balls to go? So quite comfortably.
3 balls to go. Shout out to all the coaches and managers. They're working really hard all week, obviously preparing the players. Oh, this is not a run. This is where probably just a little bit of the ants in the pants, really, for Watson, who doesn't need to throw a wicket away here, just because there's been a couple of runs of dot balls. You know, she's got time. She's got plenty of overs left. Almost ran herself out for no good reason.
Well, it's been a long day for Scotland. Remember, they were up early this morning on the first game this morning, and then coming back in the evening. It's a long day to concentrate. And
they got the sunrise sunset schedule.
Yeah.
Well, that's the big leading edge. Could be gone. What a catch! Oh, well, Irish eyes are smiling. How about that? And it's Jenny Jackson. It's the Statue of Liberty play. The hand went up more out of hope than anything else, but that is possibly the catch of the tournament. There's been an epidemic of one-hand catches here at Khartoum, and that was as good as it gets from Jenny Jackson.
What a grab that is. And if she's left-handed, because she's a left-arm bowler, that's her weak hand as well. Just stuck her paw up there. And she went 2 hands, realised she was only going to get there with 1, and she's as delighted as anybody that stuck.
I mean, I would characterise her expression as moderate to heavy surprise when she felt the ball in the hand. But Watson just doesn't happen for her here in match number 12. And Scotland are going to have to battle their way back from a suboptimal start. She's out for 8 and it's 14 for 2. What a catch by Jenny Jackson.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where you're standing there, you think, okay, I've got to try and go for this. I'm going to stick up a hand, hope for the best, and yeah, that one stuck, and I'm sure she'll be watching that back on the highlight reel this evening.
All right, here is Fraser, batting 4. Oh, and she's... Oh, helmet. Oh, that was very close.
We haven't had a helmet recently, have we?
Not for a while,
didn't have one
actually.
last week.
We didn't have one last week,
did
did
we?
we? No, well, don't think so.
I think tell us in the
This will be
comments.
let's have a look. How close was this? Oh. Oh. To be honest, if the helmet was where it should have been, it would have hit it. But it's just a fraction off centre. Wow.
Yeah, it just tailed away at the last second.
Saved 4 runs because they got 1 bite. Oh, I know a lot of people would be screaming, saying, get that helmet off the field. If you take it another 25 yards or so, you can take it off the field and it won't be possible. So, again, things we've seen on ECN, maybe we'll go into a little bit of a sub-thread of unusual things we've seen. Once saw 2 helmet hits like that in 3 balls.
Love that.
In Barcelona.
You'd think you'd learn after the first one. Oh,
Corey couldn't believe it. We worked out, it's hard to work out the odds. We had it as 1 in 16 million or something that you'd have 2 helmet hits in 3 balls. We went off the frequency of how often it happens, which is, okay, more often than any other cricket, but still not very often.
But I do agree with you. It's not particularly long boundary. Just get your 45, get your third to just
Get your steps in.
Get your steps in.
Get your steps in.
Got double teapot going on at third man and 45, and in that time they could have taken the helmet down, and then you don't have to worry about it.
That's about as close I've seen a ball go to a helmet without hitting it, though. Who knows? Maybe it had a little kiss that we couldn't pick up on the
You
camera.
need Snicko on that one.
Yes, Snicko. Well, that is a blast up in the air. It's going back to the line. It's going to be 6. Valiant effort from the 2 fielders down there. It's McMahon and Little who came together. But Fraser, she's been different gravy today for the Scots. Maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, that was another great hit from Catherine Fraser. I mean, 46 off just 14 balls in that successful run chase against England this morning, and she's looking to carry on where she left off this morning. That takes her to 6 off just the 2 balls, and I think Scotland will be wanting a lot more of that just to get runs on the board and really put pressure on Ireland.
23 for 2 off 3. I suppose the other thing is Ireland, they haven't necessarily had the best time with the bat of late. Did make 87 against the Netherlands, but you'd be feeling if you're Scotland, if you can at least kind of put that 80, 90 on the board. And obviously you want more than that, but anything plays here, I think. Scotland get their bowling right. Obviously no Molly Parker, hurts their bowling a little bit. But here's a player who impressed me a lot with her bowling towards the end, Kaya McCartney, who's bowling over number 4. Field can go back now. They have decided to go 5 outfielders, 4 infielders. Here we go.
Change of pace as well, and I think she was the pick of the bowlers in that defeat to the Netherlands earlier. 1 for 10 off her 2 overs. So I think she bowled quite late in that game. So
Yeah, she did.
They've gone early.
Oh, yeah, I don't
with her
think
this
she was
game.
necessarily in the plan. She was a bit of a backup plan, but she's ended up bowling really well. Nice hit and run there. No hesitation, Kelly. It's got an important role to play. I mean, Fraser, I don't know what has happened to her, but she has just kind of found the perfect groove. She's so hard to bowl at the moment. Just seems to be in rhythm, clearing the boundaries with ease. See how she goes against the spin of McCartney. Kind of ties her up a little bit. But yeah, good contest here. I am kind of conflicted. I've got Irish and Scottish blood in me. Don't be fooled by the banana suit and the Australian accent. But I know that the Scots couldn't wait for another crack at the Irish, and the Irish, well, they just want to get back on the winning train. It bounces a bit more, I think, than Fraser thought. She'll mistime it for a single.
Well, if we're going on blood alone, I think I'll have to fall onto the Irish side. I do have an Irish grandmother from County Mayo, so I could have played for Ireland. There was a while where we were exploring getting an Irish passport, which would have given me a 3rd passport to add to the collection.
3rd. So this is Alan talking of random questions and random facts. Big swing and a miss this time. By the way, last game of the day is random question time. So play, the chatters, ask us whatever you like. Doesn't have to be about cricket. Can be about cricket. Doesn't have to be. Sometimes it's better when it's not. So I've got a bit of an ICC how to qualify for international cricket fact and how not to.
Okay.
That's in the air and that's gone. Kelly just holds out again. Kaya McCartney, she's getting that little bit of extra bounce this time. kind of balloons to Lara McBride at backward point. So Scotland lost 3 wickets within the first 4 overs now, 25 for 3.
Yeah, and you can see how quickly this game changes. Scotland absolutely smoking it this morning. 126 or 127 they managed, and they've just got off to a stuttering start here. It's the 3rd wicket to fall, and just wonder, you need someone. Catherine Fraser obviously is a big wicket, and you just need someone to go a bit big here now for Scotland.
Yeah, we'll have to check it out. But I imagine they'd go Darcy Carter now. As Kelly departs for 4, it didn't really happen for her. Up the order, it is Darcy Carter coming out. So a really good pair at the crease for Scotland 11. They just need to kind of forget the wickets column. I think they're still in good shape if they can get a partnership going here. Looks like it'll be Ellie McGee to keep the slow stuff going here in over number 5. Come back to what I was saying in a moment about qualifying for international cricket. Of course, these are ICC sanctioned tournaments, and so yeah, the same criteria apply as playing T20 international cricket for your country. But I found out, I actually lost a bet on this, you are only ever allowed to play for 2 countries.
Okay, so you can't do a 3rd switch?
No, you cannot. And there are some rules and regulations about, you know, when you can go from a full member to an associate and vice versa, and waiting periods and all that. But even if you qualify for a 3rd country, once you've played for 2, that's it.
Right.
You can go back and forth between those 2 if the regulations allow. But yeah, that's apparently a rule, and I was pretty filthy when I was like, no, what would be the reason? There wouldn't be a specific rule against it, would there? It could be unusual. There is a specific rule against it.
Well,
and it's not like there's country hopping. I mean, 3 years of your life's a long time to spend to just kind of break in. You're going to do it multiple times.
Well, I guess if both England and Ireland come calling for me, then I'll have to make that decision when it comes to it.
Yeah, true. You're still a young person.
Young person. Millennial. We were talking about young person, young people slang earlier, weren't we?
Yeah.
Or the Macarena,
Well,
not so young person.
I had Grace Weatherall from Jersey and doing a game with me last week, and she was promising to teach me how to TikTok or
How
whatever.
to do the TikTok.
It's yeah. I mean, I'm not so bad. I've heard some older people calling for a Uber.
Well, I mean, that's not far off the German pronunciation, actually.
Okay.
So.
Ball just drops in the block hole. Okay, so what is the German pronunciation of Uber?
Oh, it would be a bit more of a Uber.
Uber.
Yeah, because it's got the umlaut. I assume
Yeah,
the taxi brand does not have the umlaut in it, but the German word does.
Based on it. Language is going global anyway, isn't it? It's been a great over from McGee. Only 3 off it. Last ball of it coming up. And it's going to be a wicket. Goes straight through, goes forward and straight, and Carter swings all around it. So McGee gets the breakthrough, and Scotland 11, well, there'll be some painful memories forming perhaps, because this isn't going to plan after 5 overs. It's 28 for 4, and this just sums up this ECC-W Premier Division. You're up one moment, you're down another. Scotland, who beat the defending champions, the English 11 this morning. Right now they're in a lot of trouble once again against the Green Machine.
Yeah, I mean, the changing fortunes, how quickly things can change in just a matter of hours. And went for the big swing there, did Darcy Carter. Just slipped under her bat. It was a bit of a fuller delivery, nice delivery from Ellie McGee, and she goes for 1 off just 3 deliveries.
Yeah, sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Scottish bats just struggling here. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. Got Tina Goff in here. Wrapping up your first day. How are you feeling? You still seem full of energy and excitement?
Yeah, still full of beans. I think the novelty hasn't worn off yet, and the sun shining has really helped.
It
Max.
does help.
Last week I saw you up here freezing in about 5 layers.
That's true. Now the sun helps. Hey, random question time. So if you've got any random questions for myself, you might have some for Tina. Get to know her a little bit better. I'm really excited to have her here as part of the ECN commentary team, and hopefully, we're just working out my people speaking to your people, and
yeah, get my representatives.
Try and make it
having
happen.
Conversations.
Random questions. Okay, I'm going to throw a few just random questions at you, and before I do that, I'll address one in the chat. But first, here's Kyle McCartney, who's bowling very well here. Just bowling well in tandem, the two spinners. Questions about the calendar for next year. I'm hoping that I will have something for you in the next couple of days. I've got my day off tomorrow, and I'll see what I can put together. And so, yeah, wait and see. And that'll be just 1 out to the sweepers, I think. Eventually, the ground's covered well. Okay, so let me throw some random ones at you. Favourite food?
Pizza.
Really?
So that's why I'm angling for one of the series in Rome next. I mean, the World Cup qualifiers are in Rome. So I just pizza is. I think it's something I could eat every day and not get.
The one that's
tired
come
of
up in the chat so many times. Pineapple on pizza,
No,
yes or no?
absolutely not.
Okay.
Despite the colour of your suit today.
No, fair enough.
Pineapple coloured. I'd say it's almost a pineapple.
It is actually
pineapple shade.
No, well, if you go to Italy, you'll actually get arrested for putting pineapple on pizza, so it's
rightly
probably
so.
a good thing.
We do have a pizza oven at home
I-
on the balcony, so we take our pizza seriously in my little
I can do
postcode
it.
of Hamburg.
I like pineapple. I just don't like pineapple on pizza.
I'd agree with that.
That's just me.
Pineapple has a time and a place.
Straight down the ground. Won't quite carry down to McMahon. Because I just feel that it takes attention away from the other toppings. That was my main issue.
You don't want toppings competing for top billing on a pizza. And
Yeah.
I'm more of a simple pizza fan. I don't
What
need
are you? Like a margarita? Or
4 cheese. I mean 4 cheese, which is just
Quattro
basically an
pesos.
elegant quattro formaggi, as they
Quattro
say.
formaggi, yeah, correct.
Or just a salami.
Yeah, I like that.
Simple but effective.
Faisal getting a hit here. And we'll get a run there. We'll double her score and we'll retain the strike. It's the end of the 6th over. It's 32 for 4. I'm getting most of the random questions coming from our TV crew because they're fascinated with you.
Okay.
Because they're watching you, they're listening to you.
I need to go say hi to them
You
properly.
need to go. You know, we've got for the ECC-W, proud to say we've got a majority women's crew
Yeah,
with
love
us
that.
from 2 circles, which I think is sensational as well.
Yeah, I think the German team were getting to know the camera women and the camera operators when
Yeah.
they were right in our dugouts, and they were loving it.
Right up in your face.
Yeah.
Okay, the question was, are you into like kind of new kind of muscle cars or kind of old vintage cars, or you're not into cars at all?
I'm not massively into cars. However, I'd go new.
New?
I mean,
New over old?
I'm a bit scarred because I did break the rear window of my car very recently,
a
reversing
cricket
into a no. I was driving.
At least say that it was with a cricket
Yeah,
ball.
it was an amazing 6. No. I will say it was the car park's fault. They had one of these ventilation shafts sticking out, and then a tiny sign that said "Don't reverse into this space." But obviously, I didn't see that sign until the ventilation shaft was through my rear window. So that was unfortunate.
Yeah, don't you hate that?
So I have
least it wasn't a
car
rental.
trauma at the moment.
Yeah, happens. Luckily, I don't have to drive too often. Walks at this one. Fraser just been kind of stuck in second gear at the moment. She's 12 off 11. Again, can't keep the strike. Just gives it away back to Faisal. Scotland 11. Jeez, you wouldn't believe it's the same team that scored 127 against the English earlier today, but that's the beauty of the format. That's why I think, at its base, sport is interesting because it's unpredictable. And that's why ECN cricket, I think, is some of the most exciting cricket on the planet because it's so unpredictable. And if you're following these teams, you just would have thought Scotland, they're having a good day with the bat, but it's changed really quickly. And now Ireland are stepping up in the field. I think you've got to give credit to the bowlers here.
Yep.
The twin spinners of McCartney and McGee, they've got combined 2 for 11 off 3.4 overs.
Yeah, I mean McCartney went one for 10 off her 2 overs last game and has followed it up with a 1 for 6 this game. Put the mockers on again there, just as you said that.
Yeah.
Throw down a wide, but it's not going to ruin her figures too much. Obviously, she wants to get out of the final ball now, unscathed.
Not a bad spot to miss. And again, excellent spell from McGee, who is going to go 1 for 6. So they are twins. They're Mac attack in the end. They'll both finish 1 for 6 off 2 overs. And at the end of 7, Scotland 11, 35 for 4. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Well, I'm going to step aside. I have my first day off in a little while. But I will say I'll be lurking. I'll be lurking, but not working tomorrow. Netherlands 11, Italy. And Italy have beaten the Netherlands before. Just talked about that last ball finish. Our first real ECN Women's Classic. England and Ireland do battle in match number 14. Scotland and the Netherlands, match 15. And then it's the Battle of the Eyes in match 16. Italy and Ireland 11. Rico Full will be back on deck behind the microphone, and Christina Goff will continue on. And it all starts same time, same place, 8:35 a.m. GMT, which is 9:35 in Central Europe, 2:05 in India.
And what are you going to do on your day off, Finny?
I don't
Feet
know.
up or listen to the
Don't know.
cricket?
I probably should try and get away from work. So I'm tossing up whether to take my computer back or not.
Yeah, you got to keep your fingers away from it. If you leave it here, then there's no
I think
temptation.
maybe I will. But I've got a week. off to do that after this. All right, up in the air and flying out of the ground. Well, Fraser, where's this been? She dealt out a few of these this morning. It's straight, it's true, it's long, it's Maximo for the Scottish skipper. That's a really good shot. Had to wait for it, which meant the timing had to be perfect. McBride gets hit over her head for 6.
I lost that in the air, so I was almost bracing for impact there. I was expecting it on the top of our commentary box. But that one has been dropped. Fraser tried to go big again, and it's just been fumbled on the boundary there, deep mid-wicket. That would have been a very big wicket for Ireland to get, but it's just put it down on the boundary out there.
I've got a random question here, which is, I know you talked about Love Island before and your love of I'd call it telebasura here in Spain, or trash TV. And we kind of go through all the genres here on ECN with our cricket. That's going to be hit out to deep point, well handled out there, just a single. But, we have like comedy, drama, action, thriller. Like we don't have too much crime. But we've got a lot of them covered. But one thing we don't get into a lot is romance, and
That's true.
we don't have time. One slides past the bat of Fraser. The question was from Helena, and asking, do you think that men and women can just be friends? True friends. Sorry,
I think
Helena.
so. True friends. I think they can.
I think so. Call me naive.
I've had a lot of
Call me an unromantic.
yeah.
I think so.
We love a bit of platonic friendship. I've had a lot of true friends. A lot of my closest friends are true males, true friends.
Yeah,
so
true males.
I think you can. It's
Okay,
just about
I
forming
agree. I'm
connection.
going to say I agree with you that. End of the over, 45 for 4 after 8. Need a bit of an uptick here. What's their best case scenario? Maybe 15 and 15. Still, you're looking 75. You'd have to bowl and field very well, but they've got 11. I'm not going to write them off after what we saw earlier.
Well, as long as Catherine Fraser's there, they know they've got a big hitter. I mean, she's ticking along at the moment, just 20 off 16, but we know she can clear the rope if she puts her mind to it, and now would be the right time to do it into the 9th.
I'm going to throw just some more random ones at you. And by the way, get them in the chat. I'll check them at the halftime break. We'll come back to Christina in the second half with some answers. This is McMahon coming on. It's a cracking shot. Maximo, 6 runs. I was asking a moment ago, what's the best case scenario? Well, that's probably one step in the right direction. Fraser, I mean, what a shot to generate this kind of pace. You have to be really strong on the wrist. She's got a high bat grip, doesn't she? So she can get a lot of kind of snap through the ball.
She's not the tallest, and she just kind of leaned back on that one just to make sure she got it over the inner ring and
Again,
all the way.
Hits it hard, but hits it correctly.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It wasn't some sort of waft across the line. Oh, it's an edge. It's actually lidded the keeper. Loughran, his helmets are certainly getting a workout this year on ECN. They're going to check her out here. This is the protocol now. Well, surely a bit more of a conversation's required. Bang. That's
straight
one.
flush.
You got to check him out. You got to check her out. We already seen, unfortunately, that Neve from Ireland has been has gone down with concussion, and the Cricket Ireland protocols say that she won't be able to take part in the rest of the tournament, which is a real shame. More random questions coming. Now I'm getting mostly from the director. Go on, Helena. Okay. Okay. So Helena said, you probably heard it. If the internet goes down for a whole hour and doesn't come back, what are you doing? Okay.
In 1 hour.
The internet goes down in 1 hour and it's never going to come back. So what are you doing in that 1 hour?
God, I've heard the question 3 times now, and I still don't know an answer.
She's saying,
listen to ECN Cricket, obviously.
Yeah.
Maybe drain my bank accounts. I don't know.
It's probably a good idea. I think I would probably Google how to survive looting. Maybe something like that. Hopefully she's all right here, Loughran. I mean, the helmet took the force, but it's really good that we've got the medics on site, obviously, and let's hope she passes the test. This shouldn't be an issue with translation. Often the concussion test, the language barrier, like your interpreter can make or break you in these concussion tests. But they just got her off to one side. And she gets the helmet back. Normally you get the fist bump at the end of a concussion test, but she misses out on that. But the good news is, looks like she's okay to continue. During the night games, we had the medics shining torches in the batter's eyes.
It's enough to make anyone feel
and
concussed.
Almost all of them got bowled the next ball. That was actually a bit of an interesting aside. I've got to say, I've been really impressed with Joanna Loughran's keeping. She's willing to go up to the stump. She's got good instincts there, good footwork, good fundamentals. Also pretty handy with the bat. Good news is she's good to go. She actually stopped some runs there with her head. 10 balls to go. Up in the air and gone. Well, there you go. It's Fraser who's going to have to go. McMahon gets the breakthrough. And Ireland remove one big obstacle in their way. Big obstacle which potentially could have engineered a recovery of sorts for the Scots. But Fraser has to go for 26. Again, not the worst innings from her. But she'll have to step aside. It's 51 for 5.
Isn't it always the way when you have a break in play, whether it be someone doing their laces, a concussion check, finding the ball, the amount of times the batter's concentration just goes for a split second and the next ball, lo and behold, we have a wicket.
Liked what I've seen from Fraser, though. She's been a weapon today. And yeah, for Scotland 11, regardless of what happens in this game, it's been a very successful day, I think, for them. They'll still be hoping that they can pull off a pretty spirited defence. Maybe they could, this would be amazing, they could have the biggest chase ever in ECC women's T10s, and they could even have the best defence. The best defence is 70.
That would be a good double header for day 3 for them.
At all.
So I have a random question for you.
Please.
Because you know I love languages. I'll get back to you on it after this ball.
Hopefully it's not about bad language. Riley Barber-Smith comes out, gets a decent piece of it, but they'll only get a single. Yeah, fire away.
So would you rather be able to speak all the languages of the world or speak to animals?
It's a good question. I'm going to say I think I'd rather speak all the languages of the world.
I mean, you were dancing with that four-legged friend in the
No,
bar
I love
yesterday.
animals, but I think maybe we love animals because we can't talk to them.
Yeah. Maybe dogs hate us, really. We love dogs.
I was
Maybe
going
they
to
hate
say,
us.
do we really want to hear what they would say? That's going to be the old backwards pull shot from Faisal, double her score to 8. So all happening in the ninth at the moment. We've had the kind of head knock. We've had a Maximo. We've had a wicket. Now we get the accidental boundary, 4 runs. Yeah, I think I could relate more to what the people could tell me than like I could say, like, I could speak to a worm, like, what's your life like? And they'd probably say, oh, it's pretty scary. I could get stepped on at any time.
I'm a worm. What do you expect?
So, good hypothetical, though.
Yeah, I'll get some more locked and loaded.
Soon we'll have ones like, would you really be really tall with short arms or really short with long arms?
Fingers for toes or toes for fingers.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Don't open that Pandora's box. End of the ninth over here.
You probably
57
can't open
for
Pandora's
5.
box if you have toes for fingers.
I love twins.
Spin
1
twins.
for 6. McCartney McGee with the Mac attack in the middle overs. And Sophie McMahon, well, she wants to break into the Mac club as well. Pretty good over there, 1 for 12. Remember, the first ball went for 6, so the rest of the over, she went to 1 for 6, like the others. She'll only get the one over, though, Sophie, because that was the ninth. And now we've got Lara McBride coming back in the 10th. She went none for 10 in her first over.
Yeah, and you'd say Ireland would be really happy with the position they're in now, but the main thing is to get out of the 10th over now with not too much more damage. Scotland, on the other hand, they'll take anything they can get at the moment, and that includes edges. There's going to be a chase to the boundary.
It's actually going to, it's going to be 4. It's actually going to be 5 wides, because although she steps across, remember, that's a fixed line, and she doesn't touch it, and it gets around the keeper as well. Just have a look at it from front on, see?
My eyes are deceiving me. Oh,
So even though, I mean, it's probably the only form of cricket where it would be a wide, but they're the rules. They're fixed wides. And the pace had just enough to take it to the boundary. Yeah, so actually a good question from Ian. I brought this up, I think, earlier today when the 6 was almost hitting the paramedics tent. Who tends to the paramedics when the paramedics are injured? Well, maybe some of the ECN crew can.
Have you done your first aid training?
We did our first aid training the day before this ECC-W began. And I was lucky to be part of the first group that did it. And it's something that, obviously, anything can happen when we're on tour. We don't always have the resources to have medics at the ground. But they're normally not too far away, so it really concentrated on just kind of life-threatening situations and how we handle them, how we would handle them.
Well, we loved, has gone all the way for 4. Lovely hit down the ground. We loved listening to the medics last week because, of course, they sit between the two team tents. don't think they're that familiar with the game of cricket.
Well,
They're,
you
of course,
say
local
that.
medics.
Yeah, but you say that. But you know that they actually, when I've been speaking to them, they know.
They know.
They've been here now, some of them 3 or 4 years.
Okay, because last week they were overheard. Oh, that fielder's cheering, and now that girl's cheering, and now she's moving, and cricket can be a baffling game.
I know we're coming to the end of the innings, but one of my things that I played a corporate game once at my former employer, and everyone was in whites, and we had people that never played before. Worked from cricket in countries. That's a pretty good sweep shot. It'll test the fielder. Passes the test, just a single. We had a guy from Iraq, actually, lovely guy, and it took a while, and then we realised he didn't realise that there were actually 2 teams. He thought that it was just the one team, and because everyone was dressed the same.
Oh.
Then he took a catch. We all rushed at him, and he thought we were going to tackle him.
Get away from me.
And yeah, it was quite funny. All right, 2 to come here. Oh, asking for trouble. Bit short there, but again, they'll only get 1. So look, they got 70. So we saw 70 win the Challenger final. Sorry to bring back painful memories.
Yeah, thanks,
but it's got 11. They got a fighting chance here. You'd say they had more of a chance than you would have given them against the English side. That should be gone. It will be gone. So it'll be 70 exactly. So McBride will chip in with a wicket last ball. Faisal finally falls for 11. Scotland 11. Yeah, it's kind of a recovery, but it's an innings that never really got going. 28 in the first half, 42 in the second. We'll say they were only 35 off 7 overs. They actually doubled their score in the last 3. But Ireland 11, surely they're reasonably confident of knocking this off. Maybe even looking at the 4-pointer. They need about 10 and over to do that.
Yeah, well, they were competing for the bonus point in their previous game against the Netherlands, and they just managed to squeeze over the line for that, and they're going to want to hope to get all 4 points here. It was an innings that just kind of stopped and started. Catherine Fraser kind of anchored it 26 off 19, but otherwise no one really hitting, apart from Faisal at the end, no one really hitting double figures. So Ireland at the halfway stage will be very happy with that position, and they've just got to hope that someone like a Louise Little or Abby Harris and whoever else opens the batting can really see them over the line now.
Yeah, they're going to have to knock down some big fish up the top, aren't they? And then maybe they can work on their middle order. Oh, what a difference 48 hours makes. The Scottish side were down and out this time on day 1, but they've had a big morning. The Irish are pretty bullish about their prospects as well. Remember, they haven't won a game since their opening encounter against their Celtic neighbours. But still, I will say that Scotland 11 just kind of lost some of those key players early, and yeah, it was 180 degrees from what we saw from them earlier in the day. We saw Neve Muir unfortunately falling for a duck. We saw Ellen Watson out for 8. We saw Pippa Kelly out for 4. So yeah, once again, it was left to Fraser, wasn't it, to try and pick up the pieces for the Scots.
Yeah, and she didn't quite manage to go as big as she did against England, and you've got to credit the catching and the fielding for Ireland as well. All but 1 wicket was taken as a catch. I don't remember too many going down. It's not easy in this sunlight. The sun's dropping, and you can see the long shadows on the pitch there, and they held on to their chance as well.
Got to say, spin twins in the middle, twin figures with 1 for 6 for Kai McCartney and Ellie McGee. Just kind of strangled the life out of those middle overs. Even with Fraser at the crease, Fraser was on a bit of a run where she wasn't really able to find the boundary, so she'd get 1 and then would have trouble finding the strike back. She hit 3 sixes in her innings, but 19 balls, no 4s. So 3 boundaries out of 19 balls. And apart from her 3 sixes, we did see 3 4s in the innings. But yeah, it's looking a bit light on. But as we know, you field well, you bowl well, you do the right things, get those key wickets. Maybe it's a defendable score. Just looking at that, Fraser with 26 off 19 with daylight next. Mariam Faisal with 11, but 13 extras, 12 in wides. It's probably one of the few games where we've seen the wides up in double figures. So yeah, maybe Ireland in a way should have been chasing even less.
Yeah, I think they'll be a bit disappointed with that. I mean, you're averaging over 1 wide every over, and they do rack up. So they could have been chasing something closer to 50 rather than the 70 that they are chasing. So obviously a young side, and they'll learn from that. And all round a great bowling performance, as you can see here. Economy's low, more or less throughout, and Georgina Dempsey leading from the front as well. Slightly higher economy, but still, you'd take 7.5 all day long and 2 wickets. She chipped in with, and yeah, as Vinny said, spin twins in the middle did the business and really put a stranglehold on the Scottish innings. So they'll be happy with that contribution, and now it's over to their batters.
Yeah, so we'll take a break, and we'll be back 71 for Ireland to win this one. And Well, Ireland, I would say they're on top to kind of sweep the Scots, but this is the last game of the day. There could be a few twists and turns yet to come. Maybe even a repeat of last night. By the way, we had a golden ball at 71. Vinny Santa here, Mr. Maximo, with Christina Goff. We'll take a break. Back with the last innings of day 3 when we return to the Cardamom Oval for more ECC-W.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, La Junta de Andalucía, Victorinox, and our official timing partner, Rado.
Hello and welcome back to the Carlton Oval as we get ready for a really exciting last innings of the day. It's a rematch 2 days in the making between the Scotland 11 and the Ireland 11. Scotland batting first in this one. They posted 70. Coincidentally, that was the winning score in the ECC Challenger final on Saturday. Irish 11 though, they've had a bit of a form slump, haven't they, after beating the Scottish 11 in their first game. They've lost their last 3 on the trot and they're hoping to get the W here. And right now this table is a bit of a chaos table. Teams seem to be moving up and down multiple spots every game. But I think Ireland 11, if the top order clicks, they should make light work of this. Scottish 11 will be hoping that they can get these initial breakthroughs and make a game of this. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, bringing you home on day number 3 in the Premier Division. And joining me is the MVP of the Challenger Division, Germany's very own, Tina Goff. Welcome back and ready to bring it home for the day.
Ready to bring it home. Didn't manage to do it in the final, as you just mentioned, but bring it home for the commentary team.
Well, you won an individual trophy. I'm sure you always remember that at least. Here's Charis Scott, who's going to open the bowling. First one, fraction short, and it's gone! What a catch! And would you believe it, Harrison? She is fresh out of luck. It's a royal duck, Scott. It was a bit of a half tracker, if I'm completely honest, but all's well that ends well. I think that's McCall that takes the catch at square leg, and just like that, it's none for one. Perfect start for Scotland.
How many times have we seen that? A rough delivery from the bowler who's maybe not quite ready yet, and half tracker, and the batter just kind of fell into that trap. She was absolutely fuming with herself, dragging herself off the pitch. She knows she's kind of given a wicket away there, and the royal duck is hers for the taking.
Yeah, disappointment for Harrison. That's our monarch, Derek, who only comes out when there's a wicket off the very first delivery of an inning. So unfortunately for Abby, she goes 1-0 here on day 3. But hey, that's the game. She didn't waste any time. There's still plenty of balls remaining. It's well bowled. That's more where Scott wants to be. Yeah, interesting. Obviously, no Molly Parker in the lineup, who normally I think would bowl the first over. And she's got a lovely leg spinners action, Charis.
Yeah, it comes nice out the back of the hand, and I'm sure she'll be throwing up some variations as well. You've got to be brave when you're defending a low total. You've got to throw everything at it and try anything you can.
Well, might have been even attempted wrong in there. And it might bring another wicket. It's dropped, and it's going to sneak it into the boundary as well. And that's Little, who is facing her first ball. She's put down first ball. Not an easy one, but a potential opportunity goes down.
I think that was Kirsty McCall again, and she kind of picked the line, then hesitated, and then had to take another step forward, and it just meant she just fell a bit short and went through her hands and went for the boundary.
Remember that. But, yeah, Scott, apart from that first ball, probably was the worst ball she bowled. Got the wicket. And Squires came in at number 3, got a single, but yeah, Little put down first ball, a difficult one out there on the boundary. They did have the fielder back this time. Now up in the air, another opportunity. And it's taken this time, so it only cost them the 4. McCall's going to have leather poisoning at the end of the day. Well, as Meatloaf once said famously, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And Ireland 11 have the Staggers early in the chase. Double strike. Scott spinning a web into the first over. It's 5 for 2.
Yeah, what an eventful first over. We haven't even got to the end of it now. 3 catches, 2 have taken, 1 gone down, and yeah, I think she was very, annoyed with herself that she dropped that one by the expression on her face, but she was happy to bag that one. And a strange start for Ireland's innings. They don't need to go this hard, and I don't think, looking back, that they needed to go for those 2 boundaries early on.
ECN Classic potentially in progress. Louise Little, we haven't heard the last of her, I'm sure, but it just doesn't happen for her here. Gives 2 chances in the 3 balls she faces. The second one's taking 5 for 2. Georgina Dempsey, the skipper, comes to the crease at number 4.
But Annabelle Squires she's stranded on 21 off 21 in the chase against the Netherlands, so she'll be hoping that one of her teammates sticks around for a bit longer this time.
She a lot of the back of the hand as Chara Scott. And I don't know if everyone's picking her, but what a great first over. Said they needed a couple of big fish. Well, almost got 2 with the 1 cast there. End of the over at 6 for 2 after 1. 3 matches since the golden ball, and I'm going to say it's about 23 hours and 15 minutes since we had a golden ball. It was an incredible game last night, and guess what? Scotland won it.
Yeah, I think they'd be happy to win in any way they can, especially after they only put 70 on with the bat, so that's a dream start for Scotland. And I was watching the golden ball yesterday from the comfort of my own hotel room, so I don't want to jinx it, but I want to be in the box for when it happens.
You don't mind doing a bit of overtime.
I don't.
When you get the treat of a golden balls. Here's Maisie Masira bowling his second over. That's not her best effort first up. She's got a really interesting kind of variety of deliveries. And with her, I think she actually has kind of the same grip, but she just changes her wrist angle. And sometimes it's out of the side, sometimes it's more out of the back, sometimes just a little bit out of the side. But she's got all these little subtle variations. She bowled really well earlier on the day. To be honest, the only reason they were only chasing 127 was because Masira was able to bowl 2 good overs.
Yeah, I was going to say she went 1 for 8 against England, and that's in an innings that went for 126. So that shows just how well she bowled.
It would have been 140s.
Yeah.
And that chase this morning from the Scotland 11 was the highest ever in ECN cricket women's T10. Actually outpaced the 99, which was on finals day last year in the ECC-W. So, yeah, daylight between that and what we saw this morning. Just losing that one outside the tram line this time. So then, okay, if they get, Squires has been in good form. I know Dempsey's a skipper. They still got batting to come, that's the thing, but they're batters that haven't really been able to provide too much so far. They'll probably come out a little bit nervous in this situation.
Yeah, well, the run rate at the moment, it's at 7, and we've got a little delay here, I think. Someone needs some more footwear. I think Annabelle Squires.
Was it a shoe blowout, you think?
Maybe some
rare
sawdust?
after a swing and a miss? Well, let's not bring the sawdust back. She was blowing her glove out there. Snehal, good to see her out there as well. She's played a lot of cricket as well. Very good cricketer in her own right. But, yeah, looks like we've got a bit of a delay while we sort out the equipment. Is it glove? Is it shoe?
She pointed to her shoe, but she's taking her gloves off. She doesn't seem to be in a rush to take her shoes off. Maybe they're working out if there are any new shoes. It might be that maybe she's got spikes on, rubber spikes. She's slipping about. It can be quite slippy.
She's wearing spikes.
Oh.
Yeah, you can't wear spikes. She's forgotten to change her shoes. Oh, so it's a wardrobe malfunction, and here come the non-spiked shoes.
I think if you accidentally wear spikes, maybe as a punishment you have to do the rest of your innings barefoot.
Oh, it's funny you say that. Now, Corey is a huge critic. Sorry, I forgot how to speak for a sec. He's a huge critic of foot fielding, and he thinks that if you foot field, you should lose a shoe.
Okay.
And if you do it again, you lose a sock.
Okay, yeah. So
I tell you, okay, random question. Think of a silly cricket rule, and that it would be fun to try. One of mine is in ice hockey, they got the penalty box. Like if you drop a catch, you got to spread it over in a little like penalty box. Like we just have to sit there and we'll get
think about what you've done.
Get a bit crowded sometimes on ECN. That's it, okay. But it'll just be a single.
Well,
new shoes working.
In the spirit of that non-6-6 that happened earlier in the week, maybe we could have just tactical. You have your 11, but you have maybe 3 or 4 fielders that can just stand anywhere in the whole ground.
That's so good. Like in the crowd or whatever.
Yeah, you can have
so you
stooges in the crowd.
Oh, I love it. And maybe they could be wearing like the team shirt under another layer or something, and then if they catch it, then they pull off
like Superman.
Pull off the jumper, and you're like, actually, you're out. There's a baseball team called the Savannah Bananas.
I know about. I've seen them on the TikTok.
One of their rules is if you catch a foul ball in the crowd, it's out. Bit harsh, but it's entertaining.
Good for crowd engagement.
I think Chara Scott has to bowl the next over as well. I think, especially with an art like wrist spin, if you've had success and you still got another over up your sleeve, you do it, especially when you're not chasing, when you're not defending too many.
Yeah, I think Scotland have to go hard early here. A few more wickets and they're definitely on top. It says 35% chance for Scotland, so still in favour of Ireland for now, but 1 or 2 wickets could certainly change that, and a wide isn't going to help. Maisie furious with herself there. She's bowled so well against England, and she hasn't quite hit her straps here. Still in the first over. She's got time to put it right. Just needs to get to the top of that mark and pull the wides out of her mind. She's looking a bit furious with herself, so just deep breath and on you go again, Maisie.
Oh, geez, that's pretty close if it's not going over. Almost runs itself out. I mean, this is straight. The only thing it could have been is that it's going over the top, which probably it was, but just, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Actually hit her above the pad. But again, the overspin she gets sometimes when she changes her wrist position. Last ball of the over. Well, it won't be. That's another ECN rule of commentary that people hate when I say last ball of the over.
You're just willing the bowler to do well, aren't you? You're just
Listen,
hoping for success.
you never know what's around the corner. I will tell you that, you know, they talk about commentators' curse, but that's, and I know you're actually pretty good at your psychology and all these things. This is hit, and it's gone. Well, there's another wicket. Squires this time. Top 3 back in the shed, and Scotland 11 remaining more than competitive here. I'd like to see what that does to the percentages, actually, as it'll be Masira chipping in with a wicket, and that's the top 3 out. 2 overs in. It's 13 for 3.
Yeah, I think Masira's not too happy with that over, but she'll take the wicket off the final ball. Yeah, just picked out the fielder there. Safe hands at mid-wicket. That was Pippa Kelly who took the catch. And yeah, this one's finely balanced. Annabelle Squires, who was a key anchor of their innings in their loss against the Netherlands, but she's gone for 2 off just 4 balls. Ireland now, it's only it's a small chase. It's at 70, but as we saw in the final last week,
Yeah.
70 is a dangerous number.
Forget it if you're not going to bowl and field well. But if you do, then you could be in business here. We're 68% to win Ireland 11 at the moment that ball was hit. I'll be curious to see what the computer is reassessing. Here's Chara Scott coming back in. I want to run here. Bit of hesitation. Does get away from the keeper. And not the most elegant of throws from Ellen, but she's had a great tournament. Yeah, so they've gone back to 57, so they've dropped 11% just with that 1 wicket. Sophie McMahon comes to the crease at number 5.
And Chara Scott is looking quite hard to get away. It's that kind of top spin. It doesn't have to turn much, but the bounce that just takes it high up on the bat, and it's hard to get any kind of power on the delivery.
That one's round the corner, well knocked down. Yeah, so Scott, I mean, her stock delivery is it's a top spinner with, it's even leaning towards a wrong one. So, yeah, I haven't seen enough of it yet to kind of know what to go to is. I wonder if she does have that kind of big spinning leg break, or at least a leg break to kind of mix it up. Took a little something, I think, down the leg side. I think it's going to be leg buys. Just wait for the signal. Yeah, leg buy signal by umpire meter. Obviously, every effort's made to have as many female officials in the ECC-W as well. And it's something that I've noticed. Last year, obviously, did the same. Obviously, depend on availability and things like that. But it just seems that the players in this tournament love the fact that they've got women umpires out there as well most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a rare occurrence, depending on where you play. But obviously, in England, the subcontinent, you have more nowadays, more female umpires. But it's great, even all-female panel for the final next week, last week. And I don't know if that's planned again for this week, but it's great to see so many women really just applying their trade and working their way up the umpiring ladder.
Yeah, and I'm happy to say it's not such a rare thing to have female umpires on ECN, even in men's cricket. There are lots of places around the traps. Try and have those opportunities here in the ECC-W. Obviously, it's time of the year where perhaps some people have plans with family and holidays and these sorts of things. But yeah, Chara Scott, that's a brilliant effort. So she takes 2 for 9, and the end of the over, 17 for 3. It is random question time. And so we'd love to get your thoughts. ECN, European Cricket Network. And they're still coming in, and this has come once again from our crew. And they're asking you, Tina, what's the weirdest Christmas present you've ever received? I've got mine's a random answer. Do you want me to give you mine
You
first?
go,
What
and
you
then
think?
give me some thinking time.
The other day, the score was 123 for 5. And I learnt this actually from my good friend Andrew Leonard, friend of the network. One of the top commentators, I think, in the world, hailing from Ireland. And I'm sure all our Irish viewers know Lenny very, very well. But he calls that a Lou Bega because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Love that. Love
Okay.
that.
And I missed it. And he's like, Vinny, you're good. You're doing well, but let me just tell you something. That's a Lou Bega. It doesn't happen too often. You got to call it
Especially
that way.
in the T10.
So, you might be saying, what are you talking about? My most random Christmas present that I remember was once I got the Lou Bega full CD album.
Wow.
And as
He has
you
more than
probably
one
know,
song, does he?
No, not really. This is my point. Track 1 was that one.
Oh, he's gone hard early. He went
Track
early.
2, and this is not a joke.
Number 6.
Wait for it. A little bit of an edge here. They should get one. That might even get 2. That's good running from Sophie. I don't know what it's called, but it literally goes 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then from there, it was all downhill.
Maybe it's an educational CD. It's about learning to count to 10.
I don't think I learnt too much. I always wanted to make that noise, like, oh.
He sounds a bit in pain when he makes that noise.
Oh, that's good keeping, actually, from Watson. It's a funny old chase. This game is staying in the balance. How about you? Anything that comes to mind?
Well, I was going to go down the CD route as well, actually, because obviously German and English heritage.
Best of Engelbert Humperdinck or something like that.
Yeah, well, it was actually the Smurfs CD, but it was German. So obviously, as I'm sure you know, the Smurfs in German is Die Schlümpfe.
I didn't, but thanks for telling me. I'm richer for knowing it. Last ball, the over here for Fraser. Gets hit back down the ground, but right now, Scotland defending well. Chara Scott did her bit. Now she does it in the field. End of 4 overs. Ireland 11. 22 for 3.
And of course, you have the tradition in England of going to the pantomime.
Of course.
And they always call the kids up on stage and say, "Oh, what did Santa get you for Christmas?" And little, must have been 8-year-old Tina said, "Oh, I got a German Smurf CD." To which there's obviously a comedian who tries to roast the parents then, and he said, "Did your parents not afford the English version?" No, we went for Die Schlumpfer instead of the Smurfs. I think it's Papa Schlumpf, so
Yeah.
Papa Smurf, Papa Schlumpf.
Always felt for Smurfette in that situation. Just not really the representation that you get these days.
No, it's the same with Minnie Mouse. A lot of these female characters, you have better role models these days. Love Island, for example, lots of female representation on that. Probably not the representation we're after, though. Not like the umpires on the field there.
Not an easy life.
True giants.
Anyway, that's in there. That could be gone. It is gone. McMahon goes now as Lucy Forrester-Smith comes on. A ball that never hits the ground from the moment she runs in. And really, that was all about the placement being straight to the fielder. McMahon goes for 6. And worryingly for Ireland, that's the top score of any batter so far. A little bit of luck, perhaps, for the green team.
She just didn't quite commit to that shot.
Yeah,
And
22 for 4.
it's that double whammy of first ball from a new bowler and a low full toss. That's just a recipe for getting a wicket.
Yeah, I'd say the green team. We were calling the men's ECC team the Baby Greens. So, yeah, I suppose it's not too different. Unfortunately for McMahon, gets a bit of it, but yeah, just picks out the fielder, Darcy Carter. And wicket for Lucy. So, after triple checking, now we know that Lucy does like being called Lucy. And Lucy Forrester-Smith. Forrester-Smith's her surname. And so, hello to all of Lucy's family as well. I'm sure they're thrilled that she's come up with a wicket first ball.
Yeah, and it's always, when you're not bowling too much, you really want to settle the nerves, and there's nothing better than getting a wicket first. Well, it wasn't her best delivery, but if
you feel the cricket gods. A bit like Scott first ball. Chara Scott bowled a bit of a half track it, turned out to be a wicket.
Bad balls get wickets.
Scotland 11 now ahead in the game. 60% favourites to defend this 70.
A lot of late swing on that one. I'm curious where that actually crossed the line, but by the time the keeper, Ellen Watson, took it, it was wide, but just...
It's a good call.
Yeah.
Good call. It swings a bit too far. Now Lucy's got a nice action, doesn't she? McGee, though, she kind of kept Ireland in the game with the ball. Now she's going to have to do it with the bat out there with her captain. Batting number 6 and only the 5th over.
I'm going to attempt another very British cultural reference. Debbie McGee, magician's assistant.
Yeah.
There's something to be said there about pulling a rabbit out of a hat here, McGee.
I've heard that in a satirical song, but thanks for providing the context.
She was Paul Daniels. I mean, this is. I
Paul
don't know
Daniels.
why I know this.
See, I've heard all these because they're referenced in things that I've heard of.
I must add, this is before my time. I'm not quite sure why I know these references.
I know Paul Daniels from a Rowan Atkinson skit.
Right.
Rowan Atkinson Live. But I won't get into that now. That's a rabbit hole. How about weirdest gift you've ever given? I normally play it pretty safe.
So do I. I'll try to go just meaningful. No, I'll try not to go for the
throw
old
it in the
gift
chat
card.
as well. Weirdest gift you've ever received or you've given. Wide called again. So Lucy just struggling a little bit with the control. I mean, sometimes, you might hear there's some fake information like that somebody, they really like this or whatever, and it's just bogus. And then you give it and you expect a certain reaction, and they're like, oh, thanks.
Well, it's a classic grandma move, if you said once that you like, I don't know, elephants, the next 10 years, everything you get is branded elephants.
That's it. That's much better bowling from Lucy Forrester-Smith. Just get worked for one. How about, what do you like to do? Tell us outside, like even sport, because I know you're an avid footballer and cricketer. Give us some of your other interests. What's something that people would be surprised to know about you? Like a hidden talent or maybe a hidden interest?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll get back to it after this ball.
It's hit towards mid-wicket. Get just a single. You can see the gap between runs required balls remaining is actually at 11 at the moment. It's quite significant. Only boundaries and perhaps wides or no balls can shut that down.
Well, doing all the sport doesn't leave me too much time for anything else. But
apart from watching Love Island.
Apart from watching Love Island, I would say I'm a bit of a secret nerd. So I love the statistics. I love the
Secret's
maths.
out now.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just a nerd now. No secret about it.
That should just be one as well, as Fraser will jump all over that. Pretty good over, all things considered, by Lucy Forrester-Smith. Just 7 off it. And Ireland are 30 for 4 after 5. Welcome into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Christina Goff here, and she's just letting us know a few of the things that you might not be aware, such as that she is a self-confessed closet nerd.
Yep.
So you're into the numbers.
Into
so
the
what sort of
numbers.
statistics? I know you work quite a lot with statistics. Is this like stuff that's like Greek letters involved and stuff? Is it like high level or what's going on?
Not quite that level, but just kind of the intricacies of mostly sport, to be fair. I don't have much room outside of sport for anything else in my life, but just the weird and wacky stats that you might not see on the everyday.
Is there kind of a one stat or some stats that just stick out as like, that I couldn't believe that?
I've got a non-cricket stat.
Random one.
Random. So if you shuffle a deck of cards randomly, it's almost overwhelmingly likely that sequence of cards has never ever in the history of the world been shuffled before.
Heard of that.
It blows my mind.
Because it's something, it's some crazy number. It's more than the amount of times that cards have ever been shuffled, right?
Well,
Well, they like this. It's out. And in fact, McGee walks. Credit to her. Hits Carter, slides one across a little outside edge. It popped out of the gloves of Ellen Watson for a second. But Scotland 11, what a difference a couple of days makes. They're on the verge of a remarkable 2 for 2 over their neighbours. And it's going to be 30 for 6 in the 6th over.
Well, we're going to have to think of a phrase, add to the ECC lexicon of the sneaky 70s maybe. It's that 70.
Sneaky 70, yeah.
70 target.
Sneaky 70s is a good one.
70s.
I like that.
It's proving sneaky and difficult for Ireland as Ellie McGee departs.
Pretty sporting.
No magic from her today.
Pretty sporting from Ellie. She knew she nicked it. She already made a motion to walk back. Wasn't really waiting for the umpire's decision. But she'll be disappointed. 30 for 5, actually. It is now 30 for 5. 1 ball into the 6th over. As this is Joanna Loughran. I rate her batting as well. You know, again, actual rate isn't that high. Required 8.5 and over from here. She's happy just to get out the way. Probably smart. Got the captain at the other end. I suppose the issue with Georgina is she's 6 off 11 and struggled to kind of go at that run and ball rate or better. Yeah, I'm actually, so I share this kind of love of stats with you, and just to love probability, as we have a nice look at the beautiful Andalusia sky over the Cartmore Oval. This next one just worked away for one, so it's a starting point here, at least it's ticking the score over. Need to find a boundary or two down the stretch. What's it? So we actually did a random kind of dive, and our chatters would know all about this. If I said the name Roy Sullivan, would you have any reaction?
No reaction whatsoever.
Don't worry, I was the same as you once, but my life has changed forever because Roy Sullivan claims he was hit by lightning no less than 7 times during his life and lived to tell the tale. There's the Mateos bus turning up to take the players back to Sunset Beach. Yeah, so the odds of that are about 10 to the power of 28.
I mean, at what point was he kind of seeking out lightning? I mean, you like...
3, he was like a park ranger, right? And
Okay.
then, but we ended up going through his Wikipedia article. It took a couple of overs, but it's a good listen. I might send it to you later. I won't give it all away. We came to the conclusion that Roy Sullivan was one of the world's biggest liars.
Probably wrote his own Wikipedia page as well.
Well, I don't think he would have, because I think he's no longer of this world, but it wasn't the lightning that finished him. That'll be a bye, I think. Sneaks past Watson. And yeah, even the last time, the actual, I won't spoil it for you. I'll send it to you tonight.
Nighttime reading.
End of the 6th, by the way, 35 for 5. Island 11 still not quite up with the run of ball pace. Never mind the 7 and over they needed at the start of this innings. But the last time, I'll give you one little sneak peek. The 7th time, he was fishing. This is what it said. He was fishing, and like he got pretty paranoid after the 3rd time. He
Well,
said,
you would.
There's bits where it has him like he tried to run away from the cloud, like whatever that means. He was fishing and he was struck by lightning. He headed back to the car. A bear came and tried to steal the fish off his fishing line.
Of course.
And he hit the bear with a stick. And Roy Sullivan claimed it was the 22nd time in his life he'd hit a bear with a stick. That's just a taste of it. You need context. McCall, wasn't she good earlier with 2 good catches? Just shows you how quickly your day can turn around in cricket. I mean, she did took a good catch first ball, but then she dropped little first ball, the very next ball, and you'd think, oh well, that's, the universe is hating me. But then, would you know it, 2 balls later, got another opportunity. This time held on to it.
Well, that's the beauty of this T10 format. You're never too far away from your next opportunity, and she's got the opportunity with the ball now. I mean, she went 1 for 6 off just the 1 over against the Netherlands the other day, so she'll be wanting to get into the wickets here.
This is a good one.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
In the air, but into the gap. Just be a single. So Phil G, friend of the network, saying that he gave his old boss a T-shirt with a picture of 8 random dogs. Turns out he's allergic to dogs and suffers from cynophobia, which is an extreme fear of dogs.
I was going to say, because being allergic to dogs doesn't mean that you can't wear a T-shirt with dogs on, but
so
yeah.
When he freaking out when he looked in the mirror. Well, that struck pretty well. Well, maybe it's the sign of what's to come, because Dempsey breaks the shackles. And if we've learnt anything from last games of the day here in the Premier Division, it ain't over till it's over. Although Ireland have been drifting away, it's a powerful strike from Georgina Dempsey through the covers, 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a lovely strike, and Ireland will want to be seeing a bit more of those. And on the back of that, mid-off or long-off has been moved around a bit, trying to chase the ball.
31 of 21. Oh, well bowled. Really well bowled by McCall. And Dempsey, I don't know if she picks this completely. It looked like it was the one that went the other way. And if anything, it just had a little bit of right to left on it. And she completely bamboozled her. Easy stumping there for Ellen Watson in the end. And Dempsey had barely turned around. So, yeah, very, very clever stuff from McCall, who has the perfect response for the Irish skipper, who has to go for 12. That one boundary, hoping it was a sign of more for the Irish fans. But now she has to make the walk up the famous Cartmore Oval steps, and Ireland now in lots of trouble, 40 for 6.
It was more the flight of the ball that deceived her more than anything. I don't think it turned enormous amounts, but she went quite early on the shot. She decided to charge, and as soon as she missed that ball, then there was no saving her.
Kind of maybe was already predisposed to charge for anything that was pitched up. But McCall, very, very clever bowler. Around the wicket. Game face on. Julie McNally thought she actually batted really well earlier, but she might be gone first ball as well. Fraser with the catch. McCall's on a hat trick. Oh, Christmas coming early. maybe for the Scots. Hey, maybe they're going to get the revenge over the Irish after all. And believe it or not, do not adjust your sets. It's 40 for 7.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that shot. You're coming in, you're a fresh batter. I know you want to be positive. Julia McNally there, she's only young, but I just think, just keep it on the deck. You've seen from your teammates how difficult it is to get away McCall, and that's Exhibit A there, and Scotland are really up and about it now. Defending only 70, and Ireland now find themselves 40 for 7. Still 31 needed in 19 balls, so run rate is just under 10. It's still doable, but the more wickets fall, the less likely it's looking for Ireland.
What an interesting day. So Scotland on the verge of the highest chase we've ever seen in women's T10 cricket on ECN and equal best defence. So
What a day
still
that would
waiting for an ECC-W hat-trick. If we get one, it'll be hat-trick number 48 of the year. McBride faces up. Hat-trick ball. Won't be a hat-trick. But can I just do an informal shout-out? Luana Sims informed me, and she was absolutely right. She actually had 3 wickets in 3 balls, but across 2 matches yesterday for Italy. End of the 7th over here, 41 for 7. Yeah, so we call that a wraparound hat-trick.
I was going to say...
You're wrapping it around a couple of games.
I'd still
Won't
take
be
it.
official, but noted. Okay, tomorrow I've got the day off, but I will be an interested observer like so many others around the world with a big day for all the teams. You might call it moving day, day 4, to kind of see the trends on the table. Of course, every position has its own benefits. Starting with the Netherlands 11 versus Italy in the morning, 8:35 a.m. GMT, 9:35 in Central Europe, and 2:05 in India. I'll be up at Rico 4, will be back in the box, and of course Tina will be going again.
Well, it certainly will be moving day. If we look at the table, there'll be lots of movement tomorrow. 4 games, and anyone can go anywhere in the table at the moment. There's a bit of a gap opening up towards the top, but of course England missing out on points this morning as well. So any position in the table is there for the taking at the moment.
Darcy comes back on. Okay, so they need to go 10-10-10. You're 7 out. So good luck. But I will say that both these two bat pretty. If you don't get your 2 boundaries, it's pretty tough to get the 10. So you've got a boundary fairly early in the over. So if you like, you can break it down 10 per over. But sometimes I like to say, what in a half over, you need 5 per half over. They got 5 off that half of an over. You've got to take risks now, potentially avoid falling further behind. That's squeezed into the gap. Again, clean pick up. It's Molly Parker who's on the field. Not quite sure who's gone off. I might try and look into that for you.
You've got to say this is very good bowling as well. They're not giving Ireland anything to work with. The fielding's been very good by Scotland as well. Just that one slip through there through mid-wicket, but Darcy Carter's really putting a halt on the Ireland innings here.
Yeah, a little poke. That's the kind of ball, again. You can't really settle just for a kind of dab one now. I think you need to be giving yourself the chance. Swing the bat hard, see if you can get a boundary. Maybe you'll get one anyway. So, yeah, second half of this over, we've just had 2 singles. Last ball to come. Carter's done her job really well. 1 for 11, last ball for her. Hit down the ground, but again, they'll only get a single. Scotland 11. Be hard to beat from here. Ireland 11 now, 49 for 7.
Yeah, it's got to happen in the 9th for them now, Ireland, if they have any chance of winning this game. And because we're getting to the end of the day as well, there's a final fun Tina fact if you want. We were talking about phobias just now, and I have a phobia, strangely enough, of balloons.
Really?
I hate balloons.
Really?
It's
just kind of the helium ones, or just any balloons?
More it's the threat of the pop that gets me.
Gotcha.
And we had some kind of team building exercise last week with the German team. The balloons came out, and I was almost out the door. I was out the door. I was like, take me home.
You need to kind of like the emergency headphones on. McCall comes on now. They're trying to get creative. Probably a chance for a run out here, and that'll be gone. What a fantastic piece of fielding, McCall. She's been a bit of an action magnet in this innings, hasn't she? She picks that up off her bowling. One-hand pick up, hits the middle stump, knocks it back. And on 11 fall further into the mire, as that's Loughran who's run out for 5. Surely there's nowhere back now for Ireland. They're 49 for 8.
Yeah, less fairy tale of New York and more fairy tale of the Carter over there. Great delivery, unsuccessful scoop, picks up, slams the middle stump down. There's nothing more satisfying than seeing those bails flying middle stump knocked back, and she knew as soon as she'd thrown it that was a gone.
And although you're fine with the one, there's no real harm to throwing here. They're probably not going to get an overthrow, and even if they do, who cares? The fact you can get a wicket obviously makes it even tougher. Lochran took a bit of a nasty blow in the helmet earlier. Lucky she was wearing it, but again, she'll come back tomorrow, I'm sure, and have another go. This is Kai McCartney, who's actually bowled really well today, but she's got a tough task here, batting number 10. Again, not a bad shot. It's one thing in the Premier Division you certainly see that the batting depth is there. Maybe wasn't last week in the Challenger. Hey, I like this from Jules, just going back to strangest presents ever. Apparently for Christmas a couple of years ago, his friend received divorce papers.
Merry Christmas.
Be a blessing in disguise.
I thought it was the time of year for giving and receiving, but not that kind.
Time for family, and sometimes
New family, old family.
relieving yourself of those duties. McCartney off the mark, and then you see Bride trying to make something happen here. Off 9. Oh, that's kind of air ball. Everything fell out of it. Looked like a big juicy full toss from McBride, but McCall's been excellent.
Everything's going her way this game. I mean, she's been all over the wickets. She's taken a couple of catches. She's taken a run out, 2 wickets for herself as well. And another one to add to the collection.
Yeah, look, I don't mind that from McBride. She needs to try and make something happen. She tries to turn this into a drivable length, but again, that angle, that drift from McCall. He's got a pretty good case for player of the match now, if I'm completely honest. He's got 3 wickets, got 2 catches. And despite dropping probably the most dangerous of the Irish batters' first ball, the cricket gods have been looking after her. Again, Watson, I think it's 3 stumpings, isn't it, in the innings? Losing count now. But, yeah, it will be the 9th wicket down. It's 51 for 9. McBride has to walk away for 8.
I think it's just a lesson in perseverance as well. McCall must have been cursing her luck earlier in the innings when she dropped the big wicket. She's come back, she's taken 2 catches, and she's done the business with the ball. And on top of that incredible turn and throw for the direct hit run out. So she's all over this game.
That's a sixer.
Sixer.
You'll love it. We've had 12 6-wicket hauls on the network in T10 cricket.
Wow.
I think we only had 1 this year. Or maybe we haven't had 1 this year, actually. Oh, no, sorry, we did. The very first or second day of the season, we had 1. Haven't had 1 since. So Jenny Jackson comes out at 11. She will get a run. But really, this game is as good as done, I think, though. Still possible. They need 19 to win off the last over, down to their last wicket. Other 11, 52 for 9. So there's one guy that we actually affectionately and also controversially named him the Man-Cat Man. He would make it as a tactic, so he wasn't hiding it. He was saying, look, stay in your crease. He took 6 for and a Man-Cat, so probably 7.
7 for.
I know you being a very sporting player wouldn't really be kind of on board with that, would you?
No, I mean, just bowl them out. I think
True.
I'd rather show skill with the ball or with the bat than... I mean, I understand stay in your crease, and I think it's a batter's game already, so they don't need any more advantage.
Yeah, we'll probably don't have time to have a full conversation because this game could be over at any moment. In fact, they're going to throw bowlers in here, get through. Probably a bye. I think. Don't think it was here. Yeah, bye signalled. Yeah, I mean, I said this a while ago. It's going to get worse before it gets better because eventually people actually start paying attention, and then it's actually very easy not to get out that way. But that's a conversation for another time, one we've had a few times already. Anyway, Scotland 11. What a difference a couple of days makes. They just don't like Mondays. Steps across, tries to make something out of this. I mean, all we need now is kind of like 4, 4, 6, or maybe 6, 6, 4 wicket golden ball.
I'll take it. I'll snap your hand off. I mean, Ireland are currently at 3%, so I think they'd take that as well. A big hit needed here from Jackson.
So you're saying there's a chance?
It's always a chance for me.
But Jackson with the bat now, but I've really liked her bowling. Get left arm pacer, bustles in, moves the ball nicely. Fraser, hasn't she been a real key to the Scottish recovery? And with the bat, with the ball in the field, she's leading from the front. And yeah, credit to Scotland. They could have easily been down and out after that first day, but they've come back really, really strongly. They're real contenders now. A bit like their men's team, actually. The ECC had a rough start to the tournament, but came back. Actually, not only did they win their group, but they also came third overall, even when they came back for championship week.
It's a good effort from them. That was a little helicopter shot there. We saw one the other
bat,
day. It hit the back of her bat. Another one we might have to add to the dictionary at some point.
Okay, Fraser. Well, this is up in the air. Could be all out. It's not. It's a wipeout instead. So there's one. And well, the game will stay alive to the last ball. But yeah, Scotland, they're going to equal the best defence in women's T10 cricket on the network.
That was Kirsty McCall under that chance as well. So it would have fairy tale ending if she got that. But as it is, the innings has ended anyway with a stumping, and that puts an end to the run chase.
I should also mention that Ireland did pick up their point when they reached 50, so they do have a point out of the game, but they only barely get it in the end. Your final score here in match number 12 is Scotland 11, 70, Ireland 11, 57, so 13 runs in it, and the Scots, they do the double. They beat the English and the Irish here on day 3. And the Scottish resurgence just continues, doesn't it, through this ECC-W Premier Division?
Yeah, well, this is all about momentum, and it seems like Scotland are hitting their stride at the right time. And do you remember at halfway we were talking about the extras? And I think it was even 13 extras. We said that Ireland could have been chasing more towards 50 if they'd reined in those extras.
That's a very good point.
They've lost by 13 runs.
Yeah, so revenge served cold by the Scots. And Ireland now, after that comprehensive first win over the Scots, they are on a 4-match losing streak. I will say they have at least picked up points in 3 of those 4 losses, but still, I mean, Ireland 11, they need to be looking over their shoulder if they're even going to be at finals day now. Big game against Italy tomorrow night, depending on how other results go. But hey, credit to the Scots. They just kind of had a positive attitude. They battled their way to 70. You said, if they bowl and they field really well and they can pick up early wickets, it's defendable. It turns out to be the case.
Yeah, and what a difference 2 days make. So this was one of the opening games on day 1. Comprehensive victory for Ireland, and we have the opposite today. You have to say comprehensive victory for Scotland. So it's all square in the Celtic Derby. Maybe we'll see a rematch on finals day. I'm sure both teams will want to get to finals day. But before that, we have exciting games on day 4, which will be, of course, your day off.
It is my day off, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers miss Rico. I miss Rico too. I'm sure you miss Rico.
I do.
You'll enjoy having Rico back with you tomorrow, but I definitely will be lurking, no doubt about that. We start tomorrow, same time, same place, 8:35 AM GMT, which is 9:35 in Central Europe and 2:05 in India. So another low-scoring thriller to finish the day, although it kind of petered out towards the end. But the reason is that Scotland just had the uncanny knack of picking up wickets really from the start to the finish of this innings.
Yeah, and every single one of their bowlers picked up a wicket. They used 6 of them, and they just held their chances. Well, there was one chance that went down early on, and we thought that might be a turning point in the game. McCall was at the centre of most of this action. There is that drop catch. It was a very tough chance, but she came back strong. She took a catch in the same position shortly after, and then she came in to bowl, and she took 3 wickets herself for just 9 runs. Wickets shared throughout the rest of the bowlers. Karis Scott, at the start of the innings, also bowled very well with her mystery leg spin, got 2 wickets for 9 runs. So a comprehensive performance from Scotland with the ball in the end. They'll be wanting to improve a bit with the bat so they can put those 2 parts of the game together and really hit their stride in this tournament.
Yeah, they didn't hold all their catches, but they did hold most of them. And they were also a bit lucky, for example, when they did put one down. We saw when McCall dropped little, but she got another chance pretty much straight away. So the drops didn't end up hurting. But what did hurt was how the Irish just continued to lose wickets. 1 point, 28 for 4 at the halfway point, then chasing the game from there. It's a really good example of a modest total, but with a good start and taking up early wickets. Suddenly it looks a bit more like an average total. It played a bit more like a 90, 95 kind of total. McCall just couldn't keep her out of the action, including this fantastic one-hand pickup. As a quick look, hits the target. Again, all that training you do, all the training before the games and even outside kind of match days, just to pick up and hit the stumps, all paying off. Also, Watson, I think in the end, what was the final count on her dismissals? I think she took 1 catch and 2 stumpings. In fact, the last one was her 3rd stumping. So yeah, 3 stumpings and a catch. Pretty good stuff. And I guess Scotland 11, they've gone from zeros to heroes pretty quickly, haven't they, in this tournament? 12 for Georgina Dempsey, the Irish skipper, top scoring, but nobody else able to reach double figures. Extras, okay, maybe a little on the higher side as well, with 9 wides in there. 2-leg bias, can't do too much about that, but really, in the end, the Irish batting misfired, and they go down. They now find themselves with a 1-4 record with only 3 matches remaining in the group stage. And, you know, based on current form, they're a real risk to miss out. Scotland certainly improved their chances of qualifying with that win there. Italy, of course, I think they're no certainties to get through. They'll have to play well over the next 2 days. Good observation by you that all 6 bowlers used took wickets, as Kirsty McCall just couldn't keep her out of the play with 3 wickets, 2 catches and a run out. Also, shout out to Watson behind the stumps. Just kind of fairly regulation stumpings there, but still taking them. And Scotland, well, they've got a spring in their step at the end of day 3.
Yeah, well, they've had a really successful day. I think if you told them at the start of the day that they'd have their 2 wins, then they would have snapped your hand off, especially that dramatic victory this morning against England, and to follow it up against Ireland is really good going for them.
Yeah, and it's a game that we kind of felt, and we even said it at half-time, looks like Ireland odds on to kind of do the sweep against Scotland, albeit they lost to the other 3 opponents. But yeah, Ireland, they are going to have to face 3 more opponents in those last 3 games that they haven't beaten yet as well. So they're going to have to kind of reverse the roles. We've seen Scotland do that. I know Ireland, their coaching staff will go away. They'll have some ideas of what they can do. But yeah, this Final 4 at the moment, it's wide open. Coming up tomorrow, in case you missed it, we have the 4th day of action. And once again, we'll be starting with Netherlands versus Italy. Italy didn't have a good day at all. They had 1 game. They got blown away. Didn't take a point against the England 11. Italy play the first and last games, and they are super important games. England and Ireland do battle. Again, it's not getting too much easier for Ireland either, running into the English, who had a mixed day themselves. And then Ireland, of course, they'll play in the last game of the day against Italy. And again, in the wash-up, that could be really, really important, depending on how those other results go. Same time, same place tomorrow here at the Cartama Oval. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody watching, I've got to say, as far as first days go, that was pretty good. Very, very fun being with you for a whole day. Thank you so much. And, well, the good news is you survived 1. I'll give you another day tomorrow. What do you think?
I'm looking forward to it. Enjoy your day off.
Yeah, I will enjoy it. But also, I'll be tuning in to see exactly what's happening on day 4. Because this is wild, it's woolly, and anything's possible in this Premier Division. If you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Also, hello to all of our viewers on AWSN. Great to have you with us, the all-women's sports network in 63 countries, live around the world. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN as well. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket. I wonder what the play of the day will be, because we had some really amazing one-hand catches. I'm glad I'm not having to pick that one. Don't forget also EuropeanCricket.com is the home of European Cricket for all the stats, standings, and all the fixtures as well. For now, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maxwell, on behalf of ECN, the whole European Cricket family that includes Christina Goff. Stay happy, stay safe, enjoy these best bits of the day. Thanks to our crew at 2 Circles, and we'll see you tomorrow. Well, I won't, but she will. Rico will. I'll see you soon for more action right here in the ECC-W Premier. For now, hasta pronto.